Hello and welcome back. It is the 2021 America Continentals here on the Nisei Twitch channel. How y'all doing? Welcome. Hopefully you had a good break. We are back. We are 3 rounds in of 6 rounds of Swiss that we have today. Again, the top 8 players will be decided in just a couple hours and they will be moving on to the finals tomorrow. Glad you're with us. And hey, do you know who else is with us? I am joined by Holly, who is here on our call with us. Holly is the former creative director at Nisei, who is I'm really excited to have them here. How's it going, Holly?
It's going pretty good. I'm really excited to be here. We've had a lot of great matches so far, and so I'm excited to keep it going and see what everyone else has brought.
Yeah, we've had some really good matches so far. Again, the meta I don't think is too different than maybe some people expected to date based off of what the last 2 weekends have gone like. But again, still the matchups have been, or the games themselves have been really exciting to watch.
Absolutely.
Is there anything that looking into this, you didn't play in any of the Continental so far, have you?
No, I haven't.
Do you have any is there any horse that you're betting on proverbially? Is there any decks or something that you'd be excited to show today?
So as far as betting, I do think HB is definitely in a good spot.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a big fan of the gateway IDs, so I'm hoping that if HB is going to pull it out, I'm hoping it's precision design. Um, as far as runners go, I'm a diehard Anarch, so
A lot of options right now
I
then.
would be super happy to see a Hoshiko win.
Yeah. And I think we have more Hoshiko today than I think we might have had for the last couple weeks. Maybe that needs something to be checked on. But right now, Max is obviously the most dominant. We've seen Hoshiko doing really well. If you look right now, we have a clear top 8 cut, but again, we still have 3 whole rounds, and one of our rounds will be starting pretty soon. We're going to be on round 4 really soon, and right now it's just Brick and TF34, some world's top 4 finalists of last year, and they're actually on different identities. We have the NBN and 419 pairing, which did win the Euro Africa's Continentals last weekend, and then
Yep.
Sports Metal Max still doing well. We also have some interesting shoutouts. We have Adam Stone has been playing this Adam, still up there on 10th place on 12 points. That's always really exciting to see that list. And we're seeing Ag Infusion, we're seeing Plana. This is obviously early on into the tournament where we're seeing actually a fair bit of Jinteki making edging towards the top cut.
Yeah, definitely. We're seeing the top 8 cut is relatively expected, but we have some people still in the 12-point bubble there
Mm-hmm.
who are using a lot of IDs that I'm really excited to see. The people who are diehard Adam players that are going to be playing Adam until he's rotated. We see, Stoned in 10th here. Every Adam player I know ends up being amazing with him. The people who are
Yeah.
that committed to him. And so we've got a really high placed Adam here that I'm super excited to see. Even down just a bit in 16th, 17th, we have a Wu, we have a Zaya. Um,
Yeah, there's a lot of
so I'm
Zion
just I'm
today.
just excited to see what all these people are bringing.
Yeah. No, I think we're going to see some good games coming up. So I just want to check if the pairings are up soon. We should have round 4. Actually, the pairings are already up, so these players will be filing slowly into Jinteki.net. Oscar's asking who's on comms. My name is Andre from Metropol Grid, and I'm joined by Holly. How's it going, Holly?
Hi, great to meet everyone.
Can you describe a bit? So you were the former creative director at Nisei. I don't know whether you can talk about Nisei now based on back in the day, but what did that role entail?
So I think it should be relatively the same. As the creative director, well, no, that's actually a lie. I'll get to in a second. So as the creative director at the time, I was in charge of coordinating most of the writing and the art teams. That said, we had an art coordinator, which started as the wonderful Patrick Burke. Um, it has since changed hands a bit. Um, and as far as I know, since my departure, they've split into 2, just a writing team and an art team, which I think organizationally is definitely going to be helping them out a lot, helping them keep things a little more streamlined. But at least in my time, I was touching on both, which definitely had a lot of merits to it and was a lot of fun because I could see, the writing team here would have our sort of art prompts and our sort of creative basis ideas that we wanted for a set to see in a set. And we'd pass it off to the art team and they would, translate these ideas we had into this amazing art, even in our first cycle, where we weren't quite sure what sort of standard that we'd be able to maintain, we still saw a lot of just absolutely beautiful art, absolutely beautiful visuals going along with the set. Um, So, I mean, the creative team is in great hands now. They definitely have been doing some wonderful work. Um, everyone who's seen System Gateway, I think, can attest
Yeah,
that
no, that's for sure.
they're doing absolutely fantastic.
That's awesome. The creative briefs, that side of it when it comes to, Netrunner or just about any other card game or endeavor is just such an interesting process. And I love to hear it after the fact to see like, okay, this is the idea behind this art. This is how we got here. This is the way that we push the artist. I think that stuff is so fantastic.
It was a really great process to see, especially early on when we had Greg as the lead designer.
Hmm.
He liked a more top-down thing, and so when he was designing cards, he actually came to me first, and I gave him the sort of personality ideas that I had for the runners and for the corpse, and he actually built the mechanics around them as opposed to the reverse that's sort of common in a lot of game design where you make the mechanics and then build the personalities around those.
Right.
So I think, especially I can speak mostly for Ashes because that was the one that I was the most involved with. But I can definitely say for Ashes that I gave him some story and some personality, and he translated that just absolutely flawlessly into the cards we see. And so it was a really great process. Everyone involved is so extremely talented, and I'm really excited to see where they keep going from here.
Yeah, no, stuff is obviously Ashes has been fantastic. The continued direction has been great. So super glad that you can talk a bit about it and have you on the stream today. We got some tables filling up. Are you in the JNet lobby? Perhaps you want to pick where we point our cameras for this round.
I am, and I don't think I have any that I'm particularly attached to. Let's take a look down here.
Yeah. So at this point, it is worth talking in terms of the structure of the tournament. I need to wait until someone smarter than me, maybe in chat, points out like how many wins you'd have to take to like very comfortably make it to the top cut. But we're at the point where players are still definitely trying, and playing everything that they need to. I don't think this is the point. Excuse me. It is worth noting that there's something called an intentional draw that is supported by the format, in which you and your opponent, under supervision of a judge, can decide to just split the games without playing them. And that's something that's definitely very risky because you are technically losing a game by doing that to some extent, but it's something that shows up generally in the last maybe round 5 or round 6. So we'll see if TF34 and Brick are the ones who are going to do that endeavor, because they're the ones I think that could only be the only ones who are possibly safe to do that.
Safe enough,
Yeah.
yeah.
So a lot of players are still playing, which is always fantastic. I think that's what people want when they watch, high stakes Netrunner.
Oh, definitely. I'm really glad to see that even a lot of people who are kind of lower in the standings for now are still, just enjoy playing the game enough to stick around,
Mm-hmm.
as opposed to seeing everyone, just dropping out after they've lost a few games. It's really great to see, and I think is a good testament to how much people just love playing this game.
Yeah, no, this game, like, obviously, I'm going to say this game slaps. I'm a big fan. But for a lot of players, too, I'd be very interested to hear how many players are showing up to this. Maybe new players who showed up at System Gateway, and this is their first tournament. And not only is this the way to, like, experience that sort of trial that is organized play and playing 6 rounds in a row and having that sort of performance stress, but also is a good way to start meeting people outside of maybe your local community. Maybe you're just your kitchen table, which honestly is like, that's why we do this game a lot of the time. It's fantastic.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I know some of the people that have, become some of my closest friends in the community. I met at Worlds and at Magnum Opus and things like that. So
Yeah, no, for sure. So I'm glad. Again, we focused on the top tables. We talk about all that stuff. I'm just glad people are getting involved. Is there any way any match you want to peep at?
Uh, not particular.
Okay.
I'm trying not to duplicate too much on people we've watched before.
You want to try maybe a table 5, which is Sasya versus Invasion? I don't think we've seen them on
Yeah,
stream. Let's
I
do
don't
it.
think we've seen either of those. Let's go for it.
All right, and it looks like we're off to the races. So welcome to this is the beginning of round 4 at the American Continentals 2021, and we have Ken Tenma, 17 influence. The first time each turn
So
you play a run
excited, so
event.
excited.
So good. And here we have a run event off the top. Bravado, going to be a huge credit card, especially with that boomerang. I don't think any piece of ice most of these sports metal decks are running that have more than 2 subroutines. So going to force out that res. It's going to force out that boomerang so that Ken has fewer, free runs here, but that Bravado is going to get in. And we've talked about this so much today, that the criminal matchup versus sports metal can be pretty difficult because in their
Mm-hmm.
faction they have way less tools to deal with things like Vacheron, to destroy fast advance pieces, to interact with that part of the game. So you need to get a lot of accesses, and those accesses need to be a bit lucky. You need to hit that Vacheron early. You want to try and avoid some of the small one pointers that don't advance your board state as much as they advance the corpse.
Absolutely. And I know, Anarch's been in a very strong place for a while, and especially now with these self-protecting 5 pointers, we see Imp become even stronger than it was before. We see a lot of value in Imp. We see a lot of value in Freedom and in Loop and things that reward you and enable you to trash these agendas and try to help circumvent or at least plan more around having to take these taxes that these agendas present to the runner. But that's not to say that the other factions don't have their own tools as well. Criminal is
Ooh,
definitely in the running with some strong IDs. We see the diversion of funds here, one of the strongest things they have in faction
and
that is
just
going to be brutal on this sports medal right now.
yeah, so the sports metal deck can actually score at some agendas on low credit totals. 1 credit can get you out an Audacity agenda, but clicking up to 5 is kind of like putting a big target on your back with this diversion of funds. And you know what? Invasion thinks it's so valuable, they're just tanking the drafter. Both of the subroutines, installing a card from Archives or HQ that's putting a piece of ice, adding a sprint back to hand. But at the end of this 2-click run, Sasha's going to have no credits to their name. So next turn, there's not much they can do. They could sprint, but again, only on 2 credits. And that translates into a Maker's Eye.
Oh,
That's the accesses you need.
huge Maker's Eye.
And admittedly, seeing a lot of cards off the top here, you might trigger that sports metal ability. There you go on the Mega Priest. So it is going to allow Sasa to kind of recover. If you saw it, that I keep forgetting that name of that 3/1 that gives you 3 credits, but Hyperloop
Oh,
extension.
Hyperloop extension.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's the
yeah.
one.
So yeah, we are getting a little bit of recovery as the sports metal player here. Seeing that Mega Pre early. If they're gonna steal something, that's definitely one of the things you want to see them steal.
Lateral growth, pulling down that spin doctor, giving you some additional options. Cards in hand allows you to overdraw at the end of your turn, to discard some cards, shuffle them back in. The sprint going to get you even deeper into your deck, find the cards you want. And we got to talk about Ken, right? Because Ken operates a bit different than some of the 419 lists. The 419 lists we've seen today don't run a lot of multi-axis. They might have a legwork, might have a Dawkins pass, and they have that slow thread at turning wheel. But the beauty about Ken is that you're probably running 3 Maker's Eye, maybe multiple legworks. And this sort of explosive multi-axis is something that's actually, I think, better positioned in this matchup than some of the maybe the slower options.
Definitely, I think with turning wheel, the corp can definitely see it coming and can at least to a degree plan around it.
Mm-hmm.
But with these event-based multi-access, like you said, there's going to be a big burst, and sports metal might not always know when it's coming.
I've had worse gonna get invasion into those additional run events, and they were bravely, we're just bravadoing into anything here. For 4 credits, we're not seeing a res, could easily be a gatekeeper, could easily be a drafter, the Hagen, even. That's probably the worst res at this point. But just going in because you want to play 1 run event a turn. I think we're expecting Ken to slap down at some point a Swift to get extra clicks, maybe an Onacom
Oh, most certainly,
sometimes.
yeah.
But Sasa just again sprinting in, looking for what they need. And when we're talking about fast advance, things like biotic labor, that's a bit expensive. Audacity's cheaper, and Criminal doesn't have a way to interact with that. An Audacity from hand here would be usually pretty low cost, considering there is a spin doctor on the table. So anything that's really important from archives, any agendas, you could just shuffle them back as long as you're okay
Hmm.
saying goodbye with the rest of your hand.
Absolutely, with the existence of just Audacity in the card pool right now, even on 4 credits, with that spin doctor out, Sasha is definitely still a pretty strong threat. When even a few years ago, you would see a corp on 4 credits and just be like, oh, they can't get that
Can't
much
do
done right now.
anything,
They
yeah.
can't do anything right now on 4 credits. Um, but with Audacity and sports metal, that's still not a terrible place to be.
It's a pretty good play. And hey, that burst draw, that filtering allows you to get to these things like lateral growth, just over installing on the spin doctor, not using its ability. Its instant
Ooh.
action ability doesn't require click, so you could have removed this from the game to shuffle up 2 cards. So Sasa really going here. And the double ice, I like that a lot because I think one card you're guessing is in every Ken list as a 3 of is Inside Job.
Oh, absolutely.
So single ice to combat Inside Job, you're going to have to res both of the ice on server 1. So sometimes could be cheap stuff. Vanilla into Gatekeeper into Magnet might just get you there. We do have a Sentry
Hmm.
Breaker, a killer on the table with the Bagalter. But Evasion drawing deeper, I've had worse, and the filter draw, the class act, is basically looking at 4 cards and picking your favorite 3, so very likely to find what you need.
We've got the Swift on the field here. That's going to give him some nice click compression going on, and really just make the value out of those run events, getting him both his credit and whatever the run event itself is giving. Which, I mean, there's definitely some extremely strong run events in the card pool right now with the Bravado, as we've seen, his Inside Job, as you mentioned, the Maker's Eye, the legwork. We're going to start seeing a lot of value come out of that Swift really quickly.
Yeah, we're just running HQ straight here with no clicks left. We're not threatening anything like a political operative, but this turn, no run event. So the Swift coming down for not doing anything this turn. You generally want to trigger the Swift, trigger the Ken every turn, but we're just going to pile into the drafter. It's 4 credits up front to break, but 2 credits after that, the account and refund. So getting an access here with 3 cards in HQ. Again, we sprinted heavily, so I don't think there's that likely to be too many agendas hanging on. We have a Biotic Labor in hand, and a Rashida and the remote server going to pop off here. 3 cards, 3 credits. I'm always
Definitely a good place to be in on. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I'm sorry. I was going to say, I'm always really worried sometimes if there's like a one of Who Shook, which, it's not amazing when the card that you're digging for is a Vacheron, and Who Shook is specifically a very slow card that requires setup. But I think sometimes we've seen Kens with, Rozeki's on 2, the Swifts on 2, sometimes prepaid voice pad. That can get you there. I just don't think it's the right matchup for that.
Yeah, definitely. It's definitely great in those slower games, but it's going to be kind of hard to set up against a sports medal. But that said, Ken is already getting a lot of really high power cards down, and there's no agendas on Sasha's side yet. So
yeah, it's no
who
agendas on
knows?
turn 5. We know they have a Biotic in hand, so now that they're above 7 credits, 12 credits is pretty healthy. They are able to Biotic Labor from hand. So they're looking for that Vitruvius as a 3-2. They're looking for the Mega Pre-Qualifier, which is a 3-2 now if they score it out, since there is one in Invasion score area. And of course, the Luminal Substantiation. Oh, look at that. A Forged Activation. Either res this piece of ice we're going to point at, or you have to trash it. And Sasha on 12 credits, I don't think there's much that they would be upset about resing, but it does slow them down. And we do see that it's
It
a
is
Hagen.
definitely a nice tax.
So that wasn't res on HQ. There's a chance they wanted that money up front. There's a chance that they need that money just, to be able to hedge fund, to be able to throw in Biotic Labor. Sometimes you also keep that ice unres so that when a diversion of funds come out, you have something that the runner might not be, they may not be ready to break.
Yeah, so it's an interesting choice to pick that right now, but we still see him in a good financial place here at 8 credits. So perhaps he was just trying to save a bit of money.
3 ice on the remote server, inside job now only going to
It's
get
getting big.
Yeah, and this is something they're not ready to break. We're expecting inside jobs, maybe even boomerangs as well. Generally one of the strongest criminal cards, and server 1 is looking like an agenda. 7 credits though. Maybe we have vanillas. I don't know. Crowder coming down. HQ is definitely an option at this point. Whether you want to run the remote and risk some code gates, I think Gatekeeper is the only one that has an on-hit ability that you'd be upset not to break. Evasion. There you go. There's the inside job.
There's the inside job.
That's huge. I think we've been a couple turns outside of playing a run event. Oh, misclick.
Oh, we have a misclick.
I'll take that back. So maybe they want to bravado the remote. Always have a backup plan. There's a couple options if you really want for nice run tricks on server 1.
So, if I can make a quick comment, not specifically related to this round here, this is one of the things I love the most about the Netrunner community is if you go to a Magic tournament and you play a card and then you just say something like, oh, that's not quite what I meant to do, they're going to call you on that like right away. They're going to instantly just be like, well, you've played it, now we have to play it out, because they're going to take every, a lot of people that go to the tournaments for a lot of other games are just playing just to win and just, to be as competitive as possible. But we see the Netrunner community here, everyone's here just to play and just have fun, have a good time.
Yeah.
And so we see, misclicks happen, and it's just like, oh yeah, go ahead and take it back. It's fine.
Yeah, no, there's definitely been, at least from my experience, a huge, that sort of, I wouldn't say easygoing, but it's more about the, the sort of sportsmanship attitude that, people want to play the best game that they can. That being said, when you're playing online, like it's kind of easy to misclick. So I'd like to give the benefit of the doubt. There's a legwork. So we got an inside job getting over the R&D ice, not getting res, going to find that hyperloop off the top, getting, I think, 5 credits right now to the corporation. And we're legworking straight here into HQ, our second run event this turn. So Swift has already triggered. Ken's ability has already triggered, but we have full information of what it takes to get into HQ. I think we only know 1 card in hand, the Biotic Labor, which Sasa is definitely has enough money to threaten out at this point.
Yeah, with only 5 credits to get into HQ right now, net 5 credits after the Bugalter, refund. You know, we there's a good chance that the hand is pretty filtered from those earlier sprints, but
Hmm.
that's still gonna be a lot of information, even if this is just a whiff in terms of agendas.
So Spin Doctor is the first access there. You can trash that for 2 credits. The first Spin Doctor wasn't used, so trashing the second one, now they have
High
very limited
value.
options. If you trash this, it's not like this deck has Bologna, so I don't think there's that much else you want. And we do see Vitruvius
Ooh,
in
there's the
hand.
Vitruvius.
And then finally that Biotic Labor, and then they did draw up 2 mid-access, which can be pretty risky, but that also might say that the final card in HQ, or the last 2 cards, one of them was also on agenda, if you just want to kind of dilute that mid-access. But we're 4-0 right now. Sasa definitely on 15 credits has more than enough to Biotic out, even double Biotic sometimes, if that's necessary. But definitely right now, 4-0. There's a lot of work for Sasa to do. 15 credits and 3 ice. Still no decoder. 26 cards left to go in Ken's deck. It looks like we're scoring out Biotic Labor. Let's see Illuminal. Just a Vitruvius. You'll take it.
It's still something, it puts you on the board.
Firing that, gaining 2 credits back, so now only spending 5 credits to fast advance.
So much value. Love to see it.
7 cards in hand. Sasa's going to have to throw out 2 here. Now, Evasion, admittedly, their money is winding down a wee bit. A lot of their economy is attached to run events, right? We're looking at things like Dirty Laundry, of which we've seen none. There's only another Sure Gamble, 1 more Bravado. So a lot of it might just be like daily casts, stuff like that. But if it's all interaction-based, I think Sasa is definitely in a good spot icing up everything. You can't really Dirty Laundry into what could be a code gate. It's a bit rough for the runner.
It is. It's definitely risky. We do see 2 inside jobs left. So I think from Invasion's perspective here, those are definitely going to have to be held out for those high value turns. We see Kin had a really strong start here, and a lot of those economy cards really early
Yeah.
on. So now it's just a matter of keeping that steam going for as long as possible. And so those inside jobs are going to be absolutely crucial as the game goes on.
So Forge activation order, poking at the magnet. Sasa agrees for the res. Just to end the run at 3 strength, which that Unity now hitting the table. We have a full breaker suite. Breaks for only 2 credits. Single access off the top, no run event down to 0 credits. It will be 2 after the daily cast, but Invasion with 1 card in hand, 0 credits, there's not that much they can threaten. Sasa might feel pretty good getting a card into server 1, spending maybe a click to pre-advance it as long as their economy is there, and get a Vitruvius counter or really push limits, maybe even score out of Vashron. Yeah, 0 credits is not a lot. That's the threat though. With daily cast coming in, like you do have, play what's it called? Inside job, gain a credit, gain a click. Like you still can threaten the
Yeah,
remote.
definitely, definitely.
Sus has to figure this out. Now, classically, Criminal doesn't have a lot of ways to interact with Fast Advance, so just playing enough Biotic Labors sometimes could get you through the whole game, but Invasion has been putting on a lot of pressure. We got Hedge Fund, red level clearance, a draw 2, gain 2, and we have a card in server 1. I think, we've used the 1 Biotic. There might be a second in hand. This deck generally runs 3.
That is true. We are down all 3 sprints, and so hopefully Sasha has his hand filtered to about where he wants it. Um, we didn't see him trash that Spin Doctor earlier. I was thinking he did. Um,
Oh, yeah,
so
you're
that
right.
very easily. Oh no, I was gonna say that could have been the Spin Doctor, but
Triple advance, there
looks
you
like we've
go.
got there's the transubstantiation.
That's the one you want. A unique limit 1 per deck. A new agenda coming in from System Gateway gives you 3 clicks when scored. Basically a full turn to play things like Hedge Fund and then jam maybe another agenda in the remote. Invasion only going to start their turn on 5 credits. Now the ice in this deck isn't too big. And with an inside job paired with it, you may be able to get to the remote, but Invasion is running a bit low on steam. Last turn, they only drew and clicked for credits, no run event, which is just leaving a lot of value on the table with Ken and Swift.
Absolutely. That's with that engine out, you definitely want to run event every turn, like you said. And so if he's going a turn without it and just clicking for credits, that's a rough spot to be in with Ken.
Salsa has 2 clicks left. Server 1, kind of tricky to figure out how much pressure Ken can put on. And we, at this point, right, like 22 cards left in the stack, there's definitely 2 Maker's Eyes still somewhere. So that second ice on R&D respecting that sort of pressure. You also have to watch out. It's a deck that is likely running multiple legworks as well.
Most certainly.
Evasion drawing a bit deeper. And again, that class act is just so valuable, making the quality of your draws a daily business show of sorts for the runner. Gets you what
That's
you need.
absolutely, I have to say, one of my favorite cards out of Ashes. It is just
Yes.
It is so nice to get that criminal engine going, and keep that criminal, getting that little bit of card filtering and helping you find exactly what you need, um, and pitch what you don't.
Yeah, exactly. Getting the right card for the moment is just so absolutely valuable, especially when it's turns like this, being like, okay, there easily could be points in the remote server. Can you find the inside job? Can you find that backup plan, the boomerang? Invasion's giving us, I think, again, 3 clicks. 2 cards right now in archives face down. I don't think I followed how they got there. So that's on 12 credits. We're also waiting on still 2 diversion of funds, and I don't think it's a big swing at this point. We're spending about 2 credits to get through the Hagen. Oh, excuse me. Yeah, only 2 credits to get through the Hagen at this point. Another 2 for the drafter. So it's more about taking Sauce's money down. We found the final bravado on a 3 ice remote. You love to see it, but leaving Invasion only 3 credits to work with to start breaking ice. The Gatekeeper here will definitely fire, and there you go, 6 strength on res. Sometimes you like getting that out of the way before you have to run back, but drop to 3 cards, reveal up to 3 agendas, shuffle them back in, end the run.
Yeah, real good.
Firing all subroutines. Yeah, to break that.
Yeah, that would have been. I think Invasion could have broken one of those subs with
Yeah.
Unity, but gone down to 0 credits otherwise.
Yeah, not sure if you want to do that. You're planting into, if you continue, like you're planting into drafters and stuff. I think that's what they wanted, right? Like to bounce off of something. There's the diversion, which at this point will drop Sasa to 4 credits if it connects. It looks like it will. We have perfect information, leaving them with fewer credits than they expect and a bigger hand. They'll be on 9 cards in hand. We played 3 hedge funds so far, so there's not a lot of burst economy outside of lateral growths. Maybe they score a Hyperloop in server 1. 3 credits. You don't always see that, but Corroder is actually pretty nice to get through Hagen if you don't deal with
Oh,
both
definitely. Once you've
subroutines.
got your board set up there.
Yeah. There you go. Drafter, break for 4, get that 2 credit refund. It's the first Sentry you break. And then we're in. Diversion of funds. Again, we did play a run event this turn. That helps you. It makes that diversion of funds a single instead of a double, which is quite nice. You gained that extra credit from Ken. It's also now on 4 credits. This feels like old criminal where you like what you called you Fisk seminared them, then you account cipher
Oh
them.
yeah,
They're waiting. They're standing with a whole hand of cards, less money than they thought,
love to see it.
trying to figure it out. Invasion, one more click here. 4
So
credit.
my question now is: we have two memory open on Invasion's side. What do we think that 2 memory is gonna be?
There's a chance that this deck is running like very little else. Maybe, I don't know, Leech that sometimes shows up in these aggressive decks. An RNG key would please me, but I feel it's pretty
Yeah,
unlikely.
agreed.
There's a chance it's like a Sneak Door Beta, but Sneak Door Beta doesn't make too much sense when it comes to cards like Legwork and other run events. So it'd have to be a card that, doesn't require you to play a run event. So Conduit, Stargate, none of that stuff lines up as well.
Yeah,
But 17 influence goes far. So far we've tracked, I think, 6 of
10.
it.
I think
10?
I just counted.
Okay.
We've got 2 I've had
Oh
worse
yeah,
at
I've had
4.
worse.
We've got a Makers at 6. We've got the Breakers out, bring us to 10. I would imagine if he's got 2, or if they've got 2 I've had worse, they probably have a third.
Yeah, I think Invasion might be
And there's got to
calculating.
be at least one more Maker's Eye in there.
Oh, Miss Bone's coming down. I don't know if there's that many targets in the deck. It's mostly just Rashida and Spin Doctor. A lot of the lists actually ended up cutting their Jeeves. And this only works on installed cards. So hitting central servers with this does nothing, but 11, 12 cards in hand for Sasa.
Oh my gosh.
I think they want the money a bit more than they needed the cards at that point.
Only 8 cards left in R&D. That is rough.
12 cards in hand. So 7 credits. You can Biotic Labor out. There's still one more Vitruvius. The Mega Prees are also a 2 of in the list.
That is true, but we need 3 points on each side right now, so they're going to have to get either 2 agendas if they're going to be focusing on the biotics here.
Yeah. No, it's going to be tricky, and it's not a hand you Audacity out of.
It's definitely no. It's a really tricky situation on Sasha's side here.
So Sasha has some options. I think throwing some more ice on the table becomes prohibitively expensive, not only the res costs, but of course the extra additional install costs. This is a lot of ice for a sports metal deck. There can't even be that much more in the list. So they need to figure out what to do here. 7 credits. Invasion can contest the remote server. That Gatekeeper is now 0 strength. So it's gone to pennies to break. Melee, there's probably 3 in the list. We've only seen 2. And Fast Break is a start. Whoa, that draws more cards. What are we drawing for? Can we score out? Is it okay? What do you need to score out?
They drew 3.
You need to score out
Okay, so
a 5-3. You need like, you don't have the biotics. You don't have Jeeves. I don't think it's possible.
I don't think he can score a 5-3.
All right. Well, 5 cards left in R&D. 14 in
I don't
hand.
even know what to say here. This is.
We can install up to 3 cards in and are protecting a single remote server, so you can't even spam horizontally. But you could, in theory, like jam, I don't know, Cyberdeck's Fire Sweeps using the
Tranquility
upgrade.
and
Tranquility, yeah.
Tranquility would be huge here.
Now, Tranquility eats its own install, right? So you can't actually get the fire. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, that's true. That's true. You're right.
A Bastiraboga, that's a possibility. That shows up as a 1-of in some of the queue lists, and that
Yeah.
helps. If you install it clicklessly with red level clearance, I think you get yourself a bit further. Sasa thinking again. 13 cards in hand. Let me tell you, in person,
that's a
holding
lot to
13
think
cards.
about. I can't blame him at all.
Yeah, you got to hit that plus button on JNet that, opens up in the big form. But that's a lot of options here. And 6 credit is not a lot. In terms of diversion count, I think we have 1 more hanging out in the bottom 21 cards, maybe 2, 1 in hand. But the diversion coming in right now would be disastrous. Sasa.
But no sprints. We've got at least 1 spin doctor. But we've got those 2 face downs in archives as well that we have no idea what they are.
Drawing 2 more cards? Red level clearance? We're going deeper, maybe digging
Sasha,
for that.
what is this?
So this came up before, but one of the problems is like if you think Spin Doctor is going to bail you out of the situation and then you realize Spin Doctor draws 2 cards first.
Draws you 2 cards. Yeah, it's not Jackson.
It becomes really awkward really fast. Sasha, 3 cards left in R&D. Of course, it's always important to understand that if the corp has to draw a card and they can't, that is a win for the runner. And some of these cards could be trashable if Invasion just runs R&D, starts destroying things. That gets Sasha there a bit faster, but that was a clickless draw too. I think they're on something. They must have a play here.
They've got to have a play here. We have the chat blowing up right now with
Cerebral imaging memes.
We have CI at home, yeah. So maybe we're going to see a big brain CI play here.
Cerebral imaging, mind you, was an old identity. That allowed you to have this many cards in hand if you really worked at it. Sasha, another remote server in server 2.
So I think that's the spin doctor.
Yeah. Server
I
1
think
could
that's
be
the
a
spin doctor.
Bass. Bass is a click to gain 2 clicks, right? Yeah, so that doesn't line up. Fast break, another card is hitting the table? Oh, sorry, lateral growth, excuse me.
I mean, you got to make use of those cards in your hand, I guess.
This looks like CI combo. Is that possible? Is there dedications in this deck? What's happening? 0 clicks
that
left,
lateral
though.
growth, we've got Sasha back up at 7 credits. So he's not completely broke, but that's a really tough spot to be in with the 1 diversion left. So if that diversion comes out, then...
Yeah. They have to discard 6 cards right now at the end of turn.
Sorry for this turn.
No, everyone's really excited to see whatever this is. There's no reason to apologize.
Like, yeah, please don't apologize, because...
Oh, man. So they have to discard 6 cards. That's obviously a fair bit. A spin doctor, if they're rescuing agendas from archives, aren't rescuing the additional spin doctors, so it's not going to extend the game much longer.
Can just first click inside jobs archives here, right? That's the play.
I don't know. I think it was on just run, right? Because if they spend money on resing the ice, you don't have to worry about like biotic.
That's true.
We'll see. 4 clicks, passing the turn, discarding down to 5 cards in hand, mind you. We no longer have that 1 HB card that gave you +4 hand size. Invasion, drawing up, clicking for a credit, specifically trying to get to 8 credits. Taking 9? Run amok.
Okay, run event.
3
Whoa!
influence, trashing an ice after it's getting rezzed. We're charging server 1 here. That is an expensive card, giving the click back to Invasion, making it only 2 credits after the Ken refund. So we're going to get through that Gatekeeper for, I imagine, 2 credits. Both of those server teams seem pretty relevant on this board state, and we can go deeper and deeper. And Sasha spending money on ice that's going to be destroyed obviously feels bad, and I don't think there's anything in their deck that will keep Invasion out here. Sasha's thinking. Again, it's worth knowing Run Amok trashes an ice that's been rezzed, so this Gatekeeper's going to stay. and you get a choice. So if Sasha ends up rezzing both pieces of ice, it's Invasion's choice. Which of those ice comes down? Encountering Gatekeeper here. I think Sasha was thinking whether there was like a mid-run trigger or something. What's in this remote server?
What is it? Yeah.
Fire all subroutines. What?
What? Oh my gosh.
Wait, that shovels cards back. They drew one?
Do they know that they can...
So this can like shuffle 3
this?
agendas back into R&D, which means that if Invasion can hit R&D this turn, they don't mind it that bad. But it looks like they just drawn 1 and shuffled nothing back. Spin Doctor Server 2, wait, they have no cards in R&D.
They have no cards in R&D. What is this?
So they're shuffling 2 back. So the problem is if they shuffle back an agenda, like you know where to go. What?
It's almost certainly going to be some of those face down. Oh, Biotic Labor red level. Okay.
So all the agendas are on the table or in hand or in archives. There are no more cards. Like there's no point in running R&D.
I think Sasha's plan here is they're trying to...
Yes.
No. I don't know what it is.
So the Vacheron's safe, right? Like you just give that to
Vacheron is safe. You know, I mean, there's literally no way the game can go on that long, I don't think.
So I think it's Vacheron and Server 3. Relevant. Server 3 might be Vacheron.
It might be.
Do they have like a huge brain fast advance plan? We're checking archives. Again, Vacheron does not fire from archives. Hitting the archives ice again, 9 credits. Again, Biotic Labor at a minimum is 7, but we have to score 2 agendas. Wait, what? Spin Doctor? Wait, did we goof it?
So maybe...
How is there Spin Doctor?
Sasha...
It was 2 Spin Doctors.
There was 2 Spin Doctors.
Oh, because they didn't trash the one from hand. Yeah. No. Yeah.
Nope.
I goofed that. That's on me. Archives? 2 Hyperloops.
What do we got?
They're on 6 points. Spin Doctor shuffled back 2 unknown cards. Invasion doesn't have a click to run.
It's got to be the Vacherons. They shuffled back the Vacherons.
I think the deck only runs 2 Vacherons, right? So it's 1 Vacheron and then there's a Vitruvius somewhere. And so this is like the power of Vacheron.
Look at that money gain.
Yeah, there's no game changer. Something wild is going to happen and they're going to fast advance a Vacheron out.
They are. That's 100%.
With enough biotics, red level clearance, if they need to clicklessly draw the last card in the deck. But red level clearance draws 2 cards. So if they have a red level clearance and they don't have the Vacheron in hand and it's a bottom of card R&D, they'd have to like click to draw it.
They have exactly enough money to triple biotic out of Vacheron. Exactly enough.
Wait, but they have triple biotic? No, they can Audacity the last one.
No, okay.
Yo.
There it is.
What was that?
Wow. Oh my god.
What was that? That was amazing. That was so cool. Oh man.
That was so cool. Oh my gosh. That's what I love to see.
Straight galaxy brain there. That was immense. And you see that this is what happens in Power of Vacheron. Look at the runner's score here. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We talked about how Criminal doesn't have any good way to deal with that agenda. But Sasa saws the line. They're like, I don't want to score at 2 more cards. I don't want to score 2 agendas. I need to score the Vacheron, and then hopefully that be it, because the biotics are expensive. Oh, that was so cool. Well played to both of them.
Absolutely. That was a fantastic game for my first one to come in on here.
So we're going to see the double side of that. That was a fast enough game. So we'll hopefully see the rematch coming up soon. Man, that's wild. Yo, I just need to pop up for like 5 seconds. Give me 1 second.
Sure.
All right. Okay. I'm back. Thank you for that. Excuse me.
Welcome back. Welcome back.
Thank you. So we have table 5. It's a redux. So we're going to see some Wayland. This is the outfit, which is one of the most, it was actually really popular. I think earlier in this month, we have seen this kind of fall off. It's 45-15. And it says, whenever you take at least 1 bad publicity, gain 3 credits. And there are a fair few cards in the Wayland card pool that are now very, very credit positive when you take into mind this ability. Things like Hostile Takeover now gain you 10 credits on score. You can play Too Big to Fail for, again, 13 credits. You can res some of the meanest ice in the deck, in the game, cards like Trebuchet, cards like Bulwark for sometimes very, very little money. So it's all going to be about the credit differential, which is something that I think 419 is better at respecting than some of the other, perhaps the Anarch matchups that are a bit more dependent on their draw, that don't have ways of diversion of funds to really change credit totals. So we're going to have a matchup here for sure.
Yeah, I'm very excited to see it. Outfit's been one of my favorite identities ever since it came out, just both because it's something that finally really spins the bad publicity mechanic into a positive for the corporation side. And also just I approach things, from a flavor side a lot after
Flavor's great.
doing the Nisei work, and I definitely love the flavor of the outfit more than almost any other corp in the game.
Family owned and operated. We have a diesel popping off the top. There's some division whether the criminal influence should be spent on diesel, and I've had worse. And I feel like in the modern meta, diesel makes just a bit more sense. We're not seeing a lot of net damage, not a lot of that surprise snare accesses, and that's a pretty good start in terms of economy. Again, the outfit wasn't jamming as quickly as they can, so you might have time to recoup your money off the Rozeki and the daily casts. And this really forces that Rozeki really forces the corp to play a bit faster, because the longer the game goes, the more the advantage of this like simple green orb.
The orb is powerful.
It is.
And
It's
just the
quite
longer this
powerful.
game goes, it's going to see more and more and more value, especially I'm sure Sasha's got at least one more in there probably.
Yeah.
Um, I mean, even on its own, it's fantastic, but
So we have to keep track.
getting that nice little bit of drip early on is going to be
Oh yeah,
really nice for Sasha.
turn one's the one the orb wants to hit the table. But this is worth noting. If we haven't talked about 419, his ability says the first time the corp installs a card each turn, you may expose the card unless the corp pays a credit. Generally, the runner just always says, please expose. There's no reason not to. Modernly, there used to be some traps that triggered off expose. And so you see two things. Firstly, Invasion's installing 2 cards a turn, which is generally a pretty good thing to do. Also, they're paying to protect sometimes, and other times they're not. So if we look at the chat log, we know that the ice in front of R&D is Bulwark, which is a massive barrier. It's tricky to boomerang with 3 subroutines. It's 8 strength, so Paperclip's paying at least 7, and merely the bad publicity can help. But these cards in server 1 were paid to be protected, and I don't think there's too much you're worried about in server 1 right now. If they score an Atlas with no counters, I think you're okay with it usually, especially if they go down to 2 credits. And well,
Yeah,
Sasha,
most certainly.
you can probably boomerang this or inside job this. I don't know if it's that big of a deal. I think Rashida is the one thing you're worrying about. And there you go. I think we're
And
going to be
there's the
checking it
boomerang
out.
right there.
We don't have enough clicks for a diversion, so we're just going to be running here. And running with 2 credits, actually, this could be a huge problem, right? Oh, just putting the boomerang
Oh,
down
there we go.
preemptively. Okay.
Just preemptive boomerang.
So I was going to say, one of the big issues is that a lot of times these outfit decks want to capitalize on the credit differential. As soon as you run, you are able to be targeted by cards like Economic Warfare that say lose 4 credits, and then followed by cards like Hard Hitting News that say trace 4, take on 4 tags, which if you don't have the credits to dodge that trace, you probably don't have the credits to clear the tags, and then the
Nope.
Wayland Goon Squad comes after you pretty quickly. So Sasha kind of struggling up here. Again, a lot of those run events, things like Bravado, they're based off of interaction. It's hard to Bravado bravely into HQ when you have to worry
Definitely.
about the reprisals.
Especially now we are in Bulwark res range,
Yeah.
which is going to be a little extra hate against Criminal with Bulwark with that anti-AI credit gain. So if we see an Almakua come out, then that'll be even more of a bit of a credit advantage over on the outfit side here.
There's a lot of HB, or excuse me, a lot of Wayland dice that you actually aren't too worried about face checking into the early game. I think the worst case scenario a lot of times is mouseless. But now in this list, you're assuming there's 3 Trebuchet. And the first subroutine of Trebuchet just says trash a card. So there goes the turning wheel. There goes even sometimes the Rozeki. But now the Begalter's on the table. Still, you have to pay a lot up front to get through. But you're definitely happy to see that if you want to start face checking.
We see the government subsidy come out,
The
and Invasion is in a very good spot with credits right now.
Yeah, that is the new restructure from System Gateway, the final Wayland form I think a lot of people were asking for. This is a really awkward situation. You don't see this a lot. Boomerang on remote and then chill. So now Invasion knows, right? Like showing you have the boomerang gives a lot of information. So Invasion knows my server's not safe. I need at least 2 more ice in some cases. But Sasa is just slowing the game down by saying, that's marked. Do with that as you will. Going to the career fair, getting the class act down, 9 cards in hand. It's also sometimes a nice way to dodge some meat damage in a pinch, but you know how you
When
deal
we're
with that
opting for
boomerang?
just a new remote here,
Yeah.
just to deal with a boomerang, I mean, that's
Server 1's last
fair call.
season, it's had some security issues.
Oh.
Server 2 is where it's at, let alone Server 3. That is even more enticing.
I'm holding out for the fully operational outfit.
Man, once the
I'm
outfit
holding
like
out for it.
draws all their tag punishment, gains 8 credits, let's go. Now, what sort of assets are we expecting in here? Like sometimes you see the slower Roughneck Repair Squad, not too valuable unless you do take on the bad publicity. I don't know if there's any multi-card combos. We don't have anything like Dedicated Response Team in Standard. There's no Zealous
No.
Judge anymore. So I think this is just like Rashida and something.
Yeah, like all of those big combo pieces we used to see are just not around anymore, and so most of what I'm thinking of that a deck might include or even splash in or just economic stuff. There's of course the chance of just spin doctors out just to fill the field, but it's really early to be planting those out. I mean, I guess there's no harm in maybe just one, but
Yeah. And Sasha's still like committing to the slow game plan, which, Invasion isn't going really fast. And usually we see a bit faster out of the outfit. This hasn't been too explosive as much as we're going horizontal. But that's a Bagalter embedded between two of those orbs. And again, the longer the game goes, 2 credits at the start of your turn, that becomes an insurmountable economic advantage 5-6 turns from now.
absolutely.
Sasa has to discard 2 cards. Just very used to this, being in this situation.
Very used to this, yeah.
Yeah, and it's important to know you don't need to play all your cards, and almost there's like no game in which you play all of them. And there you go, Naked Rashida. So server 2 must have something valuable, or could be some sort of bait. Snares, mind you.
Yeah, just some kind of bait. Give us a snare.
We'd love to see a snare on stream. Oh my god, it'd be such a pleasure. But there we got 7 cards in hand. Sometimes that does make it tricky to score out an agenda. We're going to start with a hedge fund, gaining 4 credits, 21-4 right now. So Invasion, like at this point in time, if you do have a game plan that operates off of a credit differential, you could just install agendas into server 3. Like you don't sometimes need ice. You can just say it's here. If you run, it'll be a problem. But let's see if Invasion has that sort of game plan, if they are that confident to just, have that real true Wayland public game plan. They're thinking. I think this is the second turn where they snap their money off the top of their deck and then plan the rest of their turn.
Sometimes that's what you gotta do.
Followed that up by a
money, you play money.
planogram just to get more money.
I am
25-8. Oh, yo. Are we going to see what's that name of that card that increases the ice cost, that lockout thing? Sandberg.
Sandberg, yeah.
Oh boy, is this a Sandberg deck? Okay, so Sandberg, if you're
Fully
not familiar,
operational Sandberg.
this is the right structure. Like Sandberg gets its own remote. I think you have to watch out for Boomerang or Inside Job, but in theory, Sandberg says as long as you have more than 10 credits, for every 5 credits you have above that mark, I think the strength of all your ice goes up by 1. So there is a reason to have a Dragon's Horde. It's one of the few cards that capitalizes on credits that heavily in the game.
Gosh, I genuinely forgot that card was still in Standard.
Oh yeah,
it's been around. So long since we've seen any decks that can capitalize on it.
Amakua coming down, falsified. It's a snare in server 1. Heck yeah.
Oh, wow. All right.
So that Amakua is going to be such a big deal. Now, we talked about Bulwark having a clause, but now the exposes really matter because you get Amakua counters. I think now there's a real reason for Invasion to ice up Archives. It's going to be a while till the Amakua gets to 8 strength, admittedly, to deal with the Bulwark, but this does give a reason to stop bleeding those accesses. So server 1 is a snare. That new See an Enemy art is a real threat if you hit that, especially last click. Take that tag, they rip up your resources, you have fewer cards in hand. Even a single high profile target sometimes can reach the flat line.
Oh, definitely.
Man, having a snare exposed feels bad.
I love to see it though. I love to see it. I love the surprise snare include.
Immediately trashed it. So that means they have to install over it. That's sometimes a good thing if you get that into Archives, so you can just spin doctor that back into central servers.
Yeah.
Invasion has to install over here. You can't just trash for no reason. So there you go. There it is.
There is the City Works.
The public play, consulting visit, going to pull out a dedication ceremony, getting just one
here
additional advancement. So if Sasha wants to steal this, they have to take 5 meat damage. So I have no doubt Invasion is now on a punitive list, which means that if they steal this, there's Trace. I think it starts at Trace 5 to do 3 meat damage. You can play multiple of these. It's hard to steal this and survive. So we've seen Citadel Sanctuaries show up. Those do help. Sometimes just stealing this and then dropping a class act will get you somewhere. The credit differential isn't that far apart. You have to remember that 419 does have a link that favors the traces a bit more in his favor. Not too much.
That definitely does have to be the plan that Invasion is on here, amassing that massive amount of money that's just screaming,
Yeah.
I'm gonna trace you. Like,
And there's sometimes some really cool plans that you can do in the outfit where you can boost heavily into the first trace, barely succeed, and then the runner thinks like, oh, that's fine, you have no money, and then you bounce back up with
and
a
then
too
you
big
just,
to fail,
yeah,
which you can play on 0 credits. We're charging this again. This has been boomerang. So Sasha's just saying, okay, I don't like my hand. Do you want to see my hand? Ooh, bulwark though.
oh,
So one of those subroutines has to fire. Trash is one program. That's the runner's choice, and that is worth keeping in mind. So we're resing this for 7 credits, boomeranging through it. I reckon we want to
hitting the
trash,
2,
probably break the bottom 2, and then trash a turtle.
trash, yeah.
We'll see what they choose.
It does hurt trashing a turtle, but I mean, against decks that are going to be running these gigantic ice like this, it's really hard to justify keeping it on the board as opposed to, your Rozekis that are giving you this drip.
Yeah, money obviously matters heavily, and again, with the Amakua and with the bad publicity, they res this 8 strength ice for basically 5 credits.
So powerful. Love to see it.
Invasion giving a test. I think they might not know. Sasa says fire all, I think. So, Sasa's thinking which program to trash. Okay, so that's what's happening. So again, not a lot of cards say that. Generally, if it says trash one program, that would be the corp because it's their card, so they fire the subroutine. But when it says runner trashes, it's their choice, which obviously makes that a less powerful subroutine.
We lost a Rozeki here.
Ooh, interesting. So we're going through again. This is 5 meat damage. Sasha has a couple options. You want to draw up to 4 cards, or actually just 3 cards, so that they still have to double
Punitive you twice there. Yeah.
But now it's only 13 to 17 with Link. Let's see what they lose here. 5 meat damage losing. Double bravado, a breaker, and a boomerang, and they knew that.
That's a rough loss. I think that's one of the points where normally he would just say, there's
That's
no
yours.
agendas on the board yet. Let's
Yeah.
just you take that. Yeah.
And now with this like pseudo 14 credits with the Link to 17 invasion, like I'm not good at doing the math quickly, but this looks unfavorable for double punitive, but there is a chance that too big to fail goofs the math up. Hedge funding first. Invasion sometimes can just go for it. It's worth noting that there's no more neural EMP, so there's no single net damage here unless there's something like a complete image, which is expensive and a bit tricky. But we're going in for punitive
the
number
first
1.
Punitive here.
So you need to boost that to at least 15, which means you're going to be spending down to 8 credits, which means the second punitive has no chance of firing. At this point, Invasion is committing just to force cards in hand or force credits. But unless we have something like really cheeky, like a single net damage through, I think it's only complete image right now, right?
Yeah, I mean, as far as anything you can do just like from hand or without any sort of setup, there's the cute little Jinteki, like the asset that lets you store it, but that obviously takes some setup here.
Yeah.
So Invasion's just going all in on this double punitive.
Server 2 also not res, so we don't have to play around reconstruction contract, which is a fast advanced tool at this board state. 7 to 12. So we did some interesting math here. So it's 12.
He takes it.
What? Wait. I think they goofed it because of the Link. Because they can boost this to only 13. So the Link doesn't matter.
Yeah.
So they're just saying you have no money, I have no money. But they have too big to fail.
But they've got no clicks left this turn. So they'll have it for next turn, which, that'll be great.
Yeah, but you're right. Like Daily Cast and Rozeki, I think the runner might be okay. I think a too big to fail there instead of the hedge fund, would have been possible. It's a bit different because you have to dip below 10 credits, so maybe that breaks the math up, but...
That's true.
Rozeki cast brings Sasa to 4, just drawing up. And again, this deck probably doesn't run many agendas. A lot of times it's 6 3-pointers, 2 hostile takeovers. So, and that's a big deal. Like 2 of the punitives are off. Invasion is down to 0 credits. So from this point on to the game, there's not much Sasha has to respect. A lot of these decks aren't running hard-hitting news. I wouldn't rule it out entirely, let alone the credit differential is kind of favoring the runner at this point. But with 2 punitives in the bin, you can kind of just start stealing 3-pointers.
Yeah, for sure.
Invasion.
Sasha's definitely in a pretty safe place right now. And I think, keeping that Amakua,
maybe
the only ice that Invasion has hope of resing sometime soon is like the cheap gear check stuff that Amakua is going to be able to handle.
I think you're right.
Sorry to apologize, folks.
Hey.
Sosha is actually on the do not stream list, so if we could switch games.
Oh, my bad. Excuse.
Oh, I'm so
It's
sorry.
okay. I had stepped away from the stream as well, so I couldn't tell
Oh,
you
that's on
earlier.
me. My B. Sorry, y'all. I hope everyone feels okay about that. Dang, that was a cool game going on there.
That was a cool game.
Okay.
Yeah, it was. Sorry to interrupt.
No, no, no.
No
I
problem.
appreciate
Thank you
that.
so much for letting us
That
know.
is the right thing to do. Oh,
Apologies,
my bad.
viewers. Well,
I feel bad about that. Do you want to jump on to 0 Hour versus the King on table 3?
Sure, absolutely.
Cool. Yeah, no, that's I need to definitely apologize for that. I had that list. I should have checked a bit better.
So we're hopping into some Hoshiko Sports Metal. It looks like Hoshiko's got a really nice setup going on with Keiko and
Oh,
Paladin out already with a Stargate
actually,
and Ngolo.
I think we might have to duck on this one because we can see hands.
Oh, that is fair.
Peace.
We're just getting all the wrong tables. Let's see
Yeah.
here.
Yeah.
How about
6? Lucifer
that's a good one.
versus Shu?
Let's see, 6. There it is.
All right, okay. We're back in. We can do this.
Back in the game.
All right, so we're looking at a precision design. Shu is playing precision design up right now at 6 points to Lucifer on only 2 right now. We see an interesting card on the table. That's Femme Fatale. Haven't seen this one in a bit. We got Patchwork as well. Allows you to discard those cards from max, get those cheaper installs. Maybe that's how the Femme Fatale came down. So we're running here into HQ, the drafter. We have a card in server 1. It looks like it was installed just last turn. So there's a chance that it's a threat. I imagine precision design almost always has a seamless launch in hand.
Yeah, that's a pretty safe assumption, I think.
I think Lucifer is trying to just realize that drafter is in fact 4 credits to break with Femme Fatale. Technically a killer, but by no means a good one unless you have heavy support with things like Leech or Ice Carver. But it looks like the ice that's targeted is the Hagen too, so
we are seeing the full companion suite, it looks like, which is really exciting.
You say that, and then Fencer Fueno feels really sad.
I've seen a few people make some use of it.
Well,
it's not out of
No. I mean, Fencer quits. Okay.
Out of possibility.
We look like we got double seamless into the global.
But yeah, it looks like we just got the seamless ending the game anyway.
Yeah. There you go. Good luck next round. All right. So that remote server was a board I control into probably we're simming a Manigarm, which I don't think we've seen anybody so far today, and we haven't seen that much precision design actually contest that remote server. So many more of the games they're saying, okay, that remote server seems pretty good. I'm going to try and win off central servers. And you saw there, the run on HQ, the FEM on R&D. We haven't seen any multi-axis, no Stargate, nothing like that. But, oh, this is actually a big max deck. Whoa. Yeah, it's like 80 cards.
Oh, was it one of those?
Yeah.
Big ones? I didn't even see it before I dropped out.
Yeah, it was like 23 in stack. There's like 9, 10 on table, and 50 in the heap.
Oh, wow.
So good on them. I like that playstyle a lot.
Same. It's definitely a fun thing to see in these competitive environments, and it's always nicer to see in a Jinteki competitive environment where you're not
you don't have to
shuffling this mountain of sleeves.
Do you want to jump onto table 19? It's Zero Cool versus Lodger.
Yeah, that's actually what I was just hovering over here.
Let's do it.
It looks like we're at a nice midpoint in the game, 4-0.
Right on again.
And we see a res tier on the board.
Oh man, so they took 2 brain damage. Zero's only on 3 hand size. Probably running into that tier, either choosing to hit that subroutine or having no option. But Galter, honestly, how much is it? It's like 7? That's
Galter,
that's a bit of money.
That's a bit of money. There's a non-zero amount of money right there.
So Zero's gonna have to suffer with the hand size again. I don't think this deck is gonna try and capitalize on the hand size, but it just slows you down. It's also worth knowing.
Yeah, no, it's such a tax.
I think we are clocked down to a paperclip. So we have no fractor. A lot of these lists are now, they don't have an additional fractor. Generally one of breakers in most criminal lists. And
yeah, we see Unity in the bin as well.
Yeah. Oh yeah, maybe that came off of the brain damage. But Zero is going to struggle. It needs to get the most value they can off the Amakua. Now, while Archives is open, there is a Cyberdex Fire Suite embedded within there. And if you see, Lodger also is running Anoetic Void, which is not uncommon from these precision design lists. So that remote of tier into Anoetic seems incredibly powerful.
Really
at this
rough.
point. It's the credits that might be the issue. On only 8 credits, 7 now after the Preventing the Exposed, but 3 diversions have already been played. Spin Doctor drawing 2, 11 cards left in R&D. Lodger still has a lot of work to do. Score generally a food and another 4-2 agenda, or perhaps the luminal. So Zero still needs to steal 2 agendas. That's really quite difficult.
Yeah, it definitely is. Looking, just immediately popping in, seeing the 4-0, you would think that Zero Cool's ahead in the game here, but losing those breakers is going to be rough, even with the Amakua.
So 3 strength Amakua, that gets you through the magnet. I think the only other code gate you're worried about is Gatekeeper. And while you could intelligently boomerang those, 6 strength coming in, that's asking a lot from Amakua. It's going to be quite difficult because at this point there's no way to get Amakua counters besides running R&D and HQ. Well, running not archives, I mean. And if we're looking at Deuce's Wild, we've played 2. If we're looking at Falsifieds, we've seen only 1 so far. And you need something in a remote server to expose. Lodger's asking time in the round. I'm not sure. Holly, do you know?
I have no idea.
Okay, that's all right. So Zero technically is ahead on time in the round, and this is really important for Lodger because they have to figure out how to score an agenda. And while tier is really massive, tier gets really fascinating when it comes to the end of the game. Because if you click through this, there is a downside. You give too many clicks, you get a lot of clicks to the corporation. But if they don't have a turn after you, this thing, it's just a click tax. $12 minutes left. Thank you. Boomerang coming in. Strapped onto the Hagen in front of HQ. Again, the outermost piece of ice. Short to break the Hagen. Still need one more Amakua counter. That's why we're boomeranging it. And we're going to inside job. So that's definitely going to go through. I don't think we're going to see the res on the outermost.
No, almost certainly not.
And if you don't steal or trash, and that's really important, you'll get the 4th counter on Amakua, which means you can contest the Hagens this turn while still having to worry about code gates. And let alone sentries. You don't even have money for drafter without clicking the penny shaver. Accessing 2 cards here with Turning World, that's an MC austerity policy. Sometimes a 1 of in these decks showing up, and a Spin Doctor. Those are both getting trashed. So now further deep down on credits. And no Amakua counter. If you look in the bin here.
Oh, the rough things to lose, but going down to 0 credits for it is really tough.
I think I misspoke. They didn't trash the Spin Doctor. Spin Doctor was just immediately used to shuffle back in 2 unseen cards. And that is a play to respect political operative. Because in theory, if Zero had the money, and I don't think they did, as soon as that run ends, they can install a Paul up and then pop it right away. Admittedly, the corporation has an ability to react before the Zero takes their next click, but you'll sometimes see that people respecting Paul up on an HQ run. Class Act drawing into 2. Lodger understanding they have about 10 minutes to close this game off, and server 2 is still looking pretty good. You could always inside job, click through the tier, but again, 6 clicks allows a lot of flexibility for precision design to do just about anything. Admittedly, they can't play seamless launches, but I don't think they'll be too upset about that.
I don't think they'd be too upset about that at all, no.
0 having their filter draw, again, class act, quite powerful. There's also an interesting play here where you could consider running HQ or running R&D and just jacking out if they don't res. Again, you're risking things like Gatekeeper. Oh, looks like a Tranquility, only in the remote server. That could give Lodger the credits they need. Drawing a card, looking deeper for the thing. Paying a credit to prevent the expose, and that's so important at this point in the game with the Amakua just a bit too low to get to the 4 strength of the Hagen. 2 advancements though, this deck is not generally running on Geofronts. So we have to see if the server can hold off for 1 turn. Boomerang count, we have 1 on the table, probably 2 more between the grip and the stack. We've seen...
and the stack is getting low.
We've seen only 1 inside job, actually 2 inside jobs. I don't know if a lot of lists run 3 and 3. It's usually like 3 and 2. Oh, that's awkward. Oh, that's really awkward.
That's awkward, yeah.
So 0 ran HQ, but tried to undo the click, but they did that before they resed. Okay, so they're just going to bravado. That's, I guess, not too much of a change. And there's a Brawn getting res. Now, big strength, but they can still click through it. And that first Liberty might not be necessary. Lodger's okay with this, and the Boomerang is still alive and well on the Hagen. Okay, so that's okay. So they're just going to click through it, install the ice subroutine, then their unrun subroutine. So this is going to be their entire turn, but potentially it's access 2 cards with the turning wheel. Get a lot of credits from the Bravado, another credit on the Penny Shaver, maybe a turtle token if you don't steal. And at this point, stealing would also be pretty good when we're coming up with the time.
Yeah, for sure.
Got the double axis there off the wheel.
Got a border control. And another spin doctor.
Spin doctor here. So we know for sure that server 2 is not going to be contested. Lodger not having any money though.
Yeah, Lodger down to 0 credits with that Bronres.
Oh, it's an NGO friend. Whoa.
Oh, wow. Okay, great.
That is not something you see in a lot of the precision design decks. They just want to go a bit faster. So Lodger just saying, I'm going to purge. And this is definitely good. But also, in some extent, you don't have that much time to score points. Now, you could get to a tie by just scoring 1 agenda. But Zero has 12 credits. The Boomerang did get shuffled back in the deck.
A tie is probably what Lodger's going for at this point. But with 9 cards left in R&D, maybe he's got some sort of crazy CI combo coming back.
You'll see it once.
We've seen it. We've certainly seen it before.
Yeah, I imagine they might just try and push a food out, right? Just to get to 5, which is, good enough. And Zero though still, like, at this point in the game, where like you're running up on time, you can start making those Hail Mary type plays, right? Like just inside job R&D.
Oh yeah.
Boomerang, go. Just
like might as well.
Yeah. Right.
What's gonna happen?
You want to keep your resources till they matter, but if it's the last turn of the game, resources don't matter if the game's over.
Yeah, like what's gonna happen? What's the worst that could happen?
So Zero on doing a click on the credit gain. They're just running archives now. It's not too bad of a time to check with the Cyberdex Virus Suite in there. There is no sandbox scored for the corporation, so that's just gonna be a purge and get an Amakua counter. And ending their turn on 3 cards in hand. So Lodger, 8 credits, 3 kicks left. Probably wants to just jam into this remote server as soon as possible before time ends. You don't want time. If you're behind on points, you definitely don't want the game to end on your turn.
Definitely not. You want to just slam stuff out as absolutely fast as possible.
Yeah. Sometimes just making the fast play is better than making the right play when it comes to time. Putting something in server 2, we're paying for that prevent expose, getting an ice on archives. That plays around largely just sneaked or beta because there's no way to accrue counters with the Amakua. Rizeki ticking up. You can kind of tell how long the Rizeki has been there based off of like the order of the cards. So this seems like a relatively fresh Rizeki, right? Zero gaining 1. Drawing back up. Filtered draw here.
Always want to get that class act draw every turn. It's just so much value just with that on the field.
So as mighty as the tier is, it kind of folds to the Boomerang, right? Like you just Boomerang it, which, it looks like we're Boomeranging the other ice. And then you can just trash an installed card or take 2 brain damage. It looks like we're
I mean, when you know it's coming, like the surprise factor is really rough.
Yeah.
But when you know tier is coming in these sort of, last minute down to the wire decisions, like you can at least plan for it enough to get through. It's not going to keep someone out. So border control.
You don't have to spend the Boomerang here. You can spay 2 with Amakua. I don't think you want to. You want to Boomerang that. And when the border control being triggered, you're going to have to spend 7 credits to get through the tier and have nothing to show for it. Losing the Boomerang as well. So I wonder if Zero's just going to jack out here. Because paying 7 just to eat the border control might not be right, but it is pretty important for the next couple turns.
It is. Yeah, with it being so close to time.
Yeah. So paying 9, getting 2 back with a refund. So this is the window to pop the border control, and it is going to be used. So Zero Cool left with only 3 credits, losing the Boomerang, not getting shuffled back in. But that remote now is in fact incredibly porous. You can spend your first turn there, click through it if you need to on the last game point, and we're scoring a Luminal, which is exactly what Lodger wants. So not only are we back on to a tie 4-4, but Lodger has a full turn to figure out what to do with that.
We have 4 minutes left in the round, so that's definitely at least probably a good 2 turns on each side if I had to guess, unless we're
Tranquility Grid
falling out too much.
Getting those 2 credits back. Install advance. Wait,
doing so much work.
What is this, an NGO front? So Zero has some options here. You can always click through this. Maybe a disaster, but on only 2 credits, it might not be. You can always boomerang tier and get through it. Inside job gets through it.
I would bet that that's an NGO front.
It looks like it.
It's got to be, right?
But that's such a wild bluff, because if it's not, you can still with 2 credits score out a 5-3, right? Like you do seamless advance. So this threatens anything. You're right, though. Like NGO front looks the most likely, but that's kind of the thing you have to play with, right? Oh, this is interesting.
And I guess, thinking more about that makes a lot of sense as to why this deck would run NGO, because, with tier, with it being porous, albeit very, taxing, that's such a mind game you can play with that NGO, because you can put it behind this tier and just say like, yeah, you can get through, but at what cost? And what if it's just an NGO?
And interesting enough, if they do click through that tier to steal food, I think Lodger, while they might not have the credits, they have the clicks to score it out. That being said, I don't think you have to click through the whole tier. I think you only have to click through that end the run subroutine. So you're not going to get too many clicks left, but I think the money will be the problem here.
Like, I definitely think you could let that Trasher Runner card fire and lose your Miss Bones.
You can lose your brain damage.
Maybe even lose your Turning Wheel at this point. Like,
clicking Penny Shaver for 5. Oh, I think they click for credits at some points. So that Penny Shaver is always a good button to hit. Class Act drawing up after taking the Penny Shaver credits. Zero needs to plan out the rest of their turn because they don't have that many clicks left. And just clicking for 2 credits on 11, saying that's not it. That's what an NGO front looks like. And Lodger has the chance of proving them wrong here. NGO, okay.
There it is.
All right. There's a chance. That would have been so cool. Seamless into advance.
That would have been.
Oh, man. I would have been so stoked. Lodger installing their Tranquility Grid has been giving so much value.
And preventing the expose.
Yeah, that basically pays for the expose +1. Fantastic. 6 cards left in R&D. Again, it's worth noting this deck has, I believe, only 9 agenda points if I'm not goofing the math up, and the runner still has to steal 4 of them, so nearly half. While Lodger here can get away with double seamless launch into scoring what's potentially a global food initiative in server 2 and closing it in only 3 agenda scores. Time is coming up pretty aggressive, and Lodger knows they will get another turn left, but the boomerang coming down on the outermost ice just installed on server 2. Probably going to run here and click through something. But again, if you click through the tier, Lodger's going to have another turn after that to capitalize on all that value. Oh, they can
Yeah,
can
most
pay.
definitely.
I think they'll just break. Oh, it's a Brawn.
Oh, Brawn. Real big.
So this subroutine directly inwards actually matters. It allows Lodger to put down a code gate as long as it's not 1 strength and actually end this run on the spot. Otherwise, Zero can click through this and then pay through the tier.
Zero definitely has a few options here, letting the boomerang fire and just 1 click on the Brawn, and then 1 click on the tier to break the end of the run and letting the other 2 fire.
Yeah.
Could get in theoretically without even spending any credits. We've got 28 seconds left on the timer.
Oh no. I don't know if they know that. They know the approximate numbers. I don't know if they have the timer up. So we're encountering
I don't want
to
keep someone gave them a 3-minute warning a second ago, so I don't want to keep spamming the timer and be like, hey, pressure. But
it's fine. See, this is Zero's last turn, that's for sure. So install ice from archives, clicking the break the run. What happened? Oh, and they boomerang. Yes, of course. And now we're hitting the tier. We can pay through this. So again, it's 9 credits up front. You get a 2 credit refund, so they'll be accessing with 3 credits. So Krusty has called the time.
Ended. Yes, time has been called. We have 8 spectators on this table, so I'm guessing this is probably one of the last games going.
I think that the German stream is also streaming this. So tiers through.
Oh, and there it is.
Okay. So now Lodger basically has 1 turn to maybe biotic out something. But again, there's not any 3/2s in the deck outside of the Luminal, so they would have to do biotic. Zero has maybe 1 click just to slam something and get an access, but there's no good server for that to be done to.
On only 3 credits, there's not really much so you can threaten.
You can take down this Tranquility for free with the Miss Bones, or you can value a second Amakua counter, which doesn't impact the board state right now for your final click. Zero really doesn't have much to do
losing
here.
That Tranquility might
it might have an impact.
Might throw off a fast advance.
So if you have biotic, quad advance, you have the money. But it looks like we're going to get a full draw on time there. It's only, I believe, 1 point to each player. You hate to see it.
Hate to see it.
It's better than not winning. Wait, it's
True.
better than losing. But that is a full tie on time. You don't see that very often. But that's That remote server there's a lot of really fun plays going on there. I'd love to see the food there.
Zero, I don't believe, has a turn left.
No, Zero should not have a turn here. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not gonna get into the chat there, but yeah, that should be it. That's what Crasty said, right?
I believe so.
Yeah. Yeah, Crasty said time in the red. Okay, so that's it. Oh, Lodger didn't know? Oh, okay.
Yeah, okay.
All right. Well, good games. Oh, that probably is one of the last tables wrapping up. I think that is the last table. So,
yeah,
Holly, if you want to just pop over to Cobra, we can see what the standings look like right now.
most definitely. And I would like to put out a quick little reminder to anyone who is listening here that we ask if anyone wants to spectate to watch via the stream, as spectating in Jinteki itself is going to be slowing the servers down, and with as many games going at a time as we're going to have, that could give our players a little trouble. So we would just appreciate it if you all kept spectating to the streams.
100%. Yeah, we're going to have to start, like, calling people out and be like, yo, you need to leave, stuff like that, which is, awkward for someone.
Yeah, not for me, though.
No, not for you. So that's it. That was actually table 19. And if you look at the standings right now, if I'm not mistaken, the fact that you see TF34 versus Brick, and there is no...
That is a split.
That is an ID. So both players comfortably on the highest standings, basically with the supervision of a judge, said, we want to just split. And they don't play the game if they don't. Well, they can play for fun, I reckon, but they just basically get that. So they keeps them generally on top, not necessarily because it looks like people like Brandon, who swept 0 Hour, have the same standing now, so it comes down to strength of schedule, but largely a safe thing to do. And if you look at all the players underneath, big unit Sasa, who turns out that they won their match again, huge apologies that we streamed. These players are all now at the same standings of TF34 and Brick.
Yeah, we see a lot of sweeps this round.
Yeah, a fair bit. So looking down, what else are we seeing? So Cody is coming up onto the higher tables. Rob is splitting as well. There's a lot of people to shout out, but if you're following, this is good. Yeah, the top tables are looking pretty close. We're going to see the standings get updated in a second. Again, this is just the end of round 4. There's 6 rounds today. So we have 2 more rounds for you tonight. Really excited for that. And then there's a chance that we're going to have tiebreakers. And Holly, I don't know if you can fix me on this because I might get it wrong. But I think how it works is that we have multiple players on the same score, but this, like, if the division isn't clean to 8, those players that are on the bubble have to play tiebreakers.
Unless I'm mistaken, I do believe that is what was said.
Right? Okay. I'm gonna hope that's close enough.
I think you're right.
We'll find out better.
Someone will certainly yell at us if
PSK will,
if we're wrong here.
Know, for sure. So I think that might be all the results. We're just going to wait for the last one to come through, which I want to see what that looks like on Cobra because I don't actually know how a tie shows up. I think it just shows up 1-1. Bushi says I'm correct. Okay, fantastic. Appreciate it. There's also a lot of Raffles going on in chat. Again, if you just tuned in, it's kind of hard not to see it. But if you're logging into your Twitch account, get involved in Raffles. Nisei's giving out a lot of really nice stuff. I think we just saw there was Raffles for Yakuza's Tapworm altered, if I'm not mistaken, which looks fantastic.
We just finished one for 5 copies of the Tapworm. Before that, there was 5 copies of plastic Hoshikos.
Dang, nice.
And it looks like now we've got 3 sets of custom plastic tokens going on. So definitely, the Netrunner community has always had just a lot of wonderful artists contributing to like fan arts and fan tokens and things like that and playmats. And even 2 years after, 3 years after Dead Game LOL, we still see all of these people making this wonderful stuff. So definitely get in on those raffles if you haven't already.
For sure. Here's how to review my documents, make sure everything's good. Okay, so last thing, I just want to plug this really quick. For those who haven't seen it, I'm just going to go to nisei.net really quick. But if you're tuning in, This was announced during the stream, if I'm not mistaken, but there is an Eternal tournament for some testing that's going to be happening alongside Intercontinentals the day before the Intercontinental Championship. So we talked about this a bit before on stream, but basically Eternal is a format that plays with almost the entire card pool of Netrunner's history, which is really exciting, especially for a lot of players who might have been playing for a while, who have some favorite pet cards that can't see the tables. On top of that, if you're a newer player, this is such a cool way to see like a bunch of stuff quickly and just like immerse yourself in this giant swimming pool of old Netrunner. And this format has some cool updates recently, some basically a point system to allow you to allocate your points, so you can't just put all the most incredibly powerful cards in one deck. But if you want to get involved, that is something that's going to be happening in, I think, next weekend or the weekend after. It's a September 4th. This sounds like one weekend from now.
Soon.
Yeah, so get involved in that.
It looks like we have tables being formed, so that means pairings are up.
Yeah.
For round 5.
Actually, I'm just looking at the standings right now, and we have 4 players clearly on 21. So they're the front runners, obviously, in this tournament. We have Brick, King, Unit, and 34. And those are the players that swept and ID'd last round. We have a lot of 18s, so that goes down to number 10. Below that, the 15s as well. There's a lot on 15. And again, any of these players has a big chance of making the top 8 cut. At this point, they might be offering 2-for-1s to their opponents. The idea that, you know, you can... 2-for-1s are legal, right? I shouldn't be talking about this if this is not a thing. I'm pretty sure that's
I think we're allowed to acknowledge the existence, but not
yeah, okay. So
not really explain how they're done.
So that's the idea. So a lot of these players still have a pretty big chance. It's going to be a bit of a high there is some randomness to or high volatility, but any of these players still have a chance. So you know, the game is still in anyone's court. I'm wondering now with so many people in 21 whether we're going to still see things like intentional draws. So I'm never that good at understanding the politics or the maths of that.
Oh, but, me neither. But we've got a lot of close points here, so
yeah. So
it's hard to judge.
Tyke, who is helping judge the tournament and organize it, says 2-for-1s are legal and moderated by judges. And I think that's a huge thing that needs to be said. Things like intentional draws, 2-for-1s, that's all has to be done under the supervision of judges. Why? Just make sure that nobody feels like they're being coerced. Nobody feels like they have to do this, and you know, make sure that it's happening honestly in within the system that's supported by organized play. So
yeah,
good on that.
Most certainly.
All right, let's see if the JNet lobbies are coming in. Right now at the top, again, Sports Max is holding on. 419 representation, controlling the message. I think we still have Jintekis on the bubble. We have 2 Ag Infusions at 11 and 10.
We have an Ag Infusion on the bubble.
Oh, I wonder if we can watch some of that.
I would actually love to watch Table 5 because we've got both an Ag Infusion there and a Lou, the Anarch from System Gateway.
Table 5
is definitely one of my personal favorites.
Okay, let's see who ATC matches up against, and we'll see if we can do that. Otherwise, yeah, these are good matchups.
I guess I should probably...
Yeah, we just want to see who the pairing is before. Yeah, it looks like we
should
be able to do
it.
Yeah, okay, let's do this. Awesome, Ag Infusion. So, again, this is the idea, right? This is what everyone says, is that Jinteki Glacier, as an idea, lost a lot of their good ice recently with the new standard ban list, losing things like Anger and Flush, which were a very, very over the curve. A lot of people agreed.
Yeah.
Very good.
Extremely powerful card.
Yes, for the cost specifically. Also, Slot Machine was a pretty good card in that sort of list as well. That has gone. And on top of that, some of the strong things right now, 419 can be kind of a pressure. We're not seeing any 419s with like Hernando Cortez anymore. That was kind of difficult at some points in times. But also they sort of like Hive Mind max lists and Botulus and Boomerang as a general concept can be a problem to some of the bigger ice. So, you know, it's a mixed bag. Anoetic Void, that should support the format. There's a couple more economic operations if you want to play Hansei review, stuff like that. But we haven't seen too much about it. And Ag Infusion specifically is very interesting. It's not an economic identity, or at least not obviously an economic identity. And while 17 Influence is definitely a good start, it gives you this really nuanced ability that allows you to trash a face down ice to force the runner to not approach, right? But to encounter. Yeah, right? To encounter the outermost
directly
ice.
Encounter, not even an approach. There's not a jack out window if that ice is already rezzed.
Yeah, and that's the big point is while they can't check out, you're not able to res the ice. So a lot of times what ATC wants to do in this matchup is get a really strong, a really scary ice rezzed on the outermost of just about any server. Because from that point on, if Carasia is charging any server, you can trash an unrezzed ice and say, okay, you're now on my Anansi.
Like you're hitting that now. Yeah.
Which makes it very hard to be aggressive. It also acts as like a pseudo border control, a pseudo end the run ability on your scoring remote. So again, a lot of ways they have to interact with this. On the other side, we do have Cabanessa Wu with one link, which might matter. We've seen IP blocks and macrophages in some of these lists, but for
Yeah,
Click,
really solid tech cards.
you can search your deck for a non-virus program and install it, lowering its cost by 1. But at the end of the turn, if that program is still installed, it has to be removed from the game. So there's a lot of ways people play Woo. Have you played a lot of Woo, Holly?
I have. I'm not as big of a Shaper player as I am some of the other factions, but Wu definitely has a lot of fun combo potential that really just makes you think of how to capitalize on that identity. We used to see, um, we always still do see a lot of SMCs
Mm-hmm.
that manage to skirt that removal, using flameouts to help install that easier, using simul chips.
Your ATC says, I'm not sure what Woo's up to there. Chrissy's
Me
like,
neither.
yeah, I don't know either. But I think what the start we're seeing here is really strong. I love Flame Out as a card. It's 9 credits that you can use, but admittedly, anything that you use those credits on is trashed at the end of the turn. So the idea is cards like Self-Modifying Code, you pop, you spend those credits to get something on the table, and then if it's something like a Mayfly, a lot of times that will stay on the Flame Out. That's a new card from System Gateway that allows a pretty aggressive Woo. Admittedly, that sort of playstyle, Mayfly, I got one good run, is probably not going to play too well into Ag Infusion's manipulation, where that one big run is suddenly on archives. Rizeki, though, coming out. The 2 credits off the Self-Modifying Code can come from the Flameout, but the install cost of the Rizeki is not considered using the program.
Correct.
ATC, poking here in HQ just to see what's up. Seeing a Chiashi, so
The Chiashi, very scary.
If you want to break through that with a Mayfly, it's going to be some credits and you're going to lose some of your deck. So not a great thing to see there.
That certainly is going to be a very prime target for that outermost thing for Ag Infusion just to chump you into. That's going to be a really scary thing to hit no matter what point in the game we're at.
And I think I described Egg Infusion as not being an obviously economic identity compared to things like Paulina that gives you a credit just about every turn. But the idea here is that if you res one big ice, you get more value from that ice. So in some ways, you're required to res less ice because, again, any ice becomes that Chiashi if you can use your Egg Infusion ability. It's not
that is true.
It's not cut and dry, but you do get your value of the ice goes a bit further, which is good to see.
Yeah, most certainly.
2 creative commissions, 2 turns in a row. I think one of my favorite Shaper cards from System Gateway. Just having some nice burst economy is something we haven't seen on an event package in Shaper in the whole lifetime.
Very long time.
Which is great. And we have installed double advance. And Chiashi is not a threat on 11, but NGO front is probably a big include in this deck.
Yeah, anything that you can bait out to try and incentivize them to run into those face down things that you're going to, pitch into those big scary ice. Anything to incentivize them to run where you want them to run and just to completely control, where the runner is moving on the board is going to be really strong in this deck. Overclocked is a super nice card, as we know, but running into an Anansi is very scary.
Yeah.
Fortunately, Wu had the SMC out, so is going to be able to find an answer.
It enters in Golo, so not the worst way of dealing with a Nancy. Obviously not a killer itself, so you're gonna have to paint the Nancy, you're gonna have to boost and break all the subroutines. Still pretty expensive, but getting just the Angolo down with the reduction of overclock and the reduction of flameout is nice. We're still gonna have to spend a pretty penny here and hope that the thing deeper in the server is, well, with 3 credits, there's not that much you're scared of. There you go, NGO front, never mind.
There it is.
11 credits. Let's see another Anansi. Nothing. All right. Ngolo on the table. Kersia has that Rizeki drip. Still 5 credits on the flameout. Getting good value from this.
Oh, definitely. Yeah. Even if it's just being used to support those SMCs, it's such a nice, early game, just a little bit of extra buffer under there.
Yeah. No,
we see the VR-cation for that really wonderful, wonderful value of draw. Pitching a paperclip, which is a great thing to pitch in a pawn shop, which is interesting for sure. I'm really curious to see how Kersia is going to be making use of that throughout the game.
Solid advance in the remote server. I think a lot of times Ag Infusion, well, there's some interesting ideas. I think we've seen Nisei Mark II, 4-2 agenda that gives you that end the run ability to be a a staple of a lot of the sort of like mid-range to slash glacier decks in the Jinteki suite. But some players think that that ability is not necessary on top of Ag Infusion and would rather bolster their deck with economy agendas, whether this is something like Cyberdeck Sandbox or just the Off-World Office. There's, I think, a couple lines of thought of how to play this. Rizeki, we're opening with a Creative Commission, spending 2 clicks for 4 credits. Sometimes you
Wow.
just need to do that when you're charging the remote server. And charging the
Yeah,
remote
for
server we
sure.
are. Ngolo, 2 to paint it to be a code gate, 2 to boost, 3 to break, so you're paying 7 just to get through the spider.
Anansi is just so taxing. There's maybe 1 or 2 ice that handle it decently, but I mean, even with some of the most efficient breakers, you're going to be spending a lot of money to get through that Anansi.
And this is exactly what we talked about. Do you want to just poke HQ? Do you want to just poke R&D? Well, the problem is, yeah, here we go. Well,
Yeah, there
not
we
on
go.
Anansi, but now you're on Archive, so not only can you not easily go back because of the cost, but Ngolo can only use its ability once per turn.
So unless Kersia is willing to just completely face check that Anansi, whatever is in server 1 is going to get scored.
Yeah.
I would imagine it's probably going to be one of those economic agendas like you mentioned.
I think there's a
It's just
there's a chance you could face tank this, but the problem is if that's an Obokata, right? Because if it's
Yeah,
an Obokata protocol,
absolutely.
you need the 4 damage in hand, and while the Nancy doesn't end the run, its subroutines are very powerful. Allowing the Corp to draw a card, let alone rearrange the top 5 of their deck, that makes their next turns really nice. It means they can draw into their defensive upgrade, they can draw into their economy. What's interesting now, though, is that this remote server gets a bit awkward, because if ATC wants to bolster the defenses on that server, they have to put something in front of the Anansi, which turns off their Ag Infusion ability.
It does. That is a bit of a bummer, but at the same time, if they're wanting to just make that one strong remote server for scoring out of, I think it's fine just to have that. Whoa!
Send a
Love to
message.
see it.
Priority
Love
requisition.
to
Let's
see
go. Rezzing that Chiashi on HQ. So hey.
That's your economy right there. 12 credits.
Oh, what a swing. And again, even if Curcio
Man.
went in for that, you still get that ability. This is a bit of a better card than priority requisition. So getting 12 credits of value is absolutely fantastic. And again, if you do have to protect that Anansi, it's okay. You have something on HQ to throw them into as well. And I think it's even more expensive for the Ngolo. Is this one of the few cards that Ngolo has to pump twice? Yeah, it is. That's amazing.
That is so wild. I love it.
Yeah. Second orb coming down. Paperclip removed from the game with an arc lockdown?
Oh, that's going to be really rough, especially with
Oh no.
that being the answer to Chiashi.
ATC is apologizing for the lockdown. Just can't deal with Hive Mind Max. Seems accurate. That is one of the weaknesses of this sort of deck, and that sort of tech, that single arc lockdown in the list can do a heck of a lot. We've seen this so often today where it's Rizeki breaker Rizeki making a nice old Rizeki face. Yeah, there you go. Yeah. All right, second ice on server 1. ATC might feel comfortable jamming here because again, even if Kercio wants to run server 1, you're going to be thrown into the Chiashi. And while that's expensive, you have to deal with the Chiashi if you're painting with Ngolo, and then you go back to the Nazi, you have to deal with that as well. Telework Contract. A new passive econ card. You can only hit it once per turn, but still.
It's a lot of value. We have a lot of drip down here on Kersia's side, so even though ATC does have this very scary early board for Ag Infusion, Kersia is going to have a lot of money to try and respond to that.
Yeah, the problem is the breakers, right? We've lost the paperclip, so we're dependent on something. We're hitting
Losing
the
the
Chiashi.
paperclip is really rough.
So here you actually save a lot of money if you just tank the 4 net damage and end the run, and then you can still run back into server 1. I think without an advancement though on server 1, I'm not sure that there's that much you have to run on, right? Like maybe it's the longevity serum. I don't think you're expecting seamless launch, so it's probably a Rashida. Maybe you're setting up a Lacosta. I don't know. But Cursia is figuring out what to do here again. If you want to break this, it's 2, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9 credits to get through this with an Ngolo.
Which I do think, from his perspective, he thankfully does have enough drip going where he can justify doing that on occasion.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, we see here him painting and pumping up that Ngolo to head on through. So he's still going to get that HQ access, make some use of that run, and pitch an Anoetic Void, which is really nice to see. To hit like before it's able to get set up like this.
Anoic Void being one of the strongest defensive upgrades we've seen in a really long time in this game. Now, it does have a real cost attached to it. 2 cards and 2 credits is not only difficult for a deck with expensive ice, but look at ATC's hand right there. The paltry 2 cards means an Anoetic in Server 1 is not going to do any protection. That being said, that behind an Anansi feels good. That'll help you, but ATC needs to figure out how to close the game here, because you're right. The money is good, and it's only a matter of time before Kersia says, here's my conduit. Let's close the game. Kersia starting their turn. 6 credits coming in off drip. Double daily cast, double Rizeki. Telewar click for 3. Figuring out what to do with 3 more clicks. 2 face down cards in archives. It's been a couple turns. Only 1 agenda out. Might not be unlikely there's something in hand, and we're just overclocking the remote server.
That is certainly a fair thing to check out without having another face down ice there. To pitch, it's relatively.
Yeah, exactly.
I say safe comparatively to go into right now, in that you at least know what's coming. And so if you want to check, and we see an Obakata.
With only 18 cards left in your stack, the Obakatas get a bit trickier. We're losing a whole hand here. Harmony AR Therapy, probably one of the only. Oh, what? There's an Apocalypse in hand as well. That is exactly like ATC. Not what was being expected on a board that is so heavily reliant on drip economy.
Yeah, for sure.
Losing a Simul Chip and a Harmony AR Therapy, 2 recursion pieces. We're working with now only 18 cards left. And this looks like this might even be a punitive Counter-Strike list. We're seeing only 3-pointers so far.
Quite possibly with all these 3-pointers, it very likely could just be, a bunch of 5-3s and a punitive.
Gavo on too much diesel. Server 1. Card installed in the remote server. We just pulled that back in the root, and a card in front of server 1. And again, anytime you run this, go figure out what the Chiashi looks like. Daily casts. The first one is ticking down again, still 6 credits in. Diesel drawing back up to 5 cards in hand. Kersia, that Ngolo has to go really far without a barrier. A double barrier, 2 barriers in a row, mind you, is unbreakable.
That's completely unbreakable, yeah.
Let alone barrier into Ag Infusion and to rerun the barrier, like unless you have a Mayfly or a Palangi, or if you want to, sometimes you can trash your Ngolo, Simul Chip back the same Ngolo, but all of these are like pretty tall asks. Kersia trying to figure it out. We have seen no multi-axis so far. If we look at the table right now, sometimes you just want to count the 2s, and we have Rizeki, Flameout, Rizeki. There might be a Hushik list, which against so many 3-pointers does, in fact, help you out.
It just does seem very counterintuitive to run a Hushik list with Apocalypse here, but
you name face down.
I mean, maybe if the Apocalypse is more of a backup rather than a main game plan, and more of just a sort of a last ditch effort against certain corps.
Here we got a Harmony AR Therapy. You can dream of dogs. And shuffle 5 cards back into your stack. They all have to be a different name.
Only brought the Apocalypse back.
Whoa! APOC Creative Commission, Harmony Air Therapy, Sure Gamble, Telework. You're happy to draw just about any of those cards, but Apocalypse is a really interesting one for a couple reasons. Firstly, against Ag Infusion, they're generally pretty difficult to Apocalypse because they can just say, okay, you're running server 1 now, so you're not going to get the Apocalypse off. But let alone that means there's probably recursion for Ngolo. The pawn chops, I think the pawn chops could have maybe suggested this was an APOC list, but again, I think that's
true.
It's maybe a tall ask. Card in server 1 on top of double advancements. Anoetic Void will trigger once this turn. 2 cards in hand, at least 2 credits. And if that's a send a message, that's the best case scenario for ATC. We would love to get a Chiashi on R&D. So Kersia is trying to figure out if 21 credits is a lot. Their drip econ is running down. Still 2 Rizekis a turn, but it's no more daily casts. I think we've seen only 2 of them so far. The deck still contains 2 Sure Gambles, likely a Creative Commission. And we have an MK Ultra in the bin as well. I think that is a killer. It's been there for a while and
it has certainly
risking an arc lockdown, but I don't know if ATC is going to pack 2 of those. Charging R&D here, and again,
we see a vanilla. That's I would almost say it's interesting that he chooses to res that, because that was like Ag Infusion bait, but now we're here, without Paperclip. He's gonna have to
Yeah.
Ngolo paint the vanilla to get through.
Double Barrier and R&D is going to be a bit of a problem. Again, you could just simul-chip back your Ngolo. I don't know if you have Mayfly. You could simul-chip SMC, pull something. ATC is thinking here, and this is the interesting thing. You might actually want to just throw them onto server 1 because they can't get through the Anansi without the MK Ultra, which is pretty expensive. But if you throw them onto any of the other centrals, you're risking the Apocalypse. Now, the chance they have it is pretty low. I don't think they drew after. In fact,
But
it's
not 0.
I would say no, they didn't draw, right? So are they on 2 APOCs? I doubt it.
I mean, we actually haven't seen a whole lot of influence, to be honest. We've seen Paperclip, which is 3, MK Ultra, which is 2.
APOC is
So we've
another
seen
3.
5.
Yeah, you're right.
So there is a chance that there is another APOC in here somewhere.
Yo, if another vanilla gets rezzed here, the mighty vanilla. And I like this. This list definitely runs like a mix of really cheap ice that is either early game res or fodder for the Ag
Or
Infusion ability.
pitch fodder.
Yeah. And we're getting in here single axis off the top of R&D. Theory could react, pull out a conduit. I don't think that's what we want to do here. Sing just one card off the top of the deck. We had the Obokata cards. Axis, no trash, no steal. Now Cursia in theory does threaten an Apocalypse here. 3 clicks left. They'd have to go through the Chiashi. So I reckon you'd want to run Archives first just to see if they throw you onto the Chiashi.
He would have to simul-chip to get through the Chiashi too, because he's already painted
yeah, totally.
vanilla.
And this run does look like it's an Apocalypse run. I don't know if you're just checking Archives or 2. We're running here again. This could be popped. There you go. Throw on the remote server.
There it is.
And I don't know, but do you MK Ultra this just to force out the potential Anoetic? You have cards in hand to steal Obokata.
That's true. This could be a really good time to pull out that MK Ultra.
JNet messes this up. I'm not sure what that means. We'll see. But yeah, we're getting booped. We're getting thrown onto that spider. So, it puts you in front of the outermost ice. Right. Okay, so they can jack out. So Cursia can jack out here because it puts you in front of the outermost ice, and that would be the unresed ice. But apparently JNet doesn't do it correctly.
Oh, it probably maintains the position there, yeah.
Yeah. So ATC is just, explaining, probably has a lot of experience with this sort of annoyance. So /jack out is the command that'll just get you out of any trouble. And so Cursia.
Why don't more runners just do that? Like,
yeah.
you hit a big scary ice, you just /jack out.
No, I know the command for this. I'm a hacker. We're checking Archives. 3 cards in there. I think they're all ice that have been thrown face down. And talk about cheap ice. Thimble Reg, Mind Game, Vanilla. Now, Apocalypse is a threat next turn, but we do have that one fodder on R&D, which
or
ATC
we could see
taps.
an amped up right now.
We haven't seen any out of the ashes yet. But yeah, amped up would be amazing. Okay, so you're right, though. The double barrier problem is going to be tricky.
And yeah, there's another piece of ice over Archives, and it doesn't even really matter what that is because
it doesn't.
Whether
we're slow rolling here. Hey, server 1 got another advancement. Just building up that slow Obokata.
He's not in a rush.
I think if this deck does have punitive, and again, we've seen very little influence, that is far off the mark. Daredevil drawing 2 cards?
Daredevil, very interesting.
Expensive into an APOC, but it does give you free card draw, especially if you're just like jacking out here. But I think you're going to go push through.
Yeah, I think you definitely push through here. If we're forcing ATC to fire that Anetic, then that's going to put him on just no cards in hand, which is a really rough spot to be at.
ATC is thinking here, you have the ability to destroy this ice to throw Cursia somewhere else. If you go there into the Chiashi, yeah, they can get through it. But now they're technically, no, they can't afford Apocalypse, in terms of clicks, because they did do the Daredevil. But this is either 4 net damage or pay, what is the math again? Like 9 credits?
9 credits, yeah. For the paint and the break.
No AI installed just yet. Man, I don't think you'd ever expect an Arc Lockdown against Ag Infusion. That's just...
It's a good card. It's a good tech card.
Free real estate. So we're breaking through it. 2 to paint, 7 to break all the subroutines. We're going to get an access here. Only 2 cards in hand. A Daily Quest.
Daily Quest.
That's a really interesting card. It basically forces the conversation of running. If you don't want to run and you don't allow me to res my strong ice to get the Ag Infusion ability, I'll be getting 3 credits a turn. Admittedly, it clogs up the scoring remote, but honestly, you could put Daily Quest into a remote server with an unresed ice, and sometimes that's just a threat on its own until
And
Won't tell the
even just
ice.
getting a couple turns of that daily quest firing is going to be a lot of value out of it.
Yeah. Kirsty, probably not happy to see that. Only 2 cards left in hand, and server 1 still looking like an Anoetic. There's a small chance it's something else like a Mana Garm. We've seen, I think, no influence outside the Arc Lockdown, and it's worth knowing that Ag Infusion has 17 influence for some reason.
That is true. I think actually not trashing the daily quest here is a little interesting because that would force ATC a little further out of that Anoetic Void range.
Yeah.
So even though that would have been, another 3 credits on top of the expensive Chiashi break that we saw,
it's technically cheaper than
keeping
running
him
it
out of that.
again.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's still really hard. I'm only 6 credits when, some of the conversations start with, can you break this for 9? Sometimes your money really matters. I don't know if Kersey has any tricks. Again, we haven't seen too much influence. I think it's been APOC and Paperclip, so maybe we'll see a charm.
Yeah,
I don't know.
We've still got, what is it? 5, 8. We still have 7 influence unaccounted for.
I wonder if Cabinessa Wu is an ability that you rebirth out of into the mid to late game.
I've seen a lot of people do that, use her ability to get set up at the start and then poke on over into something else.
So this is interesting. We're running this back. We're going to use the MK Ultra. You can go ahead and put that onto the flame out. Exactly.
The flame out, yeah.
So with the heat breakers, it technically does save you a fair bit of money. You are paying 2 to install and probably 2 more to install, but that is 5 credits of breaking cure. And Anoetic, you're right, is like, it's possible here. And there you go. So ATC's going to throw out their whole hand and 2 credits just to make this end the run. And I think a cool thing here, which it's no longer as big of a deal with Daredevil, is that Daredevil allows you to contest the remote, sometimes tank the Nunci and still have Obokata credits. It just gives you that
those
click
extra
compression.
2 cards. I mean, for as expensive as that console is to install, the amount of value it can give you if there's, just a regular target with a 2 ice protecting a server to get those card draws.
Yeah. There you go. That server is safe. ATC will be able to score out next turn if they can't, and they probably can't continue to protect that Anansi next turn, considering they have no cards in hand. You'll start with 1. Crazy. This is pretty tricky. And I think if they had a paperclip, like this matchup obviously would be so much easier. But that 1 tech card, that 1 inclusion, understanding what card to hit with it has been such a big deal. There you go. Obokata scored. ATC up on game point. Now
only 1 card in hand and 5 credits though.
Jinteki,
They do have that Anoetic Void set up, but
Jinteki doesn't have access to any 2-1s. It doesn't have access to Echo Chamber. The closest you have is Gene Splicer. So whether this list will just never advance the longevity serum, whether it's on entirely 3-pointers because it wants to ensure the punitive lands as much as possible. Kersia, though,
yeah, definitely possible.
Dropping a telework, getting down that pawn shop, playing a VR-cation to draw 4 cards, and discarding the Apocalypse at this point, realizing that it's going to be a tall ask with so many barriers and not a lot of barrier breakers. Spin Doctor coming down, drawing cards, something going into server 1, and again, an unadvanced card is easily, well, not easily, but has a possibility of it being that longevity serum, that 1 of 3/2 that Jinteki has access to. Cursius Rozekis. They're up on 8 credits. 4 clicks left. They could pawn here something if they'd really want to. Whether they don't think they'll get value from the Daredevil.
But I don't know if they're in a great position to pawn anything just yet. Pawning the Daredevil puts them completely full on memory, which, I mean, admittedly, there's not really much else they'd be using it for outside of the MK Ultra.
We're just running here. Understanding there's no Ag Infusion ability. If they want to fire the Anoetic, that's all they got. So we basically spend 2 credits to install the MK Ultra. I think is 9 enough to break all of it? Yeah.
Believe so, yeah.
So we basically pay 4 credits and a click on the flame out to get through the Anansi there. Flame out, man.
9 credits is 9 credits.
Server 1. Using the Anoetic Void, it looks like what's in there is probably the game-winning agenda. So if that is, what's it called? Excuse me. If that is a longevity serum, you can just tank the Nazi. Right? Like nothing here stops you. The damage doesn't matter.
Nothing stops you, no.
You're unlikely to die punitive. They have no cards in hand.
How much does he need here for an Ngolo paint? It's 2 to paint, 2 to pump, so 4, 5, 6, 7. He could take the telework contract and have exactly enough to get in,
I think you're calling the
which
line.
it
Hey,
looks like.
overclock makes that even a bit easier. But there you see the Animatic Void has a real cost associated with it. No cards in hand.
Oh man, and our stream chat points out that, you know, if that rebirth is in this deck like we were talking about,
Yeah,
Kit would
Kit.
be such a good
Yes.
identity right here.
It'd help a lot. Kit, mind you, it says the first ice you encounter every turn becomes a code gate, which helps a lot when all you have is a code gate breaker. So overclock is coming through. We're using the Ngolo to paint. Again, it's 7 credits. We have 4 credits of value off the overclock. This even leaves money to trash the Anoetic Void, which you're definitely pretty happy about. It's a Rashida. Whoa.
Definitely interesting to see the Anoetic pitch for the Rashida, but it certainly did tax Kersia out a lot.
ATC is thinking here, basically the idea is if they want to pop their Spin Doctor before their mandatory draw to ensure that the cards they're shuffling back they're more likely to draw into, or maybe less likely to draw in some of the other cards. Shuffling it back in an Anoetic Void into one unseen card. And mind you, last turn, they hit cards into the archives that might have been an agenda. Like sometimes you just fire Anoetic Void because you have to, and you jettison real points. ATC is now drawing up. Their economy has come to a halt, but again, while archives might not look protected, while server 1 has even a single piece of ice on there, you still have to run that twice, and one of those runs is going to be into a Chiashi. ATC taking the click back, drawing a card instead, probably just wanted to plan their turn, deciding that they don't need to put a piece of ice there because they're not jamming this turn, so Kersia has some time to build back up. Selling that flame out, again, it's empty, it doesn't do anything.
Yeah. A lot of value there.
Running straight vanilla here. Going to pay 3 credits to break a vanilla. I think that's one of the most expensive ways in the game to break this card.
That is true.
Oh, no, we're firing Gall. Sorry, just click for 2 with Daredevil. Excuse me, that's lovely. ATC now with 5 cards in hand, 7 credits to their name. A second telework contract coming down. You can alternate between
Very
those.
nice.
Again, this is only once per turn, but that's once per card per turn. And they're up to 13 credits. Going to be up to 15. And again, they probably just pawned the other telework contract. It's clicklessly gain 3 instead of click for 3. Card and remote 1. Ice in front of it. So again, you have to run this twice.
This might be the big play.
It's so hard spending the entire game playing around the 1 of longevity serum, right? I don't know whether they play Echo Chamber. Again, Gene Splicer needs advancements, but it's just definitely real tricky to have to spend so much money for this. You do get the free 2-card draw, though. Makes this a lot nicer with 18 credits. Kersia can probably do everything. The issue, though, is if they do end up having to break the Chiashi, they're going to have to, if they want to get through the Nancy and break it, they'll have to MK Ultra it unless they want to do the Simul Chip and Golo play. Kersia hitting that Chiashi again. No Fractor left in the deck, it doesn't look like. It's 9 to break this paint. Boost for 4, break for 3.
Yeah. So much value off that Chiashi, especially with it being res for free.
Ooh, fire all. Losing 4 cards. A Conduit, a DZMZ Optimizer, a second Apocalypse, and a Sure Gamble. So we are 2 Apocalypses into the list. And that is probably the R&D pressure card. We're running a Nancy, though. Not wanting to have to worry about trying to use Angola twice, so.
Yeah, for sure.
Obakata here is safe. How many Rashidas have we seen? Just 2? Okay. And there's 5 cards in archives after a Spin Doctor. Hitting the Anansi again. You can't let that fire. Missed the Ultra install window. Oh, they're going for MK Ultra on this. That's somewhat surprising, but it is a bit cheaper because of Aesops. It's honestly kind of comparable. I think it's 1 credit more.
That's very true.
And allows you the Angola flexibility. Because it's 9 to break install for 11, minus 3, it's 8. So it's not that far off. I wonder if you value just having the MK Ultra as a thing installed as well, just so that you can simul chip without just trashing one of your programs.
Oh, that's also definitely a very nice draw of it.
MK Ultra coming down. Who's for 9?
Because I saw it asked in chat. This is round 5. We are currently we have 36 minutes left in the round, and as mentioned previously, there will be 6 rounds of Swiss today, barring some very specific tie circumstances.
Which there'll be more. And I think the tiebreakers are one-sided, right? I think they're single-sided.
Yes.
Yeah, okay, cool.
I believe they are. I believe that's correct.
A second Harmony AR therapy, one of them was shuffled back, so Kiersey can choose up to 5 cards. So they have to be all of different names, but there's a lot of good choice, especially now that Shaper has so many just like genuinely good standalone cards. I'm talking about things like Creative Commission. So Creative Commission is going back. Flame Out for more value, and Overclock, Sure Gamble, and Telework. So just straight economy, not multi-access, not utility, just money. Because Kiersey is struggling to deal with this ice turn after turn while things get jammed. And the daily quest, honestly, is probably a good thing for Kiersey to see here. They know I don't have to run that.
Almost certainly. 2
cards in HQ, 1 in archives, Conduit I have access to with the simul chip.
And while ATC is being kept low on credits, with the board as it is, he's got pretty much most of the stuff rezzed that he needs to have rezzed, and so most of his money is only really going to be spent on advancing. So it's kind of hard to justify, spending all of those resources to go and trash that daily quest at this point.
Running vanilla, allowing to end the run to trigger because of the Daredevil. I'd be nothing was pawned, I think, to the pawn shop. There's a line of play here where you end up pawning the MK Ultra and then you run R&D, and halfway through it you simul chip in a Conduit. But just trying to get their credits up, because if they do go for that line of play, they probably don't have enough money if ATC tries to push into the remote server. So Kiersey might just be playing full control and trying to lock down that remote. Hedge Fund for 4, Daily Quest for 3. ATC was down on very few credits, now back up to 8. A second ice on server 1, and an interesting thing is that this deck has a chance of playing the card Sandstorm, which is a typeless ice. So I think the only card right now in Kiersey's list that can interact with it is the Angolo, which kind of forces, if there's a Sandstorm into even a vanilla, makes it really awkward.
Very awkward play, but very good on ATC's side.
Kiersey clicking to draw up instead of, you could always, run and draw 2 with the Daredevil, slotting down that Telework contract, the daily cast, getting a bit more drip economy. And again, that is the downside of daily quests. You don't have to run the remote. So you can set up, and generally, I feel like the runners can get a bit more value than the daily quest per turn. ATC is thinking here. Trying to sort out their turn again. Only 3 cards in hand, and we've seen, I think, 2 Anoetic Voids. Only 1 Anoetic Void getting trashed. I think one might have been shuffled back in. But keeping those cards down low in hand.
One face up right now.
This was like 3 Rashida trashed, and as soon as the Rashida goes off, then you have so many options in hand. You have economy, the Anoetic Voids are easier. But server 3 is coming down. That looks like a Spin Doctor, usually. But ATC down, 3 cards only in hand, 12 credits still. 6 threatening game point here.
Yeah, we've definitely, for some of the games we've seen where R&D keeps running down, right down to the wire, we see ATC still in a pretty good place as far as his deck size goes, whereas Kiersey, already having blown 2 of presumably 3 Harmony ARs, the Corp for the first time in the last few rounds that we've seen has the good deck advantage here. So he's not in any sort of rush to close this out super fast.
So spending a click, forcing the Spin Doctor, drawing 2 cards, puts up to hand size, AT's up to hand size, going to shuffle 2 cards back into archive. So the cards that were just added to HQ are unknown. So sometimes there's a chance here the cards you drew are agendas, you weren't expecting it, you weren't ready for that. So Kiersey might consider running HQ. Is an Anoetic going back and a Rashida? I'm interested to know whether there's any multi-access outside the Conduit, whether this list can play like a single legwork. A lot of the times their multi-access is considered Apocalypse, so that's kind of the direction they'll go. But Kiersey is now just charging the vanilla. Let's see if they break it or whether they're just doing this for the value off of Daredevil.
Even looking in the bin now, there's still some unaccounted for influence on the runner side here. We see the second Apocalypse and a Black Orchestra, but that's still probably at least 1 more card worth of influence still hidden, so that could very well be that legwork you mentioned.
Hitting again. getting misdirected, or sorry,
Ooh, a
redirected
clot.
into the Chiashi, and then you see the cards coming out of hand there. Self-modifying code, the clot. Speaking of the misdirected, the misdirection and a flame out. So trading 4 cards instead of taking all the damage from the Chiashi. This is an Obokata list. And now Kersia only has 4 cards left between their stack and their grip. So the Obokata is only one left in the deck. 4 cards is kind of all you need, but that means you
Yeah,
can't
for
start taking
sure.
damage off of anything else. R&D is open here. But ATC understands this is the winning agenda. I think I could win faster than you can drop a conduit and maybe close the game, but that's maybe
If we
not
could see,
true. We'll see.
it's so tough to find the play here because, Ag Infusion can just send you right off of server 1, and there's not even a limit once per turn on that. So if he wanted, he could just do it twice in a row.
Oh, the Ag Infusion ability?
Mm-hmm.
I think it's only once per turn.
Oh, it is once per turn. You're right.
Yeah.
I apologize there.
But no, you're right, because I think there might be also border control, sandstorms. Like, it is very tricky. The good thing, though, is that the Inansi is at the bottom of the server. Admittedly, you're going to be redirected into the Chiashi, but it's the worst case scenario when you're going through Inansi and then getting redirected. So Kersia is going to go try for it, drawing up the last 2 cards in their deck off of the Daredevil trigger, and the outside is an Anansi.
Oh.
So we're basically saying you play through the Anansi, you get redirected into a Chiashi, then you have to go and run through 2 Anansis again. Can Kersia do that?
I don't think Kersia has the ability to do that.
It's 918. You could face plant the Chiashi and hope that's a send a message in server 1 and have no more cards. But we're painting this one.
Looks like we are going to be breaking this Chiashi. There is the chance of we see all the flame outs in the heap, so there's not going to be any sort of flame out MK Ultra shenanigans going on.
Accessing another Chiashi from HQ. Kersia only on 10 credits. Now their ability has been triggered and Golo's been triggered, so the vanilla in front of R&D it's hard to get through unless you simul chip out that Ngolo. I don't think we've seen any Plongi, anything like that. We know the remote server, that's an Obokata. You need to keep cards in hand, but getting through that, it's 18 credits. Now, if you click for 1 and play Overclock, not only do you not have enough cards in hand to steal an Obokata anymore, I still think you're short credits. Kersia has to figure it out here, and I think the remote might be difficult. And play might be just like slap down a conduit using simulchip. Checking archives, also 7 cards in here.
Yeah,
There might be agendas in here.
That's certainly a fair thing to do at this point in the game when, server 1 is just so scary.
And we fired Anoetic, I think, twice. Since then, a Spin Doctor has been fired. Oh, another vanilla. That's actually one of the most annoying reses here, because I think the only way they have through it is simul-chipping in back there in Golo. And it looks like a simul-chip is getting cracked.
It looks like that's what we're gonna be seeing.
And this means R&D is off limits for the rest of the turn.
Yeah, I think from Kersia's perspective, we're seeing this archives play is like the last ditch effort here.
Nothing. You see a bunch of ice.
Absolutely nothing.
A snare, fun enough, a sprint as well, which is exciting. It's only 1 influence to get to be spent. And you're seeing some of the bigger ice, things like DNA tracker. You do also
see that macrophage that we talked about.
The macro. So this easily could be it. Could still be an NGO front, and there could be more game left here, but another 3 advancements. That's a send a message. Good game, man. That
very good game.
Look at the credit differential, 149 on the runner side to 60 for the Corp. The ATC saying in chat would have been way different about the arc lockdown. I think it would have been a much harder matchup, but that's probably not saying a lot. But yeah, that was just an absolutely immense hit there. Was that only just side 1? I think so.
Yeah, because we haven't seen the loot game yet, and that was the one I wanted to see.
Yeah, okay. So we'll wait till the other side. They'll remake the table. That's table 5 again. Do you know how much more time it's left in the round? It can't be that much longer.
I can check really fast, but yeah, it's definitely got to be getting close. Let's see here. We have 26 minutes left, so they have a respectable amount of time.
Excellent. So Lou might get some pressure on there again. Apocalypse shows up a lot in Lou. I think that's one of the ways to play it. It's just, small deck, early aggression, get the Apocalypse down. So.
Right, and I actually need just about 5 seconds.
Yeah, do that. So let's see what they come back. Only 25 minutes around. A bunch of the tables are still ongoing. We have some of our results in already, I have no doubt. I think we have maybe half the tables left, and I'm really excited to see the results. Raffles is going on right now in the chat for 3 sets of custom plastic tokens. So get involved in that. You just have to write the word raffle in there, I'm pretty sure, with an exclamation mark. And we're back, and this is going to be an interesting matchup. We've seen this before. This is Acme Consulting The runner is considered to have one additional tag during encounters with the outermost piece of ice, protecting any other server. There's a lot of ice that works really well with that, whether it's a Hydra, a Data Ward, an IP block. I think those 3 alone are good enough. So we've seen some pretty defensive builds. The Acme list, I think that is right now near the top of Netrunner DB, involves an Anoetic Void and playing really Glacier. I think multiple Anoetic Voids. So we'll see if ATC struggles, if they're on the APOC list, whether they can get their breakers down to pressure the remote. And turn 1. What's a Rashida? 3 cards, 3 credits, 7 cards in hand after mandatory. Kersia's going to have a lot of options while ATC still has good money going on. They have those clicks for 4. They have the drip coming from the cast. So need to find breakers for sure, but Central's open. Money's going to be good, and HQ not being covered up with some ice. Question 2 is, it's kind of hard. Anytime you're playing against an NBN deck, you have to worry, okay, is the credit differential going to matter? Are they going to hard-hitting news us? This is a 0, and I think the first 0 we've seen today out of so many Anarch decks. I think a lot of them have been max where the card draw isn't that necessary, and sometimes they're holding cards in hand that really matter. But hitting the Aesop's Pawn Shop with the 0 means we're likely on an Apocalypse list. I think that's one of the only reasons this sees too much play, to flip some of your face down cards. So Kersia has to respect that on 3 central servers. Icing up R&D, another on the remote. That's the second Rashida, mind you, in about 2 or 3 turns, which is just absolutely immense. So Kersia there, I think that is respect for the Apocalypse. Double ice on R&D. And some of the ice here is really big. Things like Hydra is going to be a really big struggle for MK Ultra to get through. And it's worth knowing the positionality of the ice does matter a fair bit. You want things that care about tags on the outermost. So if you have something like a Data Ward inside on R&D, it does a heck of a lot less, unless the outside of R&D is something like a Funhouse that actually manages to stick a tag on the way in. Card in server 1. ATC was just setting up. I think we lost a Wildcat Strike to the 0. Just charging up the Mystic Miami, getting those credits that you can play for events. And we have something advanced in server 1. In terms of the 5-3 agendas you're expecting Bologna. Big credit differential there, potentially. Not that ATC doesn't have the credits to spare. Cards like Global Food Initiative, which if Kersia scores that, it's points, but no active ability. I've had worse being played. Looks like we didn't want to risk to hit that with the 0, maybe something else better in hand. And we're digging. Finishing the liberated accounts. A lot of cards in hand, and this gives you an opportunity to throw out bin breakers if you're not scared of that arc lockdown you just played in the last matchup. So we're throwing out an Imp, an MK Ultra, that is a killer, and Stargate. A really strong R&D pressure card. You generally install that after you get the Apocalypse off, and it's just an NGO front. Fantastic. Kersia. Just kind of seeing the pressure that ATC can put off. Trading a whole turn in for 8 credits. And a threat, and we're just going to go in again. NGO fronts, sometimes these decks run reversed accounts. Real 5-3 agenda at this point looks about right. I mean, ATC hasn't shown any breaker outside of the killer. So digging in for that paperclip, digging in for that Black Orchestra, maybe even some Botulus. All right, we're giving a choice here. Do you want to give them more cards? Hey, welcome back. Wildcat Strike, you pick the 6 credit option. That kind of lines up. Paladin is down. So we got Acme. They just jamming on the table. Just to 15 minutes. Trying to bait into a run. We don't know whether this is hard-hitting news. We've seen no accesses from the runner whatsoever.
Yeah, it looks like he might be having a little tough time getting started up here. Just with how little we see on the board, but we do have a lot in the heap.
Yeah, the money's been really good.
And catch up.
They've been flying through their deck. I think the Aesop's kind of betrays an Apocalypse, and they stopped using 0 a bit. IP block's coming down, and while Trace 3 is not asking for a lot, you are considered tagged, so the tag is going to end the run on the second subroutine. No paperclip in the bin. So this is just 2 credits to end the run on a 4 strength barrier. That's pretty good. Labor rights getting trashed due to the 0. Mind you, 0 says take a net damage to draw 2 cards and gain a credit, which as long as you don't care what those cards are, that's value. Last click rebirthing. Probably just drawn off of the 0. Now this does a rebirth into armor, give Kersia the ability to ice up archives, but saying, hey, I'd rather just score up to 5 points, or sorry, to 4 points with the Bologna, putting them on game point. So
yeah, Kersia is in a really good place right now.
Now, admittedly, they are open to Apocalypse, right? Like run HQ, see what the ice is, then you archives Omar. I think that's what the play is here. It's a Data Ward though, with no Fractor in sight.
Acme, that is going to be super rough.
So you choose to take a tag or pay 3 credits. ATC is just going to pay 3 credits and bounce off of an 8 strength 4 subroutine sentry. This card was very difficult to play without Acme. You need the positionality of the old Data Raven, but now on its own, just one of the best
You have
barriers.
Funhouse?
Yeah, no, you still
we love
Funhouse.
Funhouse here.
Yeah. But I think Acme means you don't have to worry about those Funhouses, right? Kersia starting the turn at 9 credits. Again, that Data Ward's only going to hold out for so long. Paperclip now hitting the bin. So you actually can do the full math here. Paperclip install and break is 7 plus 4 plus 3 to do an Apocalypse. It is well within ATC's money while still respecting the potential of something like a hard-hitting news, let alone even maybe a public trail.
And with such a minimal board right now on ATC's side too, an Apocalypse isn't going to be, that big of a hit to him. He's not going to be losing any sort of really crucial engine elements.
Yeah. So at this point with Paladin as well, you kind of want to get your breaker down. You might just want to go ahead and poke archives and see what that ice is, because then you still have perfect information. You know how much it's going to cost to run Data Ward. This is the big question mark, because you generally want to run this twice if you're Omaring, once to run archives, once to get into R&D. Again, Paperclip comes down super cheap with Puemo. Miami's going to make that Apocalypse only cost 1 credit, so I think ATC has some pretty good lines here. The question is whether the lowly Enigma is going to keep him out, and I think we have no decoder to this date. Deuce is Wild, going to very safely tell you what is on the end of archives, and exposing R&D actually position 1 is a macrophage. Is position 1 the outermost? I think innermost is position 0.
Innermost, I believe.
Oh, you think?
Oh no, you're right. I think. I don't know. I don't remember.
We'll find out.
No, we'll figure it out.
Oh, there's the Hydra. A huge res here. And now things get a lot trickier. Hydra on archives is a lot of money. You're considered tagged.
It's a lot of money with Kersia being just almost flat broke now.
But now you can Apocalypse, and this actually cares about tag differential. We have economic warfare into hard-hitting news. This isn't the Acme Anoetic we've seen before, so as long as ATC keeps their credits up, that being said, they know how much it costs to run R&D. They know there's only a macrophage on HQ. They know there's a macrophage on R&D, so it looks like 1 is the outermost, eh? So pop-up window, 2 credit swing here. We're going to have an Apocalypse with no reprisal from hard-hitting news.
Yeah, I definitely think this is going to be the Apocalypse turn.
Pop up for 1. Top card of R&D seen here. Again, we've seen a global food initiative, so this list might be only 3 pointers plus 15 minutes, and I think you have to play 1 more agenda. Maybe a quantum or something cheeky. And we're deciding to something Omar like that, through the Hydra? Is that cheaper than the Data Ward?
So having to pull out Paperclip would be a 4 to install, 7 to break, and also take an actual tag or pay 3.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, I think, yeah.
Whereas the Hydra's, I think only 9.
It's 12.
Or 12, yeah. 12, you're right.
But Apocalypse is going to come down for 2 credits after stealing a Beal from HQ on the way out.
Wow, that is such a good Apocalypse turn here.
10 to 4. Economic Warfare will only drag ATC down to 8 credits. The hard-hitting news still won't stick. And we've seen some of the combo plan, and this deck loves its ice. It has such strong ice. And now we can see if ATC just says, here's what my Stargate looks like. Whether they can close out the game. Only need to steal 2 more agendas. In fact, it's only 1 agenda if they have a Bologna, but some of these lists are only running a single Bologna.
Yeah, we do see a Stargate in ATC's heap, but there is always the significant chance that he is running a backup, especially with an Apocalypse list.
Yeah, and again, this is Lou, or it was Lou at some point, so only a 40 card minimum. Pawn Shop coming down, 0 coming down as well. We're going to hit a career fair drawing 2. That Aesop's Pawn Shop will let you get your breakers, let alone the 3 credits. It gets those breakers back into circulation. And Kersia, like,
immediate recovery. Love to see that.
There's nothing going on quickly here. Like, Kersia still needs to res their ice, find their agendas, get their money to score out their agendas. So ATC has the time to rebuild here. Oh, talk about the money daily quest. Behind what could potentially be an IP block is going to force out 7 credits from ATC. They're trashing the MK Ultra. So we have access to not a decoder, but all others. ATC poking HQ here. Finding a market forces, a tag punishment card on a single tag. Not too hefty. Omar's checking archives. Going to see the top of R&D instead. Do we have another Apocalypse here? I think we have another Apocalypse here.
Wow.
Yeah, that daily quest is good.
No breathing room there.
Yeah, you keep that quest. Apocalypse ran all 3 central servers. Omar's pressure is so good here, only for singles. And that brought down 2 more pieces of ice in the list. We've seen now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 ice of this deck gone. Spin Doctor, though, a good recovery. It's only going to get mostly ice back, and something on R&D here is decent, although we do have that Omar pressure. We do have the HQ pressure. And we discarded
with Omar
one
out, that
card.
R&D ice is only going to be doing so much.
Deuces Wild to continue to filter through the deck. We're going to trash the Spin Doctor first. I think there's some, with Omar, excuse me, you can only do it once a turn, so you can't like run R&D, run the Spin Doctor, run R&D. So let's see. We don't even get an Omar poke off the top of R&D. Valuing rather to click for credits to set up for having the money if necessary, if Kersia jams out, because right now, it's not much they can do on 5 credits and 1 piece of ice. Server 4 being set up. It is a daily quest. Now on 5 credits, you know what they can res here. IP block is very likely. Enigma.
But none of those big ice that Acme really likes to see.
Yeah, exactly. Deuces Wild getting played. We're going to expose it to Funhouse and Server 4. So if you want to just run that, they can spend 5 credits to end the run, and you're happy with that. That means the daily quest won't pay off for a long time. So we're charging here, and if you don't res, they can just bounce off the daily quest like a magnum opus of old. So the Funhouse getting res, it's 5 credits to end the run. ATC is thinking they could consider just taking a tag to trash the daily quest. And mind you, the daily quest only comes down for 1 real credit, and keeping them down is honestly pretty good. So ATC is going to take the tag. This isn't Reality Plus.
And we are letting that fire here.
Oh, this is getting expensive. Paying 4 to Funhouse. It's a bit different than the trace of Data Raven. They do clear the tag, though, for Deuces Wild. That's a nice way to play that card. They have no tags on 5 credits. Omaring, probably to the top of R&D. They have the Bologna money, which would win them the game if they can find one. Trashing a daily quest from R&D. At this point, Kersia could, in theory, have a play like Predicted Planogram credit into hard-hitting news, but that's a pretty specific collection of cards. But ATC is only on 2 credits. No pawn shop. Daily cast coming down 0. Hitting an IFAD worse, drawing 5 cards. Love to see it. And now with no stack labor rates, it's going to set up. This is the Anarch way. Get through your deck. Build the late game you want. What do you labor rates here?
It's kind of hard to say, so some money would never be bad, especially with ATC on 1 right now. And we see the Apocalypse coming back as well as Aesop, so it looks like he wants to try and set up and do a 3rd one, and then just have that Aesop's ready to repawn all of his face downs.
No Archive Memories on the corpse side being played for the daily quest. And again, if that Apocalypse is being threatened on 3 credits, again, probably only one of these ice can be rezzed. ATC is asking if they want to res the daily quest. They missed the window. That's ATC uses daily cast again. Oh, daily cast, excuse me, not daily quest. Yeah, of course.
Yeah, I keep misreading the 2 of them.
So ATC is clicking up, but it looks like they did get the sure gamble off the top. So their deck has just been drawn up here, losing a Citadel Sanctuary to draw into what we know is the pawn shop into Apocalypse. So if Kersia only has 5 credits, it might be hard to defend the Apocalypse. Again, HQ is not ice, so you can run archives twice or once each server.
You know, we can see, did we ever get a Blork in archives? I don't think we did, so an Enigma could be a good bit of stopping power if we have one out.
Yeah, you're right. ATC is probably just trying to hit that Black Orchestra that's been stubbornly sticking in hand for the whole game with 0, but they can't land it. I think they'll be happy, though, if they hit an Enigma to rob Kersia some credits. But hey, that looks like an NGO front in Server 5. If it's not, that'd be pretty wild. We're accessing HQ. It's been a couple turns, and that's a hard-hitting news in there, so you know the credit differential matters. Just clicking for 3, understanding that an NGO front could pop, but now Kersia can always advance it and spend a click to gain 2 credits. So they're 14 to 15. I don't know whether
Such
Kersia,
a big jump for Kersia here.
Yeah, I don't know whether they want to do that sort of spiteful, hard-hitting news to bring your money down, but seems kind of rough. Hedge Fund 18, okay. They finally had the credit lead. ATC Has to respect things like Hydra now. You can res that for 10 credits. It goes down to 5 credits if the subroutines start to fire. ADC just clicking up. Understanding that they don't have to run until Kersia puts something into your remote server. I wonder how much time we have in the run. Holly, do you know?
I can give it a check, but it's got to be running pretty low at this point. Yeah, we are down to 10 minutes left in the round.
So we are tied both on 4 agenda points. I wonder if there's an exchange of information play that could come up. There could be a big swing there, but we're install advancing behind a Funhouse. Now, Funhouse by no means ends the run. You can always get through this. The question is whether you can get through this and sustain your economy. So I think ATC just saying, okay, look, I don't care whatever you put in that remote. I'm going to apocalypse here. Turnpike coming down. And this thing isn't 4 credits every time you go through. That's probably cheaper than running through R&D and risking a code gate. So we might just go through this twice. Oh, there's a global food initiative. We're on game point now, 6. So we might just go through that twice and then apocalypse.
Yeah.
I'm just saying that I can close the game out before the tag really matters. Omaring through this time again. 1 credit lost from the Turnpike on its encounter ability. 3 credits from the MK Ultra. We're going to hit the top of R&D here. Unseen card. DC looks to be considered trashing it. Or we might have a reader here. Trashing a boom for 1. Economic warfare in hand. So we've seen archive memory. Sometimes that shows up as a budget boom, as a way to recur it. So we might feel safe here. If you do apocalypse, you go down to 9 to 17 credits. So no matter what the hard-hitting news is going to land, the question is whether that boom, whether there's a second, or whether there's a psychographics, an exchange of information could be a problem. Kersia drawing up. Just an ice on archives. Again, the winning agenda could easily be in there. Something was advanced on the table. So ATC with only 9 credits, access to certain breakers. We're looking at 2 paperclips. And MK Ultra running server 6 to pop what looked like a Jackson, but it's not. By Jackson, I mean a Spin Doctor.
Yeah, Spin Doctor.
It's a reversed account. It's just clicking to 3. Kersia holding on. Economic warfare into hard-hitting news. So a card in archives. Chances of Bologna, but it looks like there might be more foods than Bolognas in this list.
Yeah, I think so. I think this might be another one of those 1 Bologna lists.
Taking those tags. Boosting the strength just to 6. So hard-hitting news is 4 tags. It's a terminal, so it ends Kersia's turn. You generally play that last click. Now ATC needs to think. You want to access with 5 credits as Bologna. Does Kersia have boom? Exchange of information won't be game winning, but it will put ATC slightly off points. Still technically on game point on 5. Maybe 4 after a shuffle. ATC needs to figure out, because this could be their last turn. And they don't know whether that boom can come back to hand. They don't know whether there's a second one. They're just going to clear 3 tags. So single tag means only exchange of information. It doesn't...
Which is still a big threat.
Yeah.
We can't, definitely cannot write that out.
We saw single market forces. You could play that spitefully to just... I don't know if it matters if the runner has to lose credits for that to trigger. There's a chance it does. And we're building a remote server here again. Kersia has strongly the credit lead here. And there's only 4 cards left in grip. We have no access to breakers. Oh, sorry, we have access to breakers. We don't have economy for breakers. ATC just not slamming centrals again. Maybe waiting for 5 credits to deal with the Bologna. Or not wanting to risk a second hard-hitting news.
Do we have to respect how many times Kersia here has recovered from this apocalypse?
Yeah. Oh, there you go.
We have seen, what, 4 or 5 now?
Yeah. There is the market forces. So that's a 6 credit swing. ATC just spent their whole turn just to click into that. And now we're saying, you know what, I'm just going to start running. And that's a food from hand.
And there's a food. Oh, man.
Good game.
Very good game from both players here.
Kersia had something brewing in the remote. He's asking if it's a Bologna. I don't know if we're going to find out, but that might have been that in the remote server. Again, at this point, we're looking at 3, 6, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 agenda points. Yeah, ATC saying it's a bit too late to get the ASOPs down. And with the tag, that might be right. I think Kersia would have no problem trashing that. But if we're assuming there's another 3-point agenda in archives, another 3-point agenda in server 7, I think that's all the agendas. Unless some of these are reversed accounts or NGO fronts, because it looks like Kersia is playing both of those.
Yeah.
Good game.
Fantastic game. So we should actually be pretty close to the end of the round as well. We have 6 minutes left.
It looks like there's only one table left, which is Shu
Received
versus
Flower.
Grunkov. Do you want to peek into that?
Yeah, we can definitely give that a peek and see how they're going. It looks like, wow, we have 6-6 in this game here.
Ooh. So Precision Design versus a rebirthed Omar. It looks like if you look at the heap, I'm assuming that was a max. It's kind of hard to tell. Let me scroll up. It's Rob playing. No, it was a Hoshiko. So Hoshiko has rebirthed into Omar. We have the turtles. This is Shu's turn. She doesn't have a lot of credits. Amaku is back down to 0. I imagine it's been purged a couple times when you purge for 8. And Archives upgrade. Not sure why or what that'd be. I imagine it's a Crisium grid to deal with Omar.
Yeah, that would make sense.
R&D is unapproachable. We have access to Paperclip and MK Ultra, so we have all our breakers if we really need them, but credits are the limiting factor there. Definitely both on game point, and outside of perhaps the single biotic that sometimes shows up in this list, Rob isn't scoring at this point. Shu running the remote server. Paying 2 to get the on-sell, or sorry, to get to the gatekeeper, hitting the on-sell. Just gonna click through this just to get one Amakua counter? This allows Shu, she can technically contest R&D without installing the paperclip. We have about 5 minutes left in the round here. Wow. So again, this deck I think only has 9 agendas. Either player just needs one more of them. But there's only 3 left in the deck. We have server 1 having a card installed into it, triggering the Tranquility Grid to draw a card, a second card following. So if this is just any 4-2 agenda on top of a Managarm Skunkworks, I don't think Shu has any way to deal with this.
It looks like the Corp is definitely in a really comfortable spot here.
Yeah. I think Shu's only option here is like potentially to run R&D. Maybe see the border control get popped. Then click for 2 credits, run back into R&D. That is a line. Oh, I think they're actually credit short for that. Oh, they could let the one of the border control subroutines fire. So that would be 3, click for 1, run for 3. Then you have no credits. Yeah, you're even short. You'd need an overclock, and we've seen 2 in the bin so far. Grown Coffee, you're really figuring out what to do with that last click. 2 cards in server 1. Just put in this turn, trying to figure out how they can not lose. And mind you, the gatekeeper they can get through, they can click through the on-sell. So so much of this is the strength of the potential Managarm, or even sometimes the Anoetic Void. And if you pay all your money on the gatekeeper and you click all the way through on-sell, both of the Managarm options are unapproachable. You either have to spend 5 credits or 2 clicks, or the run ends. Rob's thinking. We have about 5 minutes left in the round. Guys, make sure you end your turn before the round ends, that's for sure. Trashing the gatekeeper. Putting a second piece of ice out there on R&D, so
all right.
Nothing guaranteed here on the run with only 2 credits. You could try server 1 and hope that's a bluff, that's a CVS into an agenda, but that seems like a really low percentage play. We're charging R&D. 2 credits hitting. Oh no, the macrophage.
Oh.
Now that first trace 4 for the purge is going to go through, so Rob is going to gain 4 credits. Actually, sorry, 8 credits. Which means that trace 1 at the end is just going to be very easy. Macrophage showing back up in decks. Whether there are viruses or not, it doesn't matter when you have Cyber Deck sandboxes. Trashing the Amaku on the way out.
It's such a nice... even if it's just a tech card, just, for Amakua or just like 1 or 2 other things. If you've got those Cyberdeck sandboxes, you are going to get so much value out of that macrophage.
Ending the run, Shu clicking for credit, now charging HQ with 3 credits to their name. They can break the drafter. With 14 credits, I don't think there's anything Rob is upset to res here, especially if that's game in server 1. So Grunkov is going to try and think here. It looks like it is a magnet. Not going to fire, but is going to end the run. That is just good enough. So let's see if Rob has it here. If the card in server 1 is a 4-2, even sometimes a 5-3 with double seamless launch, you'll be able to score out here. And it looks like we have it. Seamless launch. on top, and another advance. That is going to be the final, or the second off-world office, taking Gronkov up to 8 points. Time has just been called. Good game.
Less than 1 minute left.
Sweat.
Right on time.
Yeah, nailed it. Awesome. Actually, if you look in the bin, you see there's double mana Garm out, so everyone might just be an Anoetic or even a bluff, but I think the list does run 3 mana Garms. All right, that is round 5. My voice is falling apart. How are you doing, Ollie?
I've not been at it all day like you have, but even now, just so much Netrunner all day is just so taxing. I mean,
you got to find all the lines all the time.
you got to find all the lines all the time, especially for the players. As we get into round 6, we're going to start seeing, just the exhaustion of the day starting to take its toll on all of these players.
It is something that's noticeable. Like, you do see that, and it's unfortunate. Sometimes you see like just plays you think, oh man, if I was in that shoes, I wouldn't have taken that play. But again, it is worth knowing that these people have been grinding games all day. So
Absolutely.
you have to give them the benefit of the doubt. If you want to jump over, Holly, quickly to the pairings, we actually have some interesting numbers already. Firstly, all the players that were at the highest slot have ID'd. They did pair against each other, which makes sense because I think that was necessary unless there was a pair down. But so they did all ID, so they're going to continue to be I don't think they're going to continue to be any longer on the top. Oh no, they will be. They'll just be tied with everybody below that. And if you look, everyone below that swept. Nobody split. And I think a big part of that was by design.
That's all the way down to table 14. That is wild.
I think that is, I'd assume some of those are what it's called a 2-for-1. So basically they agree whoever wins the first game wins both games.
Mm-hmm.
So that is going to be a big deal for shaking up the standings there, because we're going to have so many players that are on that same amount of wins that I don't know if any player can ID for the last round. I might be wrong about that. I don't think I am.
With how close this is, no, I don't think you are.
Yeah. Cody's saying anyone have 15 points had to 2-for-1. Yeah, I believe that. If you look at the standings, there was at 15 points, yes, but I think a lot of the 18s might have as well. But 15, yeah, definitely they had to go for that 2-for-1. They can't split and then make the top cut. So we'll see how that worked out. There was a lot of people on 15. That goes all the way down to 25. That's like a third of the field. I won my 2-for-1 with a 1 in 6 agenda pick. That's amazing. So we're having the results coming in. I think there's just one table that hasn't finished. I'm just gonna take a second just to slate. So my name is Andre. I'm from the Metropolitan Grid. I'm really excited to be involved here at the American Continental's 2021. I stream and make content on a channel called the Metropolitan Grid. Check it out if you like. Otherwise, I'm joined by Holly, who's the former creative director of Nisei. How's it going, Holly? How's your day been so far?
It's been great. It's been, watching a lot of great games of Netrunner and just a lot of really great players. And we see, some people piloting these more common decks and just with all of these different approaches. And then we see the occasional people bring in, their own pet favorites. And so we've got a lot of really great games of Netrunner just throughout this entire day. I'm really excited to be here.
So we have a couple more rounds today. I think there is a pretty high chance that we're going to get to tiebreakers. Again, the idea is for tiebreakers is to make sure that anyone who's on what's called the bubble basically has the possibility of making it, but it's close based on strength of schedule. They get one single round, and it's only a single-sided round, so they play runner or corp, not both, to definitively push themselves up or down to make sure that we only have 8 players going in tomorrow. And then if you're around tomorrow, we have that top 8 cut. And top 8 cut does work a bit differently than this. If you're not familiar with the format, it becomes double elimination. So players will be sitting down against each other and only playing one side of the matchup. And that continues until somebody hasn't lost twice. If you lose twice, you're out. So there'll be a big tournament tree, and it comes down to the finals in which someone hasn't lost against someone from the loser bracket. And there's quite some Netrunner to watch still. Don't worry. So I'll check and make sure everything is good. Looks like everything is good.
Yeah, we should be seeing pairings for the final official round soon. Still waiting on reporting from one table, it looks like.
We have one more table left. Okay. Yeah, just one final table. Okay. Well, you know, Holly, it's okay. I'm gonna throw up a graphic, and I'm going to put some music on it. I'm just gonna duck out to get some water. Uh,
Yeah, by all
do you
means.
want to just run the stream, or otherwise I can put a graphic up? No pressure.
Either or. I don't really know how much there is to talk about until then. So if you want to throw up a graphic, that's fine.
All right, perfect. I'm gonna throw down the mic for a second. We'll be back in about 2 minutes. Don't go anyone. We'll be right back. Welcome back. We're just about to start round 6. I hope you enjoyed that music. That was what was queued up, I reckon. And I'm, as ever, joined by Holly. How's it going? Break one barrier, right?
Absolutely. Break one barrier. Glad to be back.
All
Glad to
right.
get right into round 6 as pairings are starting to go up.
So I'm just checking the standings right now. We have 7 players on 24. At this point, I don't know whether these players can safely go for that intentional draw, the ID, on the basis that a lot of these 21s might just go for that 2-for-1. I don't think any of these players would be happy splitting, so they're going to just try and make that not an option. So we have a lot of players down to 21. It goes all the way to rank 15. So this might be tight. I think everyone still has to play some Netrunner, which I'm not playing right now, so I'm kind of happy to see that, you know?
Yeah, definitely. As long as I'm not playing, I want to see as much as I can.
So we got some good tables. I'm going to jump over to Jinteki.net. We can have a look at what there is to spectate. So we'll see. Sometimes this round takes a bit longer because people are deciding, you know, they're talking to their teammates, or not teammates, sorry, to their opponents, and figuring out what the play is. So
Yeah.
what table do we want to do in terms of top tables? We have ATC. We just saw ATC last round. There's 2 spectators already on the Sengrin's table. I don't think we've seen Stephen E. I think Stephen E. is the last player on the bubble of the 15th slot. Let's see who Stephen E is playing against first.
Yeah, that sounds like a good candidate once we see their opponent.
Yeah, let me check real quick. Oh, they're playing Brick. Yeah, okay. It's a possibility. So 70 players today, which is a good turnout. I think there's technically slightly, just a bit more players at the Euro Africas, but still a really sizable show up for an online tournament. This is fantastic.
For a dead game. I mean,
Table 9 otherwise is Stoned versus Cody. We haven't seen Cody on stream yet. Stoned is going to be running with Adam, which is always really exciting.
a treat.
Sorry?
I said that's always
a treat. Yeah, definitely. So let's see. I don't think table 4 has sat down just yet. Give us 1 second. TF34 versus Cable is being suggested. I don't know if they're going to play. I assume they have to. That's table 3. So we'll see. Again, apologies. Maybe we should just listen to more music, but this will just take a couple seconds for this to be everyone to sit down at their digital tables. All right, where do you want to go? Holly, do you want to do Steven and Brick? We can do Cody and Adam.
Let's get I would love to see that Adam game.
Let's do it. Okay, cool. Let me find it. I lost it.
It's table 9, I think it was.
That's exactly it. All right. Oh, man. So, excuse me. I thought this was going to be a pretty rough matchup immediately. But right now it is CTM. That is what Stoned is playing as a corporation. They just took their mulligan. Mind you, Controlling the Message did just win the Euro Africa Continentals last week. It is a 45 minimum deck size with only 12 influence, and that's generally a sign that the ability it has is pretty strong. And it says the first time the runner trashes installed corp card each turn, you may trace 4. If successful, give the runner 1 tag. Cannot be avoided. And I was worried that we're going to play Adam into CTM, which can be very difficult. They're forced to trash cards they access, which means the credit differentials can swing over. But we'll see what kind of max that Cody is playing here again. We've seen so much max today.
Yeah, with so many different types of max, between those giant 88, 90 card max decks like we saw earlier, and now we've got your typical 45 card, and so there's just, it's one of those identities you can do so much with and still make so much good use of that ability, that it's one we've always seen people, good stuff is always safe, but there's also a lot of creativity that goes into it as well.
So there's 2 options here. Wow, Cody discarding a whole mid of breakers. Just, wow, 5 breakers. And the question is trying to understand what sort of suite this is. Now, behind a single piece of ice turn 1, I think there was 2 things we were scared of, Rashida Yahim, but AR Enhanced Security is going to do it. This adds another tag on top of Controlling the Message, not trace-based, and specifically this tag does not care if the card was installed. So if you're running R&D and trashing things, that's going to be a problem. We see a bit deeper into Cody's deck here, and again, I think the Out of the Ashes betrays it here. This is looking like Sokka's Apocalypse list, something close to that, if you paid attention to the APAC Continentals a couple weeks ago. So Stoned needs to understand that this is an Apocalypse list, and with AR Enhanced Security, it's not impossible, but it's less likely that Cody can end their turn on tags. Now, it could be 2 tags. If they play an Out of the Ashes, they can sometimes end their turn with a single tag. Finding a Sansan City Grid in server 1 now. Stoned can't afford to res that. But Cody's basically just trying to keep the economic lead up. They know they have access all to breakers. They probably have an Apocalypse in hand. We've gone through half the deck already. And just figuring out when's the right time to pop that off and not float too many tags after.
Absolutely.
Second Out of the Ashes. And we're going straight into Wanted. Oh, you love to see it.
Oh, wow. Yeah, with that open HQ.
Stone says, but this is such a powerful card against the sports medals that want to keep all these cards in hand, maybe don't defend centrals as hard, and this gets out the fast advance pieces, sometimes even just knocks cards out of hand, so Audacity is even harder to play with the minimum requirement of 3. So for the Sansan brewing, I don't know, if you had that agenda in hand, it's in archives, find a Spin Doctor now before Cody maybe goes and takes a little check to see what's been stashed away in archives. Stoned, drawing up, nothing res in server 2. Sometimes you see those commercial bankers group, even the Mumba Temples, the Pat campaigns, but it looks like nothing res right away. And this could just be an APOC turn here. Out of the Ashes, removed from the
It's
game, from the heap, just to
looking
get
more and more like we might be seeing an APOC.
a free run. We're checking heap here, checking the archives. There's a Beal. A Crisium Grid came out of the hand. One of the best cards you can play to stop an Apocalypse. If we look at the heap here, we have access to all our breakers. A second out of the ashes. No APOCs have hit there yet. We're checking HQ. It's a Mani Sanai. So all that's left, the question is, what's on R&D? We're trashing the Mani Sanai, taking the AR enhanced security, and we're using the overclock in R&D. This is such a good use of this card, ensuring that either you have to install a breaker, or if you don't want to do that, you have extra credits to fire trace. Mamba Temple and Server 2, going to go ahead and res a Turnpike. So here you could trace out, or you're spending 5 credits either way, whether you want to use your MK Ultra, or whether you want to just trace this thing through. And Cody didn't play a second out of the ashes, so they are going to float a tag at the end of this turn, if I'm not mistaken.
It looks like it, yeah.
Oh, no, exactly. Sorry. Yeah, because the Apocalypse... Who trashes the cards on Apocalypse? I think the runner does it, right? The question is...
I believe so.
Yeah, I think so. And there you go. There's Apocalypse. So this says trash all installed corp cards, so that will trigger a CTM trace. So Cody has the money to trace through this. Floating 2 tags is dangerous. If Stone just has the boom in hand and somehow Cody takes the tag, this will be a short game. Oh, they have 1 click left. Excuse me. Never mind. So they can always clear this tag. So they're just floating a single tag. Sorry, that was the point of playing the Out of the Ashes, of course. So with the single tag, not a lot of punishment here. Exchange of information, honestly, not amazing when you lose the AR enhanced security ability. Market forces can do something, but not too much. Hard hitting news is pretty far away from 4 to 9 credits, but that was, you saw it. Cody knew what to do. I'm just going to establish economy, get access to breakers, and then throw the digital destruction book. Now, a big thing you need to track in this game is the labor rights. 2 have been lost already. You're hitting a Stargate, an Overclock, and a Moshing to use a Moshing. You just want to dig deeper, because if you lose that 3rd labor rights, that's it. You lose so much recursion in your deck.
That's the game.
Dirty Laundry, finding a blown on HQ. You can steal that and basically refunding the Dirty Laundry. We're on game point already.
Yeah, like on one hand, it's a scary place to be when the Corp still has almost their entire deck at this point. At least, you know, for the stage in the game that we're at, they're not out a ton of extra cards. And simultaneously being an APOC deck with only 1 labor rights left and 10 cards in stack is max. You know you've got to really win soon, but
Yeah.
Encoder has just had so much like control going on so far.
Cody has no board state.
It looks like Stone is not finding any sort of protection.
I think Stone might try to sneak out a Beal on the table, but if they do that, they don't really have much else going for them. Cody with no board state right now, we can just keep that heap open. That's all that matters to look at. And I'm pretty sure at this point, well, they might have found the 3rd labor rights. Otherwise, they might just be frantically drawing, discarding a paperclip and the 2nd Apocalypse. Mind you, this list, I believe, runs 3 of them, 2 out of the ashes and a rebirth. And we got a Rashida popping off, and we have a commercial bankers group. Let alone a daily business show. This card actually did not show up in the winning list of the Euro Africa CTM, but this filtered card draw can really help Stone find the sort of ice they want for R&D and make sure that they're not drawing into too many agendas. But it's been a couple turns. We've pulled out, I think 2 agendas from hand? 1 from HQ? No, I think 2 from HQ. So respecting there. The Apocalypse also on top of that, respecting Wanton, respecting the Stargate. We've seen 2 in the heap so far. And we lose another Wanton off the top and a Black Orchestra. There's only 2 cards left in the stack. New card installed in Server 7. Cody slowing down a wee bit. Got that drip economy from Daily Cast. That's 5 credits over a long enough 4 turns. And that Liberated Counts gives you that sure gamble button. So Cody's saying, that's fine. You're not going to score out anytime soon. So I can just kind of sit back here. And a nice play here.
Being on game point like that with the Corp only on 1 point.
Oh, Sansan.
Pretty big difference.
Getting res for 6. We're just going to score out another AR enhanced security. You know, you paid 8 credits for that, but it makes the Apocalypse much harder. Milling the last 2 cards of the deck. One of them was a rebirth, which I reckon you'd appreciate to see here. And with that Sansan City Grid on the table, Cody has some good reasons here to chase the Apocalypse, but a Wanton Destruction might be better. Getting any sort of tag punishment out of hand so that following APOC might be less of a problem with 2 credits. They can res a ping, they can res an IP block, they can res a pop-up and a tithe. It looks like it is the first option, the IP block. We're firing all. Paying 3 credits to get through this again, Cody. Not even having to play breakers when so much of this ice can trace through or destroy. And it's worth noting, Wanton Destruction. This is very subtle. Wanton says that the corp trashes the cards. You force the corp to do something, which means you're not doing it. Which means the AR enhanced security tag does not fire. The wording
Correct.
on a lot of cards is very specific of who's doing the
Very
trashing.
particular, yeah.
Commercial Bankers Group still giving 3 credits. That's a lot of value. Daily Business Show also making sure Stoned isn't drawing into agendas that they don't want them. But we're at the bottom of the stack. So we actually could tell what is in Cody's hand. If we look right now, it looks like we're not seeing a single Apocalypse, a single Labor Rights, and then I don't think I'm going to be capable of finding out what the last card is there. But it's possible to ascertain. Wow, 3 Wanton. I love that.
It's just such a quintessential Anarch card. Just the idea of, I'm going to give up my turn. I'm going to give up my actions just to make your life harder.
Yeah.
That is what I have always loved about the faction since the very core set of the game.
Disruption. Well, that's when I started trying to play competitively. Wanted Destruction Eater. That was the thing at the time, and
that
still
was a
feels good years later.
Great team together.
Stoned. Dropping in Server 8, a new card again with a Sense and City and Grid on the table. They could just score at 3-2s from hand. If they have the Beals, they could push for them if they really wanted to. And Cody going to finish off that Liberated Accounts. We'll see if we see the play here. We're just going to start taking things down. And this is 3 tags. Understanding how important the money is here. They might go ahead and check Server 8, but this is a tag from CTM. It's 2 tags from the AR Enhanced Security. So this is going to be Cody's turn having to float some of these tags as well, right? Unless they want to pay for the 4 for the trace. Yeah, they're going to pay 4. So there you go. Paying 4, paying 2 to clear the tag, floating a single tag here. Understanding, and that's a Rashid in Server 8, which I have no doubt Cody's pretty upset about. I think that's one of the best things. And with double AR Enhanced Security, it's a bit harder to do this. But both AR Enhanced Security and controlling the message only trigger the first time something is trashed.
Yeah.
So oftentimes you want to take out a pair of things or spend your whole turn sweeping the board, but just going for one.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, that's not as efficient as some other options.
Much harder to justify.
Stone's money is a bit in shambles. The Sansan City Grid is still alive and well.
True.
Let's see if Cody can find that game point again. You can always just, I guess you have to spend a lot of your turn doing it. If we look at the list too, we've seen 3-Ive at worst, right? So you can't burst draw too easily, but if you want to go ahead and play your final Labor Rights, you put back in Rebirth, and then you have to draw to make sure you don't mill it. And there you go, exchange of information. That single tag being actually quite impactful. A huge swing. Cody going from 5 agenda points down to 3, while we go from 1 to 4 on the corpse side, floating the 1 tag.
It's a tremendous benefit just for floating that 1 tag.
That's a huge yikes, that's for sure.
You lose out one of those AR enhanced tags, but
yeah.
boy, is it worth it.
Yeah, the ability is no longer active, but Cody, who has been sitting on game points since relatively early in the game, is now a bit further away, probably going to have to steal Bologna on top of another agenda. Trying to figure out what to do here. Exchange of information, such a powerful card. The best single tag punishment in the game right now. Cody, trying to figure this out again. You have a lot of plays.
It is suddenly a very tough spot. We suddenly got his back up against the wall here.
Those Labor Rights plays too, again, while you're still max. You have to, if there's anything in those Labor Rights, you have to draw into them. We're checking archives here. Cards were wanted. There could just be enough in archives. We haven't seen a single Spin Doctor. There you go. Spin Doctor in Server 10, which just came out last turn. So if there was winning agendas in the archives, Cody just hasn't checked.
Yeah.
There might be the game already in archives for a couple turns, but just not taking the time to check.
Not been checked, yeah. It is a distinct possibility here.
We see 6 face down card, and Spin Doctor, mind you, only shuffles back 2. That's how you throw a game. Oh, Cody, feels bad, man. You can still do this. So we'll see what's coming back here. 6 face down. Stoned has some options. Now, Daily Business Show has been up for a while, so I'm pretty sure that's been up before the second Wanton, so the Wanton might not have hit
Yeah,
too
it has
hard
been.
in terms of agendas. But we're giving some thoughts here again. Shuffle 2 cards from Archives into R&D. It's 1 card fewer than the old Jackson Howard.
Having that one Daily Business Show out for so long is just so much value in one card. You know, being able to, I mentioned how much I loved the class act on the
Yeah.
runner side, but being able to filter cards on the corp side and, you know, very specifically decide when you want agendas to show up and when you want to wait and hold off and when you want economy to show up or ice to show up. You know, it's such an impact on corp play, and it's one I'm actually kind of surprised that Cody hasn't gone to trash yet. But
Yeah,
like you
it's so
mentioned, having those
hard.
double Aries plus CTM just makes it so difficult.
So it looks like we're running into some issues with operating that spin dock. Cody's saying that you can do it manually. So we'll see again. 2 cards going back. PSK stepping in. Shout outs to our organizers and judges. They'll help out with this. Nice. So we're going to just undo click and try that again. Stoned DC'd. They'll probably reconnect. I really hope they reconnect.
This is far too good of a game for us to lose.
So we'll see if they come back again. 6 cards in Archives. Is Councilman still in the format? I think it is. That sounds like a Mamba card, right?
That is a Mamba card, I believe.
Man, we haven't seen it. There used to be so many ways to play around that old Jackson Howard. Things like Hades Shard, Councilman, the current I don't know the name of, Paul Up. But no, Spin Doctor's getting away with it, and that makes sense.
Yeah. Nothing wrong having a little recursion on the corp side.
So we're checking Archives here. Stone still hasn't reconnected. I don't know if there's a reconnection message. We're going to hold out here for a second to see if things can right themselves. So let's talk about how you get out of the situation, right? So what is Cody's out when he's on 3 agenda points? You need to find a Bologna. Where are you going to find that? Likely R&D. And at this point, the bottom of R&D is kind of a problem. We have no shuffle effects.
It is.
We have no breakers on the table, and our economy is slowing down. And as soon as you apocalypse, you take on multiple tags. So the question is this a boom deck? Can you actually end your turn with multiple tags? Because at this point, the damage has been done when it comes to largely has been done when it comes to exchange.
Yeah, for the most part, you know, there's at this point you're really in a bad spot as Cody. Not impossible by any means, but you know, with 3 cards left in the deck, and I think you said there was a labor rights left, so there is
Yep.
at least that. But just with so little left, you know, in your armory there, you've got to be very finely calculated with every move you make. And so, yeah, you know, R&D is probably where you're going to find that Bologna, but because of that DBS and whatnot, you know, the lower end of the deck is where it's going to be.
Oh, we figured it out. The reason why they can't pick cards from Archives is the Daily Business Show trigger is filing off of the draw off the Spin Doctor. So I think they're trying to trigger both of those abilities at the same time. You have to resolve the DBS first. It's probably just a big
is a command, I believe, to
close prompt.
There's a close prompt, and there's one to like bottom a card.
Huh. Okay, so we'll sort this out shortly. I have no doubt. There's, I think, 2 other big threats right now that we can talk about, right? Like we have a Sanson City grid that's been on the table for a while at this point. So like any Beals that just pop up off the top of the Daily Business Show, Stone feels like they've stabilized just enough that they could just spend 2 credits to score that, let alone if that's the Amani Sinai in server 9, which hasn't been trashed. So we're going to undo clicks, try this again. Yeah, so we just have to make sure the Daily Business Show fires again, because this triggers off anytime you draw, or first time, you draw per turn, and your turn is a turn. So it looks like we might just have nailed it this time. There you go. Fantastic. So commercial groups and 1 unseen. So we're actually going to see 5 here. All right, so we got through that. That's good. Power of teamwork. So we're seeing 4 cards in there. It's an Enigma. That is the second Sands and Secret Grid, third altogether, a Banker's Group, and there is a Boom. The Boom did get wanted. So the amount of recursion in this list.
Rough. It's going to be a little bit safer on Cody's side.
And this deck
maybe float attack or 2.
Doesn't have a lot of influence. We're looking at right now 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 influence out of 12 in archives already. So whether this deck can run archive memories, I would be pretty surprised. Whether it has a second Boom, that would also be a bit of a surprise. We're labor rightsing for labor rights, rebirth, labor rights, draw cards. So we're going to mill 1 card off the top of the deck. So no matter what, Cody has labor rights in hand. Whether they have the rebirth, that's a bit of a question mark. Mistakes were made. Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Yeah, that's the problem when you're still max, when you haven't rebirthed out of this. It's much harder to play the labor rights is there. Server 11 coming down on top of server 12. This is the first time today we've had to zoom out on stream. That's kind of nice. I like the big cards. So 2 servers coming in. Stoned with 1 click left again. We haven't seen a lot of economic assets, pad campaigns, NASICs. All of those could be alive and well. And we're icing up archives, respecting the apocalypse. Respecting
very true.
Something else. And the rebirth was the last card. So Cody losing out on that 50-50. Their hand is 2 labor rights and apocalypse. And again, 1 card that I reckon a sleuthing viewer could probably discern what that is. Access to breakers. 13 credits. Cody jamming that the second labor rights. And at this point, you can spend the rest of your turn just drawing up all the cards you shuffled back in, or 2 more clicks, which stops you from losing any of this value. So we'll see what they're picking here. We actually can see in real time. So highlighting 2 overclocks. And we'll see what their last option is. It was 2 overclocks and a 3rd overclock. Just trying to get that value.
Interesting.
Either to trash cards on the table, that works well for that, or to be able to install breakers and start pressuring central servers. Because I think Cody might feel a bit better floating tags by seeing that Boom hanging out in archives.
Yeah, for sure.
It's also huge to follow. That Spin Doctor was popped last turn, and shuffling the deck is a really big deal when Daily Business Show has been used to bottom agendas.
Also very true.
Speaking of Daily Business Show, the Mumble Temple is going to be rezzed to res the Daily Business Show for only 1 credit. So now every time you draw, or the first time a turn, you look at 3 cards and bottom 2 of them. So Stoned just eliminated entirely the variance from their card draw. We're going to open up with the Spin Doctor here. So that's, again, it's draw 4, keep 2 of them. So they can really find what they need here, whether they're just digging for a way to close the game, whether it's the 3rd Ares, the AR Enhanced Security, and then the last Beal, that'll get them up to 7 points. I don't know what the timing is here. Did they res that on their turn? Yeah, they resed it on the runner's turn, so that's good.
Yeah, they did.
Yeah, it says they start their turn, so that's going to trigger twice and get value off Double Daily Business Show. So Stoned on 5 credits. Can definitely score out on the Sands City Grid. Again, a Beal is just install advance, and it looks like that's what we have here. Install advance, shows a Beal. Oh, tomorrow's headline. Of course, there are more 3-2s. And this single tag is honestly really impactful if Cody just wants to say, I'm going to ignore the board and close the game, because you can no longer trace through the IP block without spending 1 of your clicks clearing this, which is still technically possible if you remove from games that out of the ashes, and it looks like we're going for it. Running R&D. You also sometimes have a click here to Omar into HQ if you don't want to deal with that IP block. It's Turnpike. That is a lose a credit on encounter. Trace 5 for a tag. I don't know if Cody's just going to say, I'm going to tag me. It looks like...
I think at this point you just take the tags.
Yeah.
It doesn't feel good, but I mean, against CTM, there is a point where that is just eventually bound to happen.
So we're going to tag
especially
me.
with them on 6 agenda points.
Now, while the Boom might not matter, we still have to worry about an exchange of information. We still have to worry about a potential psychographics. And both of those can close the game pretty quickly. Now, Stoned only on 3 credits. No ways to make money off the board. So we're going to overclock here archives. We can overclock HQ. I think we know that there's 2 overclocks in hand. So we're running archives here. There's 2 cards face down. Spin Doctor still being able to be used. Hitting another Turnpike. Okay. So Stone's paying real 2 credits. That's no longer Mumba Temple money. Cody's going to lose 1, take a tag. I think we're just popping the Spin Doctor here, picking 2 cards from the archives to shuffle back into the deck.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe it's a Boom. I think the Boom might make sense. No, it's Commercial Bankers Group and an unseen card, so we're going to see 1 flipped here. Have we hit this thing yet? No, we haven't even hit this, so... Wait, what happened? We didn't fire the subroutines. Yeah, Cody's asking for the fire trace, which I reckon they're just pay through with the overclock. So it's not going to change too much, but
yeah,
technically true. So trace 5, these overclock credits are going to go down the drain. You might as well get rid of the tag. I don't think there's any reason this deck wants to float additional tags.
Yeah, definitely.
Accessing archives, there's a big old Hydra there at the bottom. And that is the last overclock coming here on HQ. Now, you can't trace through this because the tags are there. So this is a free paperclip plus 2 more credits to break, leaving you easily with 3 credits at least to land Apocalypse. So you're going to take a heck of a lot of tags. That is 1 more tag from the AR Enhanced Security, 1 more tag from controlling the message.
But you do what you gotta to get there. Yeah, and there's the Apocalypse.
You have a click left here. Whether you want to slam HQ here, you do have Bologna Bucks. Whether you want to go R&D. But Stone down to 1 credit, so the Boom isn't a real threat. It's just exchange of information, unless they have a planogram in hand. A predicted planogram allows them to draw 3, gain 3.
Oh, that would be so much value right now.
Just seeing an Enigma at the code gate. We only have 1 paperclip chip on the table. Archive memories into exchange of information. That's the game. They had the archive. That was influence.
Oh,
GG
powerful.
from Cody. Slopping it down. They were up at 5 agenda points down to 2. That's what a tag means. This corporation gained 18 credits. And yet, standing very confidently there with 7 agenda points. Whoa. I think there might have been a turn where there's agendas and archives. Yeah, that is so wild. 18 credits. That's like
18
that's
credits
barely
over
enough
25
money.
minutes.
That's barely enough money to score these agendas.
Yeah, that was not even a short game. That was a 25-minute game, you know, like an almost perfectly average half the 65-minute round kind of thing.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's wild.
And we've still got a game 2.
Yeah, we do still have a game 2, and I think that is the Adam game that we rolled up
We're
here.
so excited for.
Oh, is this a 2-for-1? Oh, they 2-for-1'd. No game 2. So that's
No
gonna.
game 2.
There's a big chance we're gonna see an Adam in the top cut, which is pretty impressive. That's probably the end of the line for Cody though, which is unfortunate, but good game to both players.
Is.
Definitely playing really well and showing us some exciting Netrunner. What table do you want to jump to?
Let's see, what do we have here?
Yeah, top cut Adam is I think maybe the spiciest thing that has the potential of making a top cut this Continental season.
Certainly of what all has been introduced. Let's see if there's anything else spicy up here.
So we have, is Wise Runner a PE player? We have an Ag Infusion on table 8. We have a Near
I was
Earth
actually gonna
Hub
mention
on table 12.
So Wise Runner is Ag Infusion Zaya, and I don't think I've seen a Zaya game yet today.
Yeah, the one right now is 4-9 versus Ag Infusion. You want to check that out?
Sure.
Let's do it. Table 8. All right. We see Rob here. Have 4 tags in. How is that possible? I guess it's the IP block. Inside job. Running in at server 1. Getting Ag Infusion into archives again. Not a lot of the outermost ice here is being rezzed. If we see there is a Cyberdex Fire Suite, which I'm not sure if Rob is accessing here because that's going to give 4 credits to Wise Runner. Yeah, trying to jack out, which you are allowed to do. But accessing everything in archives, yeah, that's goofed up.
Yeah, that might be a good undo click turn.
Yeah, it looks like they're okay. Just hitting that close prompt button again. If you know the right codes, you can get out of any situation. That's the core of Netrunner, isn't it?
Hacking. You gotta hack.
Gotta hack.
It's a hacker's game.
So Wise Runner does have the DNA tracker, and we haven't seen a decoder yet. The big question is whether Rob is on that low-cost Unity or whether they're on that much more expensive Amina. And the Amina lines up with the DNA tracker, I think, relatively well. And the problem is going to be the other one. Oh, we have 4 advancements there. That's the 3rd sandbox purge for 8 credits. That is a seamless launch, allowing Ag Confusion to have that sort of aggression. Class act drawing up. So now we're both on game points, assuming that there are 5-3 agendas. Usually it's the Obokata in this list. There's a chance it could be the Global Food Initiative just to force Rob to steal 4 agendas. Ag Confusion does have extra influence to spend on those foods. We're charging HQ here. Again, this could just be a throw into the DNA tracker. And Rob has no way to deal with that. That will open up HQ for the rest of this turn.
That will open up HQ for the DOF, though, yeah.
But again, with no tags.
The diversion is going to be super.
Yeah, there you go. Lose 6.
At this point, but...
Take 3 net damage. That is the Ag Confusion ability. Losing a Boomerang, an Amakua, and an Inside Job.
Oh, man.
And there's that diversion.
Amakua's in the field. Those other 2 were pretty rough.
Yeah, we still haven't seen Decoder yet. If you look at the heap, we're looking at, that's a 3rd diversion of funds. We have 2 Inside Jobs out now and 1 Boomerang loss, as well as the Rebirth. HQ being repaired. Yeah, it's really hard for Rob to start face checking these unresed ice without running to the DNA tracker, and Wise Runner has something in server 1 here. The seamless launches add such a threat to this deck. We don't need a Lacosta when you can just pay 1 credit from hand.
Yeah, for real.
Rob just drawing up, looking for their options. And so Rashida Yahim going to throw Wise up onto 10 credits and an extra 4 cards in hand after mandatory. The problem with these tags too, right? Like 4 tags, I don't think Rob is going to clear them, which means that a turning wheel, which is probably the only multi-axis in this deck on top of perhaps a legwork, it's not going to stick.
Pretty much just out of the question.
Rob needs single axes to close the game here. Hansei Review, going to deal with those extra cards in hand. Wise Runner is up on 19 credits. I think they started their turn on 7.
They've got more credits than the entirety of that last CTM.
yeah, that's true. Falsified credentials, calling a spin doctor. They guessed agenda, so they're not going to get their they're going to get their Amku counter, but they're not going to get their 5 credits. Just resing the spin doctor, which sometimes you snap res just to ensure that like you can't give off more falsified credentials. But unfortunately, you also draw 2, which sometimes can be an issue if you're not expecting that mid turn. But it looks like we're popping that, and Citadel Sanctuary is going to come down to slowly clear those tags clicklessly. So the question is does Wise Runner value trashing that Citadel for this tags to stick? I'd be surprised. Spin Doctor for double seamless launch. Any card of this remote server, even an unadvanced card in the right hand, could be scored out next
suddenly,
turn.
Yeah.
This is
extremely
looking
dangerous.
Like an Obokata behind the DNA tracker. Even that ice there in front of server 1, just stopping a potential inside job, whether there's a 3rd here. Amina getting found. Breaks it
for that expensive Amina.
For only 4 credits on the DNA tracker. Rob knows they have to spend 2 clicks running this remote, so it's now or never. But I don't think they have the credits. They just don't have the credits here. Oh no, they perfectly have the credits. Sorry, that's a very big difference. They have 4 for the DNA tracker, 3 for the IP block. Forcing a run archives.
It will get pitched over there, so they do have 1 click left to check it out.
Your Rob should jack out here. Again, you don't want to give the Corp 8 credits. I know there's a CVS in there. They have to undo the click. Yeah, this implementation is, I think, a bit finicky with that confusion. All right, so I think Rob has to code his way out of this. There you go. Close prompt / jack out. Let's go. Now at this point, you can't go back in the DNA tracker. You'll break for 4, making the Corp lose 1. The IP block, you have to break both subroutines. That doesn't change the math. 3 for Paperclip. And then you're in. Now if it's an Obokata, you win the game. If it's a Global Food Initiative, we're going to continue here. But this is credit perfect. Is it the Obo?
I think it's the Obo. I'm calling it.
Rob is through here. This is huge. The single advanced card can be any 5/3 with the seamless launch threat. There are 2 more back in circulation. Wants to act? It's an NGO front. Oh no. Man, baiting
this
out.
Is such a bad place for Gronkov.
Baiting out that Ag Infusion ability on something that looked like the winning agenda. Probably feeling really good, Gronkov, with exactly enough credits. But now this is what a scoring window looks like, if you've ever seen one. Wise Runner paying the credit to prevent the exposed, double advanced there. Okay, so NGO front count, if we look into the bin.
Gotta say.
2.
Could be another NGO, in theory.
Class act. Drawing back up with only 1 credit. If you inside job this, you're still going to need 3 credits to get through the IP block, 2 to play the inside job. So you're going to need a miracle here off the top. Now you have a chance of slamming HQ here, but you have to commit at this point because you can only run once. You get redirected. You have to run again. So you have a chance of running R&D or a chance of running HQ once here if you can tank the DNA tracker. Rob trying to figure out 2 clicks left. 1 credit. The remote server seems pretty unassailable. You could tank the damage. The problem with the DNA tracker is not just an Anansi. It's not just damage. You lose your money. Oh my god, that's a Chiashi.
Oh. Oh, that hurts.
That problem, I don't know if that was necessary to res, but you feel good doing it sometimes.
Yeah. He did at least get rid of that Amakua, so he's not milling for her.
Yeah, if you break the subroutines, yeah, you do have to start trashing things, but that is a huge hit. 4 cards off just off the top there. And it looks like we have...
we have
Rob's
the...
conceding. Oh, we're not even going to see if that is an agenda. Oh, good game. Just taking some bad hits there. Some huge damage. Running the remote server at the right time. Feeling so good just maybe 2 turns ago, but a huge swing there. Good game. I'm assuming that's an agenda in the remote. I'm assuming that's agenda remote. I guess we won't know, but maybe Wise will tell us at some point, but that's a good game. I wonder if these players 2 for 1. I think there's a high possibility based off of their standing and what table they're at.
Yeah, I would wager a guess that most people around that standing are going to be 2 for 1-ing.
Yeah. All right. Let's jump on something else. We got...
Let's see here. How about anything call out to you?
Yeah, table 13 is Lucifer versus Moomin.
Sure thing. Let me get loaded in here.
Yeah. All right. Hey, Terrence. So we're in here. It's precision design. We have the remote server, a Mana Garm on top of a Tranquility Grid on top of something that's being advanced. Moomin has 2 clicks left. Is going to ice up the archives if you want to just check the heap. You always want to do that quick heap check. And Lucifer's deck is a bit interesting. We saw this earlier today, but there's a bunch of inclusions. And I think this is a large part because this is like a 90 card max deck. It's a bit hard to see here because at least on my screen, the heap blends in with some of the installed cards, but you're seeing some interesting inclusions. Femme Fatale generally comes in off of a retrieval run, I reckon. We have cards like Mayfly. Just, you want as many flexible solutions to the problems presented to you. And the idea with Max is that there's so many cards in the Anarch card pool that fit that running too many cards or running more cards than normal is, there's a bit of randomness to it, but you generally find a thing that will help you solve a problem.
Anarch has definitely been that for quite a while now in its lifespan. Shaper is very, I have a rig that I'm going to make and I'm going to dig until I find the specific pieces I want, whereas you see Anarch on just the other end of the coin where it's, I'm going to take what the fates give me and use it, and that's about it.
Oh, this will work, I guess. Yeah. So we have an off-world office, scored in server 1. Gaining 7 credits, these on tempo agendas. Again, I think this precision design deck only runs 1 in-faction agenda, just the Luminal Transubstantiation, an unarguably massively powerful 3-2 agenda. So Lucifer still needs to steal 2 more agendas. 2 global food initiatives are out, which actually puts a lot of work on Moomin. If they want to score out only 1 more agenda to win, they have to find that last global food initiative, which actually I think the list only runs 2 if I'm not mistaken. They have to score 2 more agendas. Carnivore coming down. The list definitely is running multiple consoles. We see Patchworks in the bin, so this is a console that you play because you don't care about the cards in your grip too much.
Yeah, when you've got 90 cards, then you can certainly replenish the stock there.
Not going to run out of fuel for that either. I guess not. Now, the problem is 20 credits means that most of this ice can be rezzed. And with Lucifer only a Stargate to their name, they don't have any breakers. Admittedly, though, the bin is full. I think we see access to everything. Maybe I'm blanking on a Black Orchestra. So no Orchestra, but we do have the Paperclip. We do have the killer with MK Ultra. And talk about the MK Ultra running into HQ. Their draft are going to be broken. We can access here. Could be Carnivore access. Could be a multi-access as well with the turning wheel. Why not both? And Noetic Void. Trash that for 1. A drafter. Just the nice sentry, the one that's already guarding HQ, and a Critium Grid, which I'm assuming there's already one on R&D if it's not an Anoetic Void.
Yeah, I would almost wager that the R&D one's a Crisium.
Yeah, some of these PD lists you'll find on NetRunDB that are specifically labeled Crisium PD, and that is the inclusion to help against the Apocalypse, against the Omars, against the Stargates, against the Diversions. There's so many matchups where just
There's
denying.
so many things that Crisium,
Yeah, very
just
flexible
shuts down.
for only one influence. Moving jamming here into server 1, Tranquility Grid, just giving you those credits. Not a very, I think, obviously powerful looking card, but this thing is proving itself time and time again, just giving you just a bit more value, just a bit more tempo, ensuring that you can always push forward instead of taking that dreaded click for credit turn. HQ getting a second piece of ice on there. Lucifer trashing a Wanton and a Simulchip. Simulchip, a very powerful card in this deck if you can get it to stick, but the Wanton as well.
Yeah.
Lining up.
It does hurt to see those go.
27 cards left. I think we're going to see a natural ending to this game before you deck out the bottom 27. Lucifer struggling for money now. We no longer have Caddy Jones. You're actually going to have to find some Anarch liberated accounts probably. Maybe you have that Dirty Laundry, maybe another Sure Gamble, but the options are a bit more limited. Lucifer spending 2 clicks to draw twice. 7 credits. So far, the biggest threat they're putting on is a Stargate. And there's a Mystic Miami. Going to give you some credits over time to play events. I've no doubt this deck is running a fair bit of them. Whether this game
Most
goes
certainly.
on long enough for this to be considered, worth the time, we'll see.
But as it's the Anarch way, if you get it, you play it. You see another Botulus on HQ. Definitely one of the more powerful cards that came out in System Gateway.
Oh, there you go. Seamless launch. Advance. That is the Cyberdeck Sandbox. Talk about those Botulus. They're going to be rolled back to the beginning state, which is going to be only one counter at the top of the turn. And now we are definitely on game point. Now you can't jam anything this turn. We had to return back to hand that Seamless Launch, so any card in this remote server is a threat. But movement definitely on game point at this point. A bit obnoxious to have to score out 4 agendas, but Lucifer is stalling out a bit. That Sure Gamble off the top, definitely appreciated. Hitting a turning wheel into the bin on top of a second Carnivore. And we're just running HQ here. Botulus with a single counter. That'll get through most of the drafter.
Yeah.
You still have to pay 3 though, if you want to break all of it. We're just going to pay 6 just to go through here. Accessing a card here from HQ. Going to get a turning wheel counter. Singer Rashida. You can Carnivore that if you want to save a credit. 2 cards are not good, but we're going to just pay credit to trash that, get a turning wheel counter. And right now, the only thing that Lucifer has access to, the only thing that's within reach is HQ. But the problem is that Moomin, anything they draw just goes straight into server 1 behind 2 ice and a mana garm. I don't think these HQ runs are going to capitalize on much else besides making those turning wheel tokens and maybe threatening the trash of the Seamless Launch with the Carnivore.
Yeah, most certainly.
Daily Cast hitting the table again. Another card that you're betting that the game is going to long enough for this to pay off, but card straight into server 1 to draw a card. Sometimes you just do that to see deeper into your deck, but it could be Anoetic. Could just be the final agenda. Looks like we're just drawing up for the final point. Only 4 more agendas in the list, if I'm not mistaken. 3rd ice on server 1. 14 credits will get you pretty far when your ice max out at about 4 credits to res a Hagen. Look first. Started turn triggers, a fair bit of them. Tough decision time is correct. Still needing to find 2 agendas on what can easily be game point. Cast triggering. We have Mystic and Paladin to help installs and play the cards. Get a bit cheaper this turn, but only 4 credits. Man, Piece Over Time is a lot of money for a single card for a sort of deck like this. We've seen 2 hit the bin so far. So Luke is going to go into the tank here. I don't know what our options are. A Rebirth into Omar might get you some accesses. There's only 8 cards left in R&D. You know you can run HQ for only 3 credits. See 2 cards. With the card in server 1 having no advancements on it, if you do trash the seamless launch, you are threatening to some extent
That is
an
very
extra
true.
turn unless they have 2 in hand. So we're running Botulus, break 2 subroutines. That's a drafter. Going to get through both of them. Second drafter here, you pay 3 with the MK Ultra. If you have 1 breaker, you're going to try and figure out how to use it. Let's see 2 cards here. Let's see if the turning go token. We're going to see 2. I have access to the Carnivore. That's a seamless launch. That's going to get Carnivored. Might just buy Luca for a turn. So Carnivore forces you to trash 2 cards from your grip. A bit of a celebration there. Losing a paperclip and a retrieval run, mind you, it's not random. It is your choice.
Yeah.
And it adding a Rashida, unable to trash the Rashida if I'm not mistaken. If that's the Luminal, I'm going to be very upset. Yeah, the Luminal is the one agenda here that doesn't require seamless launch. Let alone, like, seamless launch count. We see 2. There's definitely 3 in the list, so...
Oh, there's most certainly 3 in the list. Yeah, we see 2, so there definitely could be a third in HQ.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the question. Look for just drawing up to cards, hoping those cards are the solutions they need, because their economy is pretty limited at this point. Just a Rashida, though. Draw 3, gain 3 on top of mandatory draw. 4 cards left in R&D. Lucifer says that that's acceptable. Now again, not that many agendas left in the deck. I believe it's only 4. So unless that's all the cards in R&D, Moomin should have an agenda here jam into server 1. Trying to do the math here, figure out whether server 1 is something that Lucifer can threaten. Apologies, I need to keep zooming out.
I really don't think it is with, being on 2 credits with that Managarm in there already rezzed.
So we've seen no overclock. We have Mystic Miami credit. We have the Daily Cast coming in. I don't think it's likely. I think you need a Simul chip or something to get a Botulus to make sure you're breaking for free or cheaply. Maybe you have a Boomerang, but 3 Simul chip are in the bin. Retrieval run for Fem is a bit difficult. It already cost, well, it'll cost only 1 next turn, but Archives is iced. Here we go. Single advance. Baking say I don't need the seamless. So Lucifer is thinking here. 4 credits. They just milled an Ice Carver and a Gachapon. Gachapon honestly giving you some options. So we're thinking here. Again, the Stargate doesn't look like it's going to do anything. MK Ultra does pressure HQ. And you know what? The Rashida did draw a fair bit. There's a chance there are agendas in HQ. The problem is you can't get more than one of them likely.
That's true. Yeah, with so many people 2-for-1ing, every single one of these decisions is going to make such a, an important impact here.
Yeah.
But there's just so, such a limited amount that Lucifer can do here on 4 credits. And even with that little bit of, Miami and things like that.
Yeah, there is, you're right. There is like a fair bit of money tucked into these companions, but whether it's exactly or whether it's the money they need this turn, I only have bad plays left. You hate to find yourself into that situation, but sometimes the bad plays can do it. Spoilers.
Yeah, it's true.
It's also the way doing. There's another upgrade on R&D, and that could just be like, hey, I can res the Managarm here because if you're threatening R&D and you're getting through, I don't care that it trashed the other unique Managarm in server 1.
Yeah, definitely. With a server 1 completely full of unresed ice, and I mean with R&D mostly full of unresed ice as well, that is going to be equally as scary. So I can't really say much there, but
all right, Luke is trying to figure this out. I think they have it, or they have a plan. 4 clicks, 4 credits. Run amok for 2? Or for 1, excuse me, on the remote server, basically saying, okay, I can wear you down. I'm going to be able to run this a couple times. Opening with a Macrophage. I would describe that as being a problem. Lucifer describes it as being evil even. Those traces, the first one will gain 4 credits back, so this is a free res, and that trace one and the run is not going to be a problem when the credit differentials look steep. And it's so difficult here because even if Lucifer gets in, they either have to have 5 credits to deal with the Managarm or 5 credits, and it has to be the click. So just losing a click here is going to be a big deal. So we're just letting this fire out. Trash the botulus. I think that was on R&D. The heap one doesn't matter. The end one does definitely matter. And you can spend up to 4 credits just to make sure that it goes through. Or excuse me, only 3 credits. That's trace 4 and the run. And that is going to get trashed, but Lucifer only has 1 more click here to run it. They want to spend 2 clicks to deal with the Manic Arm, so do they just fire it now? Now what? I think you have to go back, right? You have to hope it's I don't know what. A Gatekeeper won't mill them out. It's a small out. I hope they fire enough Gatekeepers this turn. That's a problem. But yeah, not a lot of options here. Only 3 credits. I don't think we're going to see anything huge like an inside job. It's just a bit too much influence. But 16 credits means that movement can definitely res both eyes on server 1. So I don't think you really have any options here.
Yeah, it's not a fun place to be in, just to, be staring at this board and
1 out of 15 for overclock. You can always like run HQ and just tank the drafters. The problem is they're going to be adding more cards to hand. So they're diluting HQ. They could also just like build a new remote server that they feel like you can attack. But Lucifer's drawing for 1 for 15 for the overclock seems a bit less likely. Oh, excuse me. I just punched the microphone. Luke drawing up. Whether they found that overclock. There's a Black Orchestra. When you have a 100 card deck, you're not allowed to complain about variance.
No.
But sometimes
100%.
it eases the pain. All right. That's a GG. It looks like the card in server 1, we're going to advance that up to just 4, making sure that we don't need that seamless launch. And there you go. Purge for 8. We'll take it. There we are. So that's probably the end of the line for this big max, but I love playing a big max. It's a bit difficult when the meta is so fast that there's like, you need to deal with this now or you lose, especially when they're seamless launch jamming. But that was turn 18, so not exactly the fastest game I think we've seen out of Precision Design. Still getting there.
Yeah, for certain.
All right, I think there's only like 1 or 2 tables left. Do you want to jump into table 26 to give Sanjay some love? Sanjay versus Chris?
Sure, I do love me some Sanjay.
Yeah, who doesn't, huh?
Oh, it looks like we hopped into
beans.
a completed game.
All right. Chris really effectively played around my nonsense. Well done. It looks like it's a Mwanza game net, so that's some good stuff with a DNA tracker. Sanjay's on some hot tech all the time. All right, I think table 16 is we got Man in the Moon. Oh no, this is closing down too. So I think that's it. I think we're just gonna wait for results to see where the tiebreakers take us. So I'm just gonna jump over to that. Let's see, Cobra. I'm gonna refresh for some results.
Looks like we're waiting on 1 pairing to report.
Yeah, just 1 more pairing. So while looking at this top table, we have a fair bit of IDs, and then from table 4 to table 10, all the way down to 12 potentially are all
So many.
2 for 1s, I reckon.
Yeah.
They're not marked, but that means that unfortunately anybody on the unfortunate side of the 2 for 1 is very unlikely, if not entirely unlikely, to make the top cut. So unfortunately, Brick, who I think had an immense run, might be out. I think their opponent probably didn't let the ID. I think Brick was in a standing to allow the ID. Yeah, they were actually at the top of the strength of the schedule, so they are going to be left behind, unfortunately, I think.
Oh, that's so rough.
That's so painful.
That's the risk that comes with the 2 for 1.
Yeah. Oh, that's such a bummer. I have no doubt that they didn't 2 for 1. They probably played, because I don't think Brick would have offered a 2 for 1 there.
Oh yeah, that's fair. I guess Brick probably didn't need it.
Yeah. Yasengar, though, making it on, that is a big deal. We got Not to Be's Cryptogram, Rob also getting swept, we saw by Wise Runner, and Cody as well. Code Marvelous also on table 10, looks like probably losing the 2 for 1 against Coom 22, and credits as well to Zero Cool. We'll see if the further tables, I don't think table 14 and table 15 have a chance to make the top cut, but sweeping there is definitely pretty good. And on the top tables, we see Cable, Unit, King, ATC, Janktivist, and TF34 all getting here. Now, the idea is that a lot of these players are going to be on the same score. I think it's going to be more than 8 players, so we might have to go see what those tiebreakers look like in action.
Yeah, certainly. We see on our standings right now with, I believe, 1 pairing left to be reported. We've got 7 people at 24 points going into that final round.
And that's just going to get wider now, right? With the splits on top and then all the 2 for 1s in.
Most certainly.
Actually, wait, if I'm not mistaken, all those IDs now are in contention to not make it. Because all the 21s 2 for 1, right?
That is plausible. Yeah, that is
Oh,
plausible.
yeah, it's plausible. It's strength of schedule, right? Because the 24s will be on 27. The 21s will also be on 27. So yeah, it's all strength of schedule at this point. But I think a lot of players would rather put their eggs in that basket than having to lose entirely off not sweeping. But for a lot of other players, that is their end of their evening. And again, such a big deal for coming out and partaking in this. I know it's a lot of Netrunner. Maybe being online in front of your screen can be a bit taxing on a weekend, but
Oh, most certainly.
such a big deal to participate in such a huge tournament. Hopefully you meet some players. Hopefully you're in that Discord chat and you're talking and making some new friends along the way. But congrats to everyone who's getting involved. I know there's a lot of participation prizes too. I don't know if there's any raffles on top of that, but the prize support from Nisei has always been really generous. So we'll see what this is. We're going to be wrapping up relatively soon. And then I think we'll wait for PSK to call on what the tiebreakers look like and what that format is. I think it's only single-sided. I don't know whether that favors who gets to choose what side they play, whether it's random, whether they get to hear the matchup first. I reckon they do. The real participation praise is the friends we made along the way. It most definitely is. Also, Tapworm or something?
Yeah, we have those something about tapworms.
I think the Yakuza's Tapworms that are the participation prize, and they look really great. Yakuza's art is fantastic. That is the artist behind, if I'm not mistaken, Rizeki, and a heck of a lot of alternate art cards.
Oh
Specifically
yes,
like
absolutely.
laser burned and cut stuff. It's fantastic. So we're just waiting for this to get in. I wish we could see, we see the distribution? So yeah, we can now go over to the tournament side and see the distribution of the players and what they're on. So I think no big surprise today. We've talked this many times today already. Max, 419 showing up at the top. And then Smoke and Zaya and Lou all in 5. It's the top placing shaper, the top represented shaper. Here's Smoke. And I think we do see a kind of a big enough difference when it comes to looking at APAC and all the way now to the Americas, is that NBN is the second most represented faction. It used to be Wayland if you look back at APAC, and the Wayland decks are falling off pretty heavily. No Argus, it's just the outfit, and then 2 players playing
Yeah.
Jemison. So
6 players out of our 58 active. I don't know if this is showing our original numbers or the
oh yeah, this is active players.
adjusted.
Yeah, I'm not sure which one it is. I think I might be corrected that participation price is a Hagen and top half is Tapworm. Thanks, Bushi. Oh yeah, because the Hagen has like the person on it. Yeah, that one that one looks pretty good. I think there's a playmat with that, or maybe I'm gonna just stop saying stuff that might not be true. All right, so we're gonna get that in soon. And again, top 8 it's pretty competitive with 70 players. You have to fight pretty hard for sure. Oh, it's Gatekeeper.
Still waiting
Wait,
on
are we
that
goofing it
final.
again? Ah,
The Hagen Gatekeeper.
Nisei.net. We'll find it. Nisei Continental Championships. I'm going to scroll down. We'll just nail this. We have the time. It's a Gatekeeper, and there is a playmat. Okay, so we're both equally correct and incorrect to some extent. The Tapworm is lovely, too. Who did the art here on the Gatekeeper? Do we know? Oh, Mad. Illustrated by Mad. Awesome. Also, first place, Worlds 2021 buy, an opportunity to work with Nisei Design and Development Team. Okay, I think Percomus is yeah, copy pasting from here. This is fantastic. Survive to top hat is a foil system gateway ID. Set of 7? Whoa, that's amazing. And everyone who qualified.
Wow.
Oh, this is for the Intercontinentals. I'm reading the Intercontinentals. Excuse me.
Oh, okay. I'm just like, that is crazy.
So the Intercontinentals is a big part of this. It is some of the top players. I think it's the top cut from every single Continental, if I'm not mistaken, or is it just the top 4? I don't know, but they make it into Intercontinentals, which is a very prestigious tournament. I think some players play this as like an all-star matchup and start playing some of the wilder decks. I think some players also take it very seriously, as it is a very serious tournament. But it's a top 4,
Absolutely.
it looks like, from all continents, and that last year was really fun to watch. I think we played even a bit of a different format last year. I think it was closer to something like a battle royale, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, you get those foil system gateway IDs, which I have no doubt are incredibly rare. And foil sure gambles, I think those have only been distributed in Intercontinentals so far, maybe at Worlds as well, but those are very flashy.
Yeah, Nisei does not mess around with their prize support. They have always produced some just really cool stuff.
Yes.
Even for, the people who didn't necessarily make the very final cut.
I love foil arts. Man, that's the thing that's like a big part of, most other TCGs and CCGs, and seeing that in Netrunner, it's just like a really shiny promo. I don't know, maybe I'm a sucker for that.
No, I love it. I'm a sucker for it too.
Gotta get the foils. All right.
Goblin brains say shiny good.
Shiny good. All right, we'll have our pairing come in soon. Do you know if time in the round's been called, Holly?
I actually don't think it technically has, but I could be mistaken.
Oh,
But I
beans,
can check
okay.
really fast.
6 minutes left.
Yeah, technically there's 6 minutes left.
Okay. So we're gonna be here for a bit. That's okay. Do you have? I don't know whether we can glean something very smart off of this, but do you have access, Holly? There's a Rotage put together the sort of like meta difference between the 3 tournaments. It's a Google Sheet link.
I believe
it's in the. If you scroll up, it's in the America's comms chat. Yeah, it's far at the top. Here, just pull on stream for those who haven't seen it. It gives you an idea of the changes over time. This is Rotage who put this together, so huge shout out to Rotage. Oh, perfect. So you can see kind of differences between the number of players, but on top of that, like what the meta looks like and the change over time. So honestly, like sports meta, it looks like over time has been shrinking just a bit in terms of percentage. Now the APOC has it was about half the size of some of the other tournaments, so the numbers can have higher variance to them, but we went from 35% of the fields down to 25, and now we're down to just about 25 as well, so that calmed down a bit. But I think precision design was the boost here. In Europe's and the Euro Africas, that went up to 20%. In the Americas, that went up, I think, again based off of percentage. I think that's compared to APAC, excuse me. So maybe I'm reading this. Oh no, percent change, 1%. Never mind. No, that's good.
Yeah, percent change. Yeah. So yeah, we've definitely seen a bit of a shift here. Looking down, especially in some of like the middle of the road ones here, we see at Euros, ASA and the Outfit and Reality Plus all had a pretty large showing at Euros, but not so much at the at APAC and Americans.
Yeah, ASA. I'm trying to figure out where ASA is on this chart. Oh, right in the middle. Yeah, it did have a bigger showing for sure. But dropping off, yeah, mostly in America is dropping off 4%. The ones that are highlighted in the darker colors, like that's the biggest deal, right? Like Argus fell entirely out of meta, right? Now only 4 players at APAC, but nobody else wanting to play him in 2 other tournaments. I think there's an idea that, the Outfit just does it better. Or maybe Built to Last does it better. I don't even know if we have any Built to Last.
We see 0 Built to Last. We saw 3 at APAC, but 0 at Europe and 0 in Americas.
Mm-hmm. So again, that was the Wayland representation at APAC that fell apart. But I think sports metal is the big change. And I'm interested to see whether this top cut has PD in it. The top cut as of the Euro Africas was, I think, entirely... Wait, no, it wasn't entirely sports. It was sports and CTM, I think. I don't even know if any PD made it. But I have to double check real quick on that.
At least going into round 6, we had 1 PD in top 8 with Janktivist, as well as 9th place was a PD as well.
Okay.
But that's just going into round 6. There's all sorts of IDs and 2-for-1s going on that could completely just shake a lot of this stuff up.
Mm-hmm. If you look at the runner side, I think some of the bigger changes are highlighted as on Max. Like Max just caught on heavily. People saw more of it over time. And again, I think Max originally, if you asked me about going into Continentals, I think the only Max I would really consider heavily was Virus Max, which is an intimidating deck to some. It can be counter-teched pretty hard with some of the cards, but then we're seeing other versions of Max. You're seeing Apocalypse Max, the sort of reg Max with that sort of threat, and that increased
100-card Max.
100-card Max as well, which gets its own tab on here, I reckon. But that did increase heavily over time. It's good to see. The criminal representation 419 stays steady where it is, so I don't think there's anything that's been happening that really is addressing the meta so much. It's just people playing the good stuff.
Yeah, for sure. It is one wild thing to me is seeing just how the meta has shifted with Valencia used to just being the de facto anarch that was, reigning queen over everything, and now across all 3 continentals, we have seen 2 Valencias, and they were both at Euros.
But you say that, but I don't know. I think everyone just looks at Valencia and be like, oh, okay, so that's like Hoshiko, but a bigger deck.
Yeah, I mean, that is true. I'm more thinking of, the last, like, magnum opus era.
No, I totally agree with you. And,
but,
Valencia, 1 credit per run is a lot of money over time if you're running a lot. But I just feel like, Hoshiko and Lu maybe scratches it. And I think, just a card draw Max will get you for pretty far in a fast meta. But no, you're
No
right.
one ran my sweet boy as
I'm definitely sorry about that. I think I'd love to see a bit more as
my
for sure.
boy, but
But yeah, I don't think any big changes. And this is something I know I've been saying throughout the weeks. Like, if you know what the meta is going to look like, right? There's no big surprises. Is there something you can do? Is there a deck you can bring? Are there changes you can make to your deck to really help you in certain matchups? And we're seeing more of it. Like, we're seeing those wantons showing up. I think that's really awesome. We're seeing more clots, more arc lockdowns. And those lockdowns have been just so impactful across so many matchups. It doesn't even have to be Anarch. We're seeing Shapers. We're seeing Criminals getting locked down.
definitely,
So
yeah.
it's a big difference
I mean, a
also.
well-placed lockdown against any runner, like if you can just hit that target, a lot of runners are relying on recursion for their most powerful tools with
Yeah.
Boomerang and Criminal, with Harmonies and Shaper, and pretty much every faction uses bin breakers. Like when it lands those snipes, it is just so much value.
Yes, it is. It's absolutely immense. And yeah, it's worth noting that once we get to the top cut, which will be tomorrow, we're just about
And
to enter the tiebreakers. So we're gonna figure out how that starts because we have
I was about to
all
say we actually
the
just got our
standings and
pairings
yeah.
in.
So we should have updated standings. It looks like we do. Oh my, we have 10 players right now on 27. So I think we're gonna have just 2 matches. I think that works up for tiebreakers. So unfortunately, anybody on 24 is just missing the bubble, just missing the potential to play into the top cuts. Again, it's a bummer, obviously, but we want to give a huge shout out to all these players who played so well in such a competitive field. So huge deal to y'all. But we have 2 more tables of tiebreakers. I believe it's going to be the players at the bottom with the lowest strength of schedule. So that's, if you're watching right now on Cobra, that's from Steven to ATC 123, if I'm not mistaken. The Sengrin, Cryptogram, ATC will have to play each other. I don't know the format. I think PSK is going to tell us. I don't know if PSK is going to be able to explain, and or as someone who's organizing, I'd love to hear, but we're going to get that sorted out real soon. And we'll be getting to watch those games. Those games are only single-sided from my understanding, so it won't be a very long round. So if you just want to stick in to figure out who can make it, again, I have no doubt fans of these players will be cheering on in chat. So
I definitely do want to give a shout out. We were talking about Adam before, and our Adam player came in 12th,
oh
just inside
no,
that bubble. But that is a great standing for Adam, so I'd love to see that. We have a
yeah,
Lou in the top 8 that well, 7, so they'll be doing a tiebreaker. That I'm personally just really excited for because I do love Lou and think he's really powerful. So
I don't want to
we've got a
stress
lot of fun stuff up here.
I don't want to stress anybody out, but ATC is representing the only Jinteki to make it into the Continental season if they can get through the tiebreakers.
That is true.
So
No pressure,
no, no pressure there. But be the meta you want to be and all that. So a lot of work to get that. The other Agate Fusion Wise Runner is playing just barely under on 24, not gonna make the cut just with the Adam. So that's a bummer. But hey, Jinteki representation, I have no doubt that makes people happy. Tiebreakers 1 game, sides are random. That's what Percomus is saying. 30-minute timer. So I'm just gonna jump over to JNet to make sure we're not missing it. It looks like the tables aren't up yet, so we should be okay. But one thing I do want to say, Holly, I think this is really important to understand for tomorrow, is that when you get to the top 8, if I'm not mistaken, the deck lists are public, right?
Absolutely, yeah. That is a time-tested Netrunner tournament tradition here, and so there is the opportunity to see what you're going to be up against,
Yeah.
and to if they've got those tech cards that might fight your deck, you get maybe you know what's coming. You know that they're going to have something that's going to counter one of your more favorite plays, and it definitely changes how you have to approach this just psychologically.
Yeah. It's a big deal when you see cards like, if you're expecting that Arc Lockdown, it's no longer a blowout, but it's just a piece that you have to play around, and it does make a different game for sure. I think PSK is saying in the chat that ATC and Stephen E are playing. So that is going to be, again, the 7th playing the 10th. So Cryptogram will be playing Yasengren. And it looks like Stephen E is going to be playing Corp. So we're actually going to see Agate Fusion. That's our tiebreaker to watch, right?
Heck yeah.
Okay. So that should be coming up soon. So that means it looks like Yasengren's going to be playing Cryptogram. I think the sides are going to be randomized. But again, huge shout out to supporting Yasengren here. Check out Yasengren's YouTube channel. I'm a huge fan. YouTube.com/I'm assuming Yasengren SC. Otherwise, just search his name. He makes some really good content. He's been producing all this year, so go check that out. Huge shout outs also to Steven and ATC and Cryptogram. We got to cheer for everyone. But this is definitely stressful to get to the end of the day, and it comes down to a single game. Not that those other games didn't matter, but you know what I mean, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Oh, it looks like Cryptogram has conceded their game, so there's only one game. So there's only one tiebreaker. So it looks like Yasengrin's going to just make it into the top
Oh,
cut, if I'm not mistaken. Is that how it works, PSK? Did Yasengrin just make it? Because somebody stepped down?
yeah. I mean, if he conceded his game, then I would imagine.
If so, yo, that's good, I guess. For Yasengrin. That's a bummer that there's a
It's
concession
free
whether
real
you
estate,
can't
yeah.
make it. Yeah. Okay. So PSK is confirming that. So Yasengrin will be making it. So we only have one tiebreaker to watch. So all the lights are going to be shining in one direction. That's ATC versus Steven. We're going to see Ag Infusion versus Zaya. Wow, two of the identities that we've seen. We've actually seen a fair bit of Ag Infusion today. We haven't seen Zaya show up. And Zaya Sadegi, one of the new criminals from System Gateway, is an ability that fires off of getting accesses off central servers. That can be tricky when you have to deal with a Chiashi, a DNA tracker, or that Anansi just looming over you.
Definitely.
So we're gonna see how this goes. The table should be setting up relatively soon, but I'm excited to see what this list looks like. I don't know whether it's this list as well, but we have seen a couple Zaya decks over the last couple tournaments that are what you would call a tag me Zaya, a sort of deck that wants to bring on the tags because they're playing cards like Counter Surveillance, which is a very strong multi-axis card based off of how many tags you have. I'm not sure if that's the case. Again, some people just play Zaya because the ability is good. The deck size is smaller than normal. That gives you that sort of, that confidence. But we'll see if it is.
Yeah, it's definitely an archetype that we haven't really seen take off in a long time. Like I guess really since Liza was a thing.
Yeah.
But it's definitely an approach that has always been really interesting, and definitely in some matchups has a really big bearing on just the dynamic between the runner and the corporation. Some matchups don't really care that much, but if you're against a CTM or a deck that might have a boom
Oh yeah.
available to them, then that's just going to change how both sides approach this so much.
It's an entirely different landscape than it used to be before the rotation because we've lost some key cards for that archetype. We no longer have
Absolutely.
the paparazzi, the one card that protected you from meat damage if you were tagged, and then I'm
Hmm.
blanking on the name here. Oh, Wireless Net Pavilion, right? One of the most important
Yeah,
tag me, don't trash my resources cards that will keep you alive in those situations. But from my understanding, this sort of like tag me criminal has been an adaptation to a meta that you're assuming is going to be a lot of precision design, assuming it's going to be a lot of sports metal, a lot more decks that don't care about the tags. And that being said, we're seeing controlling the message in the top cut, so you might have to worry about that later on. But again, we don't know if that's a Zaya list, but that Zaya list has
true.
some options. All right, it's open, and it's actually not the matchup we're talking about. We're off as well. Excuse me. So here we go. So this is, I think they only have half an hour. I'm not sure if this is timed, but it's Near Earth Hub. This
It is half an hour.
a returning identity from Netrunner of yore, 4517, giving you a lot of card draw anytime that you start a new remote server against Lou. And again, if this is Apocalypse Lou, they're okay letting you go horizontal if they're going to wipe the board, but also they're one of the identities that's the most interested in trashing the things you put on the table. So a very interesting
Absolutely.
matchup. Both players keeping their hands. We're going to have a good game here. You love to see that.
I'm so excited. Lou is, as mentioned, one of my favorites, and Near Earth Hub is one of my old favorites. So this is definitely one of the new sluggers versus one of the time-tested classics here. And just one last reminder, as I see the number of spectators going up.
Get out of
Again, if you're
here.
interested in watching, get out of here. Please watch the game on our Twitch stream as opposed to spectating in Jinteki directly. We don't want to slow the game down for them,
I think it's
if at all possible.
I think it's a fair bit of judges. We might be okay. We'll see.
It probably is, but
Yeah.
I just
No,
figured I
no.
would go ahead and make the announcement just in case.
So we're off, and hey, Near Earth Hub is so good at doing this. They install their first card into server one, drawing a card after that. So install can get you pretty far. We need to figure out what the agenda suite is, what the game plan is here. There are some Near Earth Hub decks that just want to go fast and aggressively score out with things like Jeeves and other HB cards. Other decks want to just tag you. They want to score AR enhanced security. They want to get a credit differential. They want to hit you with Mumbed virtual tours and traps. And then once they have that credit differential, hard hitting news. You know how it goes from that point on. But it looks like it's a Rashida sneaking through, getting an ice on HQ, server 4, server 5 flying out, an additional card from the ability, going to hit the archives. And Lou just kind of going through their deck. They got a 0. They got the daily cast going. I think they played a Deuces Wild to just get the card draw and the credits, just flying through there. A labor rate's getting trashed off the 0. I don't think there's going to be that many in this deck. And checking server 5, could see some agendas here. And again, the first time a turn, something is trashed. That's a card and a credit. So there's some good reasons for ATC to interact now that their credit differential is up, and it's a Sand City grid. That is a win condition. 6 is a lot to res, but a lot of agendas can be scored from hand through this. Beals, any of the 3/1s as well.
Absolutely. And
Mamba.
there's the Mumba Temple, which is definitely going to be a huge staple of the economy in a deck like this. It's already looking to be, a very horizontal, very asset spammy deck.
So
And
Maryland
so that Mumba
campaign,
Temple is going to do a lot of work.
this is only one influence card. It can show up anywhere, but it does give you some suggestions on some of the other HB cards you could see. Now, Drafter, very strong in this ability. It allows you to install cards on the runner's turn, which can fire the Near Earth Hub ability, which is first time each turn, runners included. And that could mean this could be a Jeeves list. But economic warfare into economic warfare sounds like what people call the nuts into hard-hitting news. Oh
Wow.
my God. This could be a short one.
This could be a very short tiebreaker game. This is turn 2.
2 credits. ATC cannot clear enough tags here. They're going to start with 4. They could, they need a deuces here if I'm not mistaken, right?
This could be game.
You-
The deuces would be really great, but
they have it.
and there it is.
So they can clear a tag, clear 2 more tags. 1 tag is just enough to not be hit by the boom.
About to say to not get boomed, and that's all we need right now.
So we're going to continue on again. That was
That
rude.
is still such a that was a rude start.
And while we
That
have
was rude on both sides, though.
That was perfect. And while we haven't seen a Spin Doctor fire just yet, those are some pretty strong pieces that Steven's going to need to put back into their deck to be able to really threaten out the economic warfare. But that was a very narrow card in hand to have to protect yourself in this situation. ATC going to spend the 2 credits to trash the daily cast. Say that's enough money for you. The Maryland campaign largely covering the cost of that. Deuces, what a card. Tell me about it. ATC now still on the back foot. 1 tag to their name only is going to matter if there's a market forces, but eventually you're going to have to start worrying about things like exchange of information and Steven understanding, okay, well now for a bit I'm going to have to try and actually score out. I'm going to have to try and res that Sansan, which is only 4 credits with the Mamba, but that's a lot of money. 0, throwing out the MK Ultra into the bin, a breaker that can deal with the drafter if you run into it. Sure, a gamble. This is a different landscape. Back in the day, floating 9 credits on a single tag meant the potential of closed accounts, but we're not there at this point. There's only market forces. Sansan.
Here we go, getting that first agenda scored out, and Ares is going to be really good to help protect the assets that Near Earth Hub is putting out. It doesn't have that intrinsic protection that CTM has, and so getting that little artificial CTM ability there.
Yeah. 17 influence, card draw, maybe a better
17
CTM.
influence.
Stargate hitting the bin with a 0. Again, it's hard to tell. If ATC is smashing that 0 button, you just need the money at this point. But sometimes Apocalypse lists play 0 and they just get, a bit nervous if that's the card in hand. We're going to see Wildcat Strike played is a card that gives choices, but, not really. Take 6 credits is what ATC will take there. And going to clear the tag down to 12. So Steven still is threatening that Sansan City grid, a Beal from hand, another AR hand security, possibly even, I think they've brought back license acquisition.
Yeah, license acquisition is still around unless I'm mistaken.
No, I think it got new art. Yeah, it's in the gateway. Or, excuse me, in the update. Icing up server 5, understanding that this is the win con. Might as well make ATC work harder if they want to tear that down. And the Spin Doctor drawing 2 more cards here. Something on top of server 5. An advance here in theory could be, predictive planogram just to gain 3. An advance here in theory could be 15 minutes, but it looks like we might slow roll a Bologna. I don't know. I'm not sure what this could be. Maybe just getting a remastered edition ready to go.
Could be remastered edition would be a really great score right now, having that token just available.
Labor Rates being played, shuffling back into Rebirth, another Labor Rates and a Deuces Wild. Just playing Labor Rates for value at this point, still with so many cards in the stack. It milled 2 paper clips, wow, and a Sure Gamble. Oh, excuse me, no, that's not correct. It doesn't say the top 3 cards it's stashed, so it's some amount of these. Rashida, that was in server 5, not an agenda, just the 1 server UI stub, putting all your eggs in a single basket. Server 6 coming down as well against Near Earth Hub, drawing that card. Allows you to quickly get through your deck, find those tag punishment pieces, but more importantly, find more cards to continue just to fly out on the table. Server 5 again. And while we do have the Mumba Temple, even just 11 credits on its own can threaten things like Hydra, toll booth, some pretty mean face checks, but ATC looks like they're just setting up for an apocalypse, I'll be honest. Access to 2 kinds of breakers.
Yeah, this is going to be a really rough apocalypse for Steven
Yeah,
if it gets off.
it's going to be huge, and you only have to float a single tag. A second labor rights. What's the order here? So we're trashing out the top. Citadel Sanctuary, a career fair, and I think one of the cards that was shuffled back in, that was a Citadel, so...
Yeah, and we just took a sure gamble deuces and Citadel back.
Yeah.
It's definitely an interesting choice to be doing this so aggressively and so early.
Third deuce is wild, finding out that it is a toll booth, in fact, on server 5. Now, if you run here, you will lose 3 credits, but the corp will have to spend 6 after the Mamba Temple. Maybe there's another Mamba Temple, reducing that to 5. But sometimes you just want them to spend that money. So here we go, server 5. We know what this is. We're running attached to the deuces wild, so all the same click. Firing all unbroken subroutines, losing 3, ending the run. So Steven's only on 4 credits here. Deuces wild, paying back those 3 credits lost. 0. Hitting a 0. ATC has a click left. It's going to be a daily cast. And Steven can threaten out some scores here, but it will be most of their money. The Maryland campaign actually paying credits to res. Doesn't make a big difference considering it is credit neutral, I guess. And we're scoring out. Or at least advancing. Tomorrow's headline. They have 1 click left. You can bring down the daily cast if you really want to slow down their board. A single tag. It's going to be all of Steven's money to trash the daily cast. I feel like they don't like each other, you know?
No.
They might have conflicting game plans. ATC down on 13 credits, losing all the value off the daily cast. Still also having to take the tag. This is not a breaking news. This tag just does stick. But Steven also, you know, very ripe for an apocalypse. The most ripe. They only have 2 credits to res things. Now an IP block will end the run. ATC is taking the tag. Black Orchestra hitting the bin. Have we seen an apocalypse yet? I'm not sure.
I don't think so.
Okay, running the Maryland. You want to take that down against Stevens on no money. You will take a tag from the AR enhanced security, but you are drawing a card and getting a credit from Lou. I think this might be one of the few times so far this game that it's triggered, and 2 tags is a lot. So ATC definitely wants to shake one of those unless they risk the boom on only 0 credits. You know, it might not seem too risky. I guess it's fine. Like even predicted planogram.
Planogram exists.
Yeah, it only gets you to 3 though, and it's a double, right?
Planogram's not a double.
Oh no, but the boom, right?
The boom is, yeah. So yeah, that is true. Even with the
Spin
planogram.
Doctor. Getting that predicted planogram back into the deck of Rashida as well. Server 7 drawing a card. Steven digging for that planogram. Would love to get 3 credits. Maybe 3 cards with 6 in hand is a bit much. We're out 1 Spin Doctor. Those tag punishment cards are still in the deck, so Steven thinks, okay, what? I have a Sansan. I need 2 credits to start scoring things. Go. And we haven't seen a botch list for the toll booth yet, but probably the best option we have access to. Rebirth. We're going to see an Omar here. Losability, not getting a lot of value. That Wilder now becoming the conspiracy theorist. Daily business show. We're just skirting this apocalypse. With only 1 credit, Steven can't really score out in server 5, but it's only a Spin Doctor. Daily business show. Tricking there off the Spin Doctor on ATC's turn, and now once again on mandatory draw on to top of Stevens. Server 8 coming down. There's a planogram. The tag's just been cleared. We've seen that twice the turn after, but 3 credits is what Steven wants. Again, it's only 2 credits.
3 credits still fine.
Now with Mamba, you're starting 6 credit reses. 2 cards on the table. ATC might just want to go for the apocalypse if they have it. And I think we've seen so little influence from their deck, I would be surprised if there was any other way. So you only have to run R&D. You're going to go do that first. You're going to see what this is. You want to see how much money you have to spend. With only 4 credits to their name, you can apocalypse and still float the tag and be relatively safe. And it is an IP block. So at this point, you don't have to, this is the best case scenario. While they res this for free with the Mamba Temple, you don't have to install your Fractor. You just say trace. If they spend 4 to end the run and give a tag, you're fine with that.
Especially with Steven being on such low credits right now, there's very little chance he's going to be buffing that trace up.
Yeah. Just paying 3. So we got an apocalypse off for only 6 credits. At least that's what we're assuming, right?
That's what we're assuming. I think it's definitely an apocalypse turn.
Single access on top of the R&D. Again, if you trash the card here, you are going to have to deal with the AR enhanced security tag. That is going to happen no matter what this turn if you're apocalypsing. There's also Spin Doctor on the table, which, you know, Steven has to use preemptively before that final run or before that final click, more accurately, to play the apocalypse. Trashing Rashida, taking that tag again. You don't care about that tag. This makes it a bit harder if you have to interact with quantum predictive models throughout this turn, but I don't think that's very likely to be in this list. Running archives. It's an AR enhanced security. That is an agenda point. You do have to watch out. You don't want to steal any big agendas this turn because of the threat of exchange. So if you see a Bologna, you probably refuse. You see a global food initiative, you just kind of grit your teeth and hope you can hold on for one turn without that leaving your score area. Spin Doctor shuffling back an economic warfare and one unseen card. We're going to see two here. It's a consulting visit. Assuming that we're on enough Wayland cards to play this, we haven't seen enough. Maybe you're actually playing the real influence.
There's no way. There's no way.
You got 17, right? There's Apocalypse. Board has been cleared 6 to 4 credits. You need an economic warfare into hard-hitting news for this to land. I think you might even be able to credit hard-hitting news, but it'd be close. I haven't run the numbers.
I think if you credit hard-hitting news, you can buff that up to 7, yeah.
Yeah, that just lands, right?
And that will be enough.
Server 10, drawing a card. Server 11 coming down as well. Not likely there's an agenda there in archives. We only have one more Spin Doctor. And ATC still needs to figure out how to close the game. We're looking at one Stargate in the heap. I think we saw one shuffled back with the labor rights, icing up the archives just to make sure Omar can't get too much value, but both centrals are still open. Clearing the tag going to 6. So server 10 and 11. That's a Maryland. Just credit neutral. Server 10. Nothing yet, but ATC does have a good recovery with that liberated. If you're Amalia, I might just have conceded. We do see that card that had a lot of work in TF34's decks this last world.
Yeah, that is true.
But it's kind of fallen off a wee bit. Miss Bones is not the card to beat at this point. Aesop's hitting the bin with a 0, drawing through the deck. ATC not interacting. Saying, okay, you just put some cards on the table. You'd be fine. But Rashida, that's a different story. That is the final Rashida. That one was shuffled back with the Spin Doctor. Only 15 cards left in R&D, and still, like, Steven has to score generally a 5-3 and then another agenda. And there's no remote in sight. There's probably another Apocalypse waiting in some wings somewhere. HQ getting iced up as well. Whether we have to watch out for a Wanton in this list, I kind of doubt it, but R&D is still wide open. You also have to watch out for Malia, but Malia is only going to be able, or not, sorry, Malia, excuse me, Amani Sinai, but Amani Sinai is only going to be able to bounce the 0, so not too big of a deal if this shows up in this match right now. Do we know what the face down card is? I think it's another 0, right? Yeah. Steven discarding down to 5, 6 cards in the archives again. Only one more Spin Doctor. There's an Imp. Getting that down so we don't lose it to some damage. Checking server 13 here. Expecting something bigger, a pad campaign. I don't know if you want to trash that and then have to shake a tag last click. Server 10 also looking a bit like a Sansan, not getting res anytime soon. You would have res a Temple. You probably would have res a pad campaign or a DBS. So it's Sansan or Trap? Pad campaign getting resed. That is the new art from system update. What are Steven the outs here, Holly? You got to build a remote, right?
Yeah, you got to keep going with the remotes. I'm sorry, I got quiet there for a second.
No, it's all good.
Yeah, I mean, getting that Sansan res is going to be really nice, and so there is the chance here that we're going to see. Yep, there's another 3-2 out.
So now we're on game point. If we do a Sansan count, we see one in the bin and one on the table, and I think you could tell that was a Sansan. Feels worse when you have Imp. Pink's 8 credits to score out an agenda. Now, admittedly, a tag is going to have to come back. ATC has a lot of work to do.
Yeah, ATC's taking that tag, but also not getting his Lou effect anymore. I just remembered he rebirthed. So yeah, but he is still definitely needs to get that off the field.
Admittedly, now you could start wiping the board if your economy is stable, because the AR enhanced security is first time a turn. So you could consider the
That is
Maryland
true.
for 2 isn't amazing. The pad campaign over time gets a bit better, but it looks like we might Deuces Wild. We'll see if we clear the tag. There you go. And gain 3 credits. So that's a nice way to clear a tag, that's for sure. A fair bit better than the basic action. Pad and Maryland triggering. Match point is nice. Server 14
Match point
coming
is
down.
nice though.
We have access to all our breakers. We haven't seen any overclocks. Mind you, it is only a 40 card list, so sometimes those
Yeah,
luxurious
sometimes those
cards.
spaces get really tight.
Yeah. Hard hitting news.
There's a hard hitting. That is a.
Just for value.
I don't know if I agree with that. I mean,
so at most you can force them to spend 5.
Like-
Okay. We're just throwing money at
I
each other.
don't know if I entirely agree with that, but I mean, if it's what you got, it's what you got.
Losing a second imp to the 0. Only 6 cards left on the stack. Server 14 just coming down the last turn. Again, Maryland's are very likely they keep coming back. ATC installing Liberated.
There's a big surge of money coming in.
A real small chance that that's a deal on the table, but no, there you go. Hey, that's good money too. The Commercial Bankers Group. That is better than a Maryland largely. You do want to pull that down. That is a lot of money. They're bringing in 4 cards at the start of next turn. That's a free sure gamble. Icing up on top of server 15, a card in the server liberated counts, clicking for 4. We're charging this. Again, you have to deal with the Sands, and it's just a fun house.
Funhouse, yeah. I mean, it's certainly a tax, but that's not going to kick him out. So hopefully we haven't got anything too valuable in here. If it's another Sand, then he's going to lose his last Sand
we have
to that imp token.
We have 2 clicks left, so you can pay this. Again, this will be 4 credits. Clearing 2 tags is another 4 credits and 2 clicks. So I don't know. You can really drag the runner through on anything into this remote server. The question is whether you can float a single tag to take another click to bring that the Commercial Bankers Group for 2 if you end up trashing something in server 15. So paying 4 here. Again, if you trash, the AR enhanced security will fire. Accessing server 15. It's a Beal.
It's a Beal. Oh.
Very necessary as a steal. And mind you, we've only seen 2 hard-hitting news, 1 economic warfare, 1's been shuffled back. But definitely necessary. That was posturing as game point.
Yeah, that is definitely rough for Steven. There is going to be 1 Beal left in there. Should have just let me win, yeah. I definitely think ATC is slated to probably kill the Commercial Bankers for sure.
Yeah, and then clear a tag? Because it's only 1 tag, right? The idea is that you were worried that was maybe 2 tags in the remote server, but now you do have a click left.
Oh wait, no, if the Ares hasn't fired because that was the agenda, so he will take a second tag.
Oh, touche.
Oh, but wait, yeah, he has another click to...
Yeah, you have to float a single tag here. And now that you've only stolen a
floating
Beal,
a single tag is...
the exchange of information is not going to be game losing. Like, you could always trade the AR enhanced for the Beal, putting you on 6 points. It doesn't make a big difference unless there's a 15 minutes in the list.
Yeah, which... maybe he's got that in hand, who knows?
Yeah. But you need, you buy yourself another turn because you can't exchange into score 15. So we'll see. The single tag means that if Steven wants to bring down deliberated counts, they can. That being said, with only 3 credits in a pad campaign, doesn't seem like the right play here. Just dragging the runner through the funhouse seems like a good enough option. You have multiple Marylands. You still have pad campaigns. You probably have a DBS or 2. Steven giving this a decision again. When all you have is a funhouse to score behind, you're going to have to try and make it work. The single tag means IP blocks are a bit difficult if ATC doesn't pre-clear it.
That is true.
A funhouse into an IP block is a dream remote, but we're not going to be able to reposition that. Card in server 15. At least I didn't die third 3. We were so close to having a really shared game. ATC is definitely going the distance here. They are trashing it. They are spending 2 clicks to deny 1 click for 4. Or sorry, 2 credits and a click. Hitting the Mystic Miami. That 0 getting so much value. 1 was gone after the Apocalypse. The second one coming down, just allowing you to get that card draw, that drip economy. Trading 1 for 2 cards is good enough if the thing in your hand is not what you wanted now. I don't know. We haven't seen any Botulises. Botuli. It's a nicer way to deal with the funhouse than paying 4 every turn. But server 15. It's all about that last Beal. That's the only 3-2. Would you mind telling me what's in that remote? So that if that's the Beal, it's the only one in the deck. Otherwise, we're just taking the 6 agenda points. If it is the Sansan, you're not really threatening here. There is another 3 cost res upgrade that allows you to fast advance. I never remember the name of it. It's a technical name. Wildcats start getting played here. Ooh, the card draw. We don't see that very often. So now ATC is at the bottom of the deck. That lowers the value of 0 a wee bit, but draws into that final Deuces Wild. Whether you want to clear the tag here, whether you want to expose and start running, that's the 3rd deuce that keep coming back. Calibration testing. Thank you, Janktivist. That's the one. So calibration testing, probably not in this deck that has Sansan. Seems like a more expensive but more permanent option. Deuces Wild definitely clearing the tag. Exposing there's an IP block on Archives. Archives was iced up pretty quickly, and that's because of Omar. We are now charging the Funhouse. We're going for this. And again, this easily could be something like a anything, like a Maryland. There's 3 Marylands back in circulation. No more Rashidas. So it's basically Beal or bust. Spin Doctor drawing 2. At this point, rused. ATC has already paid the 4 credits, already taken the tag on, so the credit differential is sneaking up. There's only 7 cards left in R&D there. And we still haven't seen the meat damage card. Like, we haven't seen the boom. We haven't seen the high-profile target.
Yeah, there's got to be something in there. Also, the economic warfare and the hard hittings.
Yeah. So still accessing that server. Nothing to touch there. Nothing gained. The imp has been drained. We have a tag to ATC's name. Just clicking for credits. Still floating that single tag again. If they had a 3-pointer on their side of the table, I think they might consider playing a bit differently. But they do want to keep their credit lead up. Because economic warfare into hard-hitting news is going to land right now. That's the 3rd hard-hitting news. So that's it. That's going to be 4 tags, and these are going to stick. We know there's an IP block on Archives, which is a 7 credits to get through if you need to install your paperclip, which you will. Now, Steven's only on 1 credit, though, so you can get in. You do have an access here. So I think you just have to go, wild here. They will start their turn with 2 credits, which means they could planogram into boom if they have that exactly. ATC just clicking for credits could get some accesses here, but with 1 credit, there's nothing they can res outside of a resistor. Not going for the digression. Again, finding that boom here would be such a big deal.
It would be so huge, yeah. Out of all the games that we've been watching that have boom in them, I don't think we've actually seen a kill into game.
Now, also, high-profile target is an option, but I think we would have seen that played by now. It only costs 2 credits. Steven just clicking up to 4. Now that's the boom threat. Now the question is, can Steven...
1 click left.
Can Steven hold central servers and protect the boom? Again, if it's an HQ, you have to protect HQ and, in theory, Archives. Card in the remote server as well. Forking in multiple different directions. Now we're going in, but now Steven has the money to res just about anything. Turnpike, just a credit tax. You'll go through that. And there was some heavy drawing. You don't have the Bologna money. I think they were clicking up to Bologna credits, but now they lose 1 for the Turnpike. So the Bologna is unstealable.
Oh, that is rough, and there's no imp counters left to imp it.
Yeah. The Turnpike does goof the Bologna play, and there's the Bologna. That was what ATC was doing. They're clicking up to that. That would get to 6.
Oh, that hurts to see.
Turnpike.
I mean, yeah, it would have gotten up to 6. It wouldn't have won the game, but that still would have put him, on that game point along with Steven.
Now, this is super important because if ATC goes and trashes the pad campaign, Steven won't have the credits if there's an agenda in server 15. Also, if they trash that, they can't do credit into boom. So there's some reasons why you might want to go for that pad campaign. We're going back in. We know there's 1 Bologna in there, taking another tag, losing another credit to the Turnpike. Knowing that Bologna is out of reach, there probably is 2 in there at this point. Only 7 left. Access, it's another Bologna.
And there it is, yeah.
There's enough points in there.
Oh, that's so tough.
Running R&D, we do know Archives does have IP block on it. Seeing the top card of R&D here. 3 minutes left. PSK is calling. Again, with only 3 credits, that pad campaign is going to stay. So either way, server 15, you could score out. If there is an agenda behind Funhouse, I'm kind of doubtful of that. But otherwise, Steven can just do credit boom if they have it.
We have gotten the 3-minute warning from PSK here.
ATC has one more click. They know that they could run archives. It will end the run, but it'll put Steven on 0 credits. Might be just worth doing it. Maybe should have trashed the pad. I think that maybe is a really big deal. Now we're just going for it. Funhouse doesn't do anything if you're tagged. Or you're really tagged, I mean. Steven hitting server 15. It's a Maryland. There you go.
There's just another Maryland, yeah.
3 of them you have to expect it. 6 cards face down in archives. Let's see if it's credit into Boom right here. Steven calling GG.
We got the
credit
GG, yeah.
into Boom. It's the pad
There
campaign.
it is.
Oh no.
Pad campaign for the save today, but
Yeah, that was
I am
back and
personally
forth.
very excited to finally see a
heck of a lot.
kill in this tournament.
Yeah, I think that's the first meet damage flyline we might have seen in a long time. Good game, well played to both of them. It looks like Steven E is going to just survive the elimination round, the final death round, and make it on to our top 8 cut. So well played to both of them.
Absolutely, that was a fantastic game for our cast to end on tonight with the tiebreaker.
Yeah,
very back and forth there.
Just having one tiebreaker too is pretty exciting as well. So we have now a clear 8 players that are going to make it to tomorrow. So we have Steven E. Congratulations, making it through. We have his Sengrin. Cryptogram did decide to duck out of the tournament. ATC, unfortunately, not making it through the elimination round. So that is no Jinteki representation, sadly. And their Jinteki deck was doing way better than the Lu, it looks like the numbers. 12 for the Jinteki, 6 only for Lu. Then again, our top 6 after that, not to be, is TF34, Cable Carnage, Big Unit 3000, The King, and Janktivist will all be showing up tomorrow to finish the top 8 double eliminations for the title of American Continental Champion 2021. I just want to double check to make sure when we're starting tomorrow. I've been really bad at nailing the time. I think I set the wrong start time on my stream multiple times already. So we're going to be starting tomorrow at 10:30 a.m. PDT. So for me, that is 12, 1:30. I did the math out loud. That's how you have to do it.
Yeah, 1:30 if you're on the East Coast like I am here.
Yeah, perfect. But what a day. Huge shout outs again to everyone who's showing up to play. Huge shout outs to their top 8 that went the distance and played it out and got to this point. I'm going to give also again a huge congratulations to Nisei for running this tournament. A lot of organization goes into this. You see all the work that the judges have to do, organizing the tournament events. There's prize support. There's a lot of distribution behind the scenes. So huge shout out to that whole team. Holly, I think that's it for us tonight. Thanks so much for joining.
Yeah, it was a great time. I had a lot of fun here. Saw a lot of great games. So thanks so much everyone for watching, and thanks for having me on here. It's really been a pleasure.
Yeah, super stoked to have you on there. I also give a huge shout out for Phil, who joined for the first 3 rounds, but that's going to be it for the stream tonight. We've been streaming for a while, but we will be back on tomorrow. We have just a couple games of Netrunner, some high stakes Netrunner, so hopefully that's what your Sunday holds. Again, huge shout out to the Nisei team for organizing this. My name is Andre. I appreciate being allowed to commentate and run these streams. So thanks to the Nisei team. But for all those watching in chat,
thank you, Andre, for all your work.
Oh, no, my pleasure. For all those in chat, winning those raffles, I think we have some more stuff tomorrow. So we'd love to see you there as well. But that is good games. We'll see y'all tomorrow.
Good night, everybody.
Good night.